This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Light, camera, and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News9's pick of the week. Don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
Let the games begin.
The results are known that I'm going to win.
In reality, things are never black and white.
Agree or disagree, we are our choices. What's going on?
You will love it.
Stars are very highly idolized in the South.
Their fan base is very different.
It is the obsession that we are talking about.
They're all psychopaths.
Who am I?
Nobody can crack that mystery.
I was a perfectly normal person born in an abnormal world.
Hey, you know what? This is who I am.
भारत की पहली आवाज जो रिकॉर्ड की गई.
I like to put things in simple equation. Winning is easy. Failure is not an option. Welcome to Dialogue.
ये सब खुशहाली के कारण हुआ.
इस अवार्ड की असली हकदार है मात्र 11 साल की खुशहाली.
We are undertaking an exciting journey to trace the roots of various delicacies.
Dress for the job you want, not for the job you have. Do that, and you are definitely going to make the cut.
This wedding is for me like one of the biggest parties that I've ever organized.
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
I'm Akanksha Monga and I travel for a living.
Many entrepreneurs have not seen the light of day because they gave up too early. I'm going to show you how it is possible.
You know, we call this the best kept secret of Rajasthan. There is so much hidden in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we kickstart this morning with TV9 Network's Executive Editor, Nabila Jamal.
Very good morning. Thank you very much, our dignitaries, for joining us. It's a very special day for us here at News9. We have organized this with a lot of passion, and it's so lovely to have all of you here right the morning. Without any further ado, I'd like to welcome all of you to this very city of dreams, Dubai. Well, we have thought leaders here today. We have change makers. We have visionaries from India, from UAE, from the United States, and the millions of viewers who are watching us live across the world right now. I should say all of you have just stepped into the epicenter of the global dialogue, the News9 Global Summit, where India meets the world, where ideas spark transformation. For our TV audience, of course, I should tell our viewers here seated that we are going live on television back in India as well, on multiple of our channels across the network. And to our viewers who are watching us live, we are tuning in from Taj, Dubai. And over the next few hours, I suggest you buckle up for an exciting day of conversations that centers around people to policy, investment, innovation, artificial intelligence, to real drivers of change. And of course, befitting this crescendo here to the summit will be a star-studded evening tonight that's sure to make your time here memorable, enjoyable, with some cultural icons, with rare conversations that will pan out right here on stage. Now, without further ado, I'd like to kick off with the man who's always believed in media driving action, leading India's largest broadcast news network, the TV9 network. In fact, he's single-handedly made this his mission to share the India story to the world. I'd like to warmly invite the force behind this summit, Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, for his welcome address, please.
Thank you, Nabila. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency Sheikh Nahan Mubarak Al Nahan, Minister of Peace and Coexistence of the UAE, who would have been with us today except for some urgent royal duty that has called him away. Shri Hardeep Singh Puriji, Union Minister of Petroleum and Gas, who will be joining us virtually from New Delhi in a while. Indian Ambassador to the UAE, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhiji, Mr. Siddharth Balachandran, Honorary Chairman of Indian Business and Professional Council, IBPC, our esteemed guests, who have traveled from different places to be with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the News9 Global Summit. If you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, the story of mankind has been about one thing only: the desire to do better every single day. It first takes vision, then courage and commitment to execute that vision. I must say, whenever I visit Dubai, I'm reminded of that. Because Dubai and the UAE, by extension, is what I call a vision in motion. Since they founded the United Arab Emirates in 1971, the visionary leaders of this country have created a nation that is truly unique. I can only imagine the challenges and impediments they must have encountered at every step of executing their audacious dreams. Yet, they persisted and created a thriving, progressive, modern country that is the envy of the rest of the world. Emirates today is a nation that matters not just in the region, but across the globe. Its world-class, prosperous, and safe cities become hubs of global business, innovation, investment, and culture. And I'm not just talking about Dubai's Burj Khalifa, tallest building in the world, and I'm told the second tallest is also coming up next to that same tallest building, or the Dubai Mall, the world's largest shopping experience, or the beautiful Swaminarayan Temple in Abu Dhabi, which stands as a shining example of this nation's unquestioning love for everyone in the world. The UAE's success lies in the unique DNA it has created for itself. It is no surprise then, we at TV9, we've chosen to hold our second international News9 Global Summit here in Dubai. Our objective is very simple: be a force multiplier in the bilateral relations that have touched new heights under the remarkable leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE, and Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Prime Minister of India. Hence the theme of a summit, India-UAE, Partnership for Prosperity and Progress. In 2015, when India's newly elected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji became the first Indian Premier to visit the UAE in 34 years, many people were surprised at the importance he was according this nation. But as our Prime Minister noted, the two countries have potential to build a transformative economic partnership. not only for sustained prosperity of their two countries, but also to advance progress in this region and help realize the dream of an Asian century. True that UAE may not have been India's most significant or strategic partner back then, but over the last 10 years, it has become one of our closest allies and a key trading partner, a vital friend in the global south. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed has spoken repeatedly about the importance of these bilateral ties. The pivotal moment in this relationship was, of course, the signing of the India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, in February 2022. Remarkably, the bilateral trade has doubled since then to 83 billion USD and is projected to touch 100 billion USD by 2030. This should surprise no one. I well remember what His Highness said about CEPA when he visited India. I quote, "Our partnership with India is a cornerstone of our foreign policy and a key driver of our economic diversification and development. We are committed to deepening this comprehensive strategic partnership across all sectors, including trade, investment, technology, energy, and culture." From all aspects, His Highness's leadership is truly unique. It is both visionary and progressive, much like that of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. What that tells us is that you are what your mindset is. It applies to every individual, every organization, and I dare say, every country. And of course, in case of an organization and a country, the mindset of the leader is essentially the mindset of the entity. For the two leaders in India and the UAE, economic progress and prosperity is a core focus, while never losing sight of the fact that progress and prosperity must essentially include all. These two leaders have ensured well-being for everyone on all possible counts. Last week, I had the good fortune of visiting the Swami Narayan temple in Abu Dhabi and meeting Pujya Brahma Vihari Swamiji. Swamiji, who unfortunately could not be with us in person today, would be addressing this gathering virtually later this evening from the US. This temple itself, I think, can be considered the eighth wonder in the world. And when I heard the first-hand account from Swamiji of the building of the temple, that exposed me to a unique facet of the UAE leadership, a leadership which truly believes in peace, harmony, and respectful coexistence. More importantly to me, it suggests that they believe that progress and prosperity doesn't have to come at the cost of harmony and peace. Rather, they believe peace and harmony should be at the core of progress and prosperity of all humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship that India and UAE enjoy is something very precious. It is not just two countries that gain from it, but the whole world. That is also the vision behind today's summit. Throughout the day, we will hear some great ideas from our distinguished speakers. Before I wind up, I've been hearing this question from many one of you present here, that what's at the core of these summits, the global summits? We, the TV9 network, we believe in the core of our heart that India needs a global voice because quite often our narrative gets colored the wrong way. So we at TV9 network have taken it upon ourselves to create that global voice. And this global summits, which is the second one this year, is the prelude for our global expansion. On that note, I once again welcome you to the News9 Global Summit and thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us in this initiative. Shukran, namaskar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barun, for that talk here as we kick off the India-UAE Summit hosted by News9. I'd say this is a special conversation, multiple conversations that we will have here today to discuss elaborately the $10 trillion opportunity between India and UAE. And as we begin, from the historic trade ties to ambitious target to reach a $100 billion investment deal by 2030 itself, very few relationships, I'd say, are as future-ready as India and the UAE. The partnership of our two great nations is not just trade, it's certainly about people-to-people connect. I should tell you, just last year, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on his visit to UAE, called His Excellency President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan his brother. That was the affection they shared. In fact, the Prime Minister also mentioned that in his subsequent address about the warmth and affection he was accorded on his first visit to UAE by the royal family, and when also added to share that the Crown Prince, now UAE President, along with his 5 brothers, all of them came to receive the Prime Minister as soon as he landed. And since then, the bonhomie has only grown, the affection has intensified, and we hear that the two leaders have met with one another for 11 times. That really shows the connect and the ties both ends have. I should say that the camaraderie now has trickled down, and it's trickled down heavily to business, and that's what we're here to explore. What India and UAE deliver today is certainly a textbook example of great leadership, of solidarity, a shared vision of sustainable future, and above all, batting for peace in times of this turmoil. Now, for only when there is peace, we know there is prosperity and there is progress, and that's what we're here establishing at the Global Summit, News9 Global Summit. I'd fully, wholeheartedly welcome India's Honorable Union Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, and I stress that he's joining us virtually. We know the precarious times that we are in right now. Iran and Israel right in the middle of conflict, all hands on deck for the Indian government. They're evacuating students as I speak right now. So it is difficult times for India as well, with many of us stuck there. And as that execution happens, while people are being rescued from the war-torn nations, we're here with our Union Minister giving us a virtual address.
Excellencies, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and warm greetings from New Delhi. It is a privilege to join you at this timely and important gathering celebrating the ever-deepening India-UAE partnership. I wish I could have joined you in person, but my duties in New Delhi must unfortunately make me miss this important summit. This summit meeting reflects not only the strength of our bilateral ties, but also our shared vision for a more interconnected, innovative, and inclusive future. India and the UAE are bound by history, enriched by culture, and powered by ambition. From ancient trade routes to modern strategic corridors, India and the UAE have walked together. Today, we celebrate that journey and look ahead to newer frontiers. Initially powered by fuel trade, the India-UAE economic relationship today has grown in complexity and diversity, with non-oil trade now accounting for more than half of our total volumes. India's exports from refined petroleum and electronics to smartphones and chemicals reflect the growing sophistication of our economic engagement. The Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, now completing its 3rd year, is further transforming our economic landscape. We welcome the UAE's investments in our infrastructure, logistics, energy, and the digital sectors. Whether through the UFI trilateral I2U2 or our landmark civil nuclear cooperation, India and the UAE are advancing on new age frontiers such as clean energy, food security, digital connectivity, and strategic autonomy. But beyond numbers and agreements, this partnership is about people. The 3.5 million strong Indian community in the UAE represents the living bridge between our countries. Our diaspora is the builders of cities, stewards of culture, and ambassadors of shared values. The inauguration of the BAPS Hindu Mandir in Abu Dhabi, supported by the secular vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, is a shining testament to this inclusivity and mutual respect. As we look to the future, I hope that we can continue to build on the tenets of mutual respect and shared benefit. Together, we have the potential to be the architects of tomorrow's global order and co-create a century of shared prosperity. I commend the News9 network for conceiving this platform and bringing together vital stakeholders who can meaningfully shape the discourse around the India-UAE partnership. I thank you once again for the opportunity to address this distinguished gathering. Jai Hind. Thank you.
All right, with the Union Minister's best wishes, let's continue with our guests joining us live. I thank you all again for your patience. This is going to be an interesting conversation, and economic ties as we align. I'm going to take us, our viewers here, and our guests. India-UAE future progress, that's already strong bilaterally. At this point, we're bringing people closer, helping businesses forge a greater collaboration, jointly caring for the planet through cleaner, greener energy as well. It's time to bring perspective on how India and UAE can create a win-win for people, for planet, and of course, with its fair share of profits as well. And exactly what our next conversation is all about here. So let's hear it from the power voice shaping this trilateral harmony of the triple bottom line, and our two great nations aspire to make better for the world. Let's have a look. We have, of course, before we play this out, our Honorable Mr. Sanjay Sudhir, India's ambassador to UAE, who will be taking to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to UAE, welcome to Dubai for all those traveling from India and different parts of the world. I'm indeed delighted to be here at this first News9 Global Summit. I think News9 represents the face of India's dynamic media and the vibrancy of the country, whether it is political, economic, or social. After earlier success in hosting a similar summit in Germany, I'm glad that News9 has now chosen Dubai since the city. This country symbolizes dynamism of a very different magnitude altogether. The UAE brings together people, the best of minds, best technologies, investments, and also provides a platform which encourages free flow of ideas. But most importantly, India's relationship with the UAE is very special. And today, perhaps, The UAE is India's closest partner in this part of the world. It is the first country in the region with which we signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement way back in 2017. You've already heard much about this from Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Puri ji. Although India-UAE relationship is a very historical one, which began with trade in pearls and spices long, long back, today this relationship has reached very unprecedented levels of depth and maturity. Our Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, was recently asked about which of our relationship he feels has transformed the most. And without batting an eyelid, he said the UAE. And there are several reasons for him to say that. Our relationship is not just about trade and people anymore, although for sure these are the two most critical pillars of our relationship. While trade is flourishing and more Indians are making the UAE home, new areas are now actually redefining our relationship. And in this context, I wish to highlight two aspects. Firstly, the rock-solid trust and the depth of our comprehensiveness of the relationship. These have provided a fertile ground for India to try out new initiatives, many of which have a very global impact. Secondly, there are a lot of these new subtle aspects which have redefined this relationship. Let me illustrate both of them. Firstly, let me talk about the new initiatives for which we have specifically chosen the UAE to work together. When the UAE signed the CEPA, it was actually their first ever CEPA. And for us, it was our first ever CEPA with any country in this part of the world. Please also remember that the UAE actually broke ranks with the GCC to take this step. As you all know, the UAE is very much a part of the customs union with the other 5 GCC countries. But then they took this very bold step, I would say, to sign a CEPA with India. CEPA is definitely showing a concrete result. Minister mentioned some details about that. In the last financial year, 24-25, actually bilateral trade crossed that magical mark of $100 billion, marking a 19% year-on-year increase. This has actually consolidated UAE's position as India's 3rd largest trading partner and our 2nd largest export destination. The dynamic economy that the UAE is, coupled with the vision of its leaders, this country has already signed 25 other CEPAs in the last 3 years across the globe. Last year, we also witnessed the signing of a bilateral investment treaty, which has further strengthened investor confidence in both sides. FDI from the UAE alone last year was about $4.5 billion, the highest ever in history. Although UAE as a source of FDI is something of very recent origin as compared to the historical investors in India, they are already the 7th largest with about $22 billion of FDI into India. These figures are for FDI coming directly from the UAE. Much of UAE investment also comes from platforms across the globe, particularly from the US. On the economic side, another first was signing of the local currency trade settlement mechanism, which enables traders on both sides to settle their transactions in Indian rupees and UAE dirhams. I think for countries with bilateral trade of the tune of $100 billion, this step is such an important step towards asserting the confidence we have in our own currencies. While I think across this room, we are all in favor of going green, but as far as currencies are concerned, I think to rely on our colorful currencies of India as well as the UAE, I think that's perhaps the way to go. There are also several firsts in the fintech space. UAE's J1 debit and credit card launched last year is based on our own tried and tested RuPay stack, making UAE the first country with which we have actually shared this stack. When our leaders met in February last year, they actually launched the J1 card. The UAE chose not to go west, but to work with our tried and tested fintech stack. The fact that they chose to name it Jeevan is also another matter of great pride for us, since it captures our past as much as it speaks about our future. Jeevan is actually based on G1, which is the best grade of pearls, the oldest traded commodity between our two countries. So every time a Jeevan card is used, it rings a bell in our mind, reminding of our historic relationship. The UAE also continues to be a strong energy partner for India. It is the second largest source of LNG for us, the second largest source of LPG, the fourth largest source of crude for us. And equally significant is the fact that UAE is still the only country which has invested in our strategic petroleum reserves. And when I say energy, it's not a one-way trade. While we are importing the items I just mentioned, India is also exporting a lot of finished petroleum products, refined products, and lubricants. Also, the fact that the Government of India decided to have the first campuses of two of our premier institutes of learning, the IIT and the IIMs, also signifies our intention and our resolve to invest in future generations. I recall a discussion very clearly between Dr. Jaishankar and President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed way back in December 2022, when Dr. Jaishankar pointed out that IIT is perhaps an institution with a global reputation, but with a national presence, and we want to take the brand overseas. But before Dr. Jaishankar could continue with the sentence, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed said that bring it to Abu Dhabi. And that's how, about a year ago, in January last year, we had the first overseas campus of IIT Delhi in Abu Dhabi. And within a short span of 1 year, the campus has already started BTech courses, MTech courses, PhD programs, and most importantly, it's well entrenched in the innovation ecosystem of this country. More recently, in April this year, just a few months back, during the visit of Sheikh Hamdan, the Crown Prince of Dubai, to India on the invitation of Prime Minister, another such initiative was announced, which is the setting up of IIM Ahmedabad branch in Dubai. And as we speak, the campus, the building is being renovated, being furnished, and the first course, MBA course, will actually start in September, in a few months from now. We'll also have a campus of the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Again, the first ever overseas campus of IAFT. It will happen in the India Pavilion in Dubai Expo City. As far as global impact is concerned, initiatives like the I2U2, IMEC, India and the UAE have been very significant partners. About the I2U2, some projects like the food security project, food park projects are well underway between the UAE and India. Even as far as IMEC is concerned, while the other partners in IMEC might be preoccupied with other issues, India and the UAE are clearly progressing very well. In February last year, we actually signed, in the presence of our leaders, intergovernment framework on implementing IMEC. And we are moving very well ahead to set up something which we call the virtual trade corridor. Work on this was actually announced during the visit of Sheikh Khalid, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, in September, India last year. And it's not far, maybe a month from now, we should be able to set sail our first containers from Nhava Sheva and Kandla to Khalifa Port in Abu Dhabi and to Jabal Ali in Dubai. Let me also now come to the second aspect, the more subtle aspect, which is, I think, equally important. It has been mentioned in Minister's speech, as well as Mr. Barun Das's opening remarks. When our two leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, meet, they still embrace each other, as they did during their first meeting in 2015. But now it's a much warmer embrace, commensurate with the deepening trust between our people and our countries. While there are close bonds between our leaders, Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, in Abu Dhabi, the president of the country, and also Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the ruler of Dubai, the vice president of the country, strong ties with the next generation are also taking shape. I recall a meeting with Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed just about a month ago, when he said that when the leadership of the UAE had to decide about which countries the two crown princes should visit, it took them not more than 5 seconds to decide that this country should be India. So that is another, a very different kind of aspect of our relationship, and which makes it very unique. And this visit, I must also share, are not merely symbolic visits. These are substantive visits, because during the visit of Sheikh Khalid in September last year, we took major initiatives in the nuclear space, critical minerals. The virtual trade corridor for IMEC was announced. Also, just a week before his visit, Sheikh Khalid made it a point to actually formally inaugurate the campus of IIT Delhi in Abu Dhabi. Similarly, for the visit of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan in April this year, that actually marked the 100th anniversary of the visit of his grandfather. So it's a very, it's a historical relationship for everyone to see. And in that visit, the IIM Ahmedabad campus was announced. Another very important announcement, again on the very subtle side, was setting up a hospital in Dubai for Indian blue-collar workers. And that really marks a recognition of what Indian community in general, whether it's our business people or our blue-collar workers, the contribution that they have to make in the growth and development of the UAE. Another of those subtle manifestations is the Babs Hindu Temple in Abu Dhabi. There is huge symbolism around it. Although this is not the first Hindu temple in this country, but this temple is a very subtle representation of the common ethos of India and the UAE, the ethos of harmony, the ethos of tolerance. And that's why Prime Minister Modi himself inaugurated this temple in February last year. Today is perhaps one of the most iconic things of this country, alongside, of course, Burj Khalifa and Sheikh Zayed Mosque in Abu Dhabi. But it's also one of the most visited places in this country. In the first year alone, about 2.5 million visitors visited Babs Hindu Temple. Even cricket, for that matter. Indian cricket actually seamlessly extends to the UAE. So whenever we are unable to stage matches in India or even some of our neighboring countries, it's always Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Sharjah which we turn to. You will recall the ICC Champions Trophy just a few months back when proudly our men in blue lifted the trophy. If we rewind the clock just about 2 months back, within hours of the ghastly terrorist attack in Pahalgam on 22nd April, it was the UAE which was among the first countries to come out with a categorical statement condemning the terrorist act. And in the weeks to follow, particularly during the escalation between 7th and 10th of May, our two countries, our leadership worked very, very closely. The rising number of Indians who have made the UAE their home symbolize how well accepted Indians are in this country and how much value we actually provide to the society and the economy of the UAE. The last count as of December last year was about 4.3 million, which is the largest number of Indian nationals anywhere in the world. That's where India-UAE relationship is today. All-weather friends, trying to make a positive difference for our people, for our countries, and for the world. This is a relationship which is as much about the past as it is about the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sanjay Sudhir. He is, in fact, really the face, the voice of India here in UAE, and having you with us was such an honor. While as we progress here, let's now get to our 360 or 390-degree panel. In fact, from fintech to energy to security, from AI to innovation, from policy to ease of doing business, what binds India and the UAE is no longer just oil and trade, but ideas that develop the future, Let's dive straight into that first panel discussion today. Have a look at what we have on our screens. That's all to expect in our 360 degrees panel. But before I get to that, it would be my honor to invite on stage Satish Kumar Sivan, the Consul General of India, Dubai, to share his thoughts, a brief chat with him, and post which we'll have our panelists on stage. Satish Kumar Sivan, please.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Sri Sanjay Sudhir, the Ambassador, Mr. Barun Das, a lot of friends in the audience. I think I'll be a little bit brief here because Ambassador has so eloquently captured many elements of what I would have spoken about SEPA, the way SEPA has sort of become a catalyst in the fast growth in our economic partnership. Ambassador has already outlined a lot of elements, but before we get into the panel looking at the 360-degree nature of the partnership, it is important for me to highlight the robust growth that has happened in the past 3 years, post the signing of the SEPA in February 2022, which came into effect in May 2022. As Ambassador had rightly mentioned, the SEPA that India and UAE signed was a first in many ways. It was the first ever SEPA that UAE had signed and first for India in the region. The aim was to take non-oil trade to $100 billion by 2030, along with services trade being increased to $15 billion annually by 2030. Under the SEPA, the two countries negotiated it very fast. In fact, the SEPA was signed within a record time of 88 days. Contrast that with the protracted negotiations that happened in these trade negotiations globally. As a result of which, UAE eliminated duties on 98% of its tariff lines, corresponding to 99% of imports from India. This has significantly benefited key sectors of exports from India, such as textiles, gems and jewelry, food and agriculture, automobiles and pharmaceuticals, especially empowering MSMEs, generating employment in India and enhancing the welfare of medium businesses. I would say that the impact of SEPA is striking. Again, Ambassador mentioned a few facts. The bilateral trade has surged from around $70 billion in financial year 21-22 before the signing of SEPA to $85 billion by financial year 23-24, which represented a 16% increase. But just in the past 1 year, by financial year 24-25, the total trade surpassed $100 billion, an increase of 17% year on year, with Indian exports alone crossing $37 billion. Notably, in line with our ambition to achieve a non-oil trade of $100 billion by 2030, the bilateral non-oil trade has already reached $68 billion. These figures speak to CEPA's transformative power and the strength of our economic complementarity. As a result, today, India is UAE's second largest trading partner and largest export destination, while UAE ranks as India's third largest trading partner and second largest export destination. UAE has gone ahead and capitalized on its success of the first ever CEPA signed with India and adopted an aggressive strategy of concluding CEPA with its major partners. Just in the 3 years, as of April 2025, UAE concluded its 27th CEPA agreement. As per media reports, 8 agreements are already in force, while 14 are currently undergoing technical or ratification procedures. In the year 2025 alone, we are not even 6 months into the year, the country, UAE, has signed 6 new agreements with Malaysia, New Zealand, Kenya, Ukraine, the Central African Republic, and the latest one with the Republic of Congo. Additionally, the CEPA negotiations with 5 member states of Eurasian Economic Union, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia have been concluded, with signing expected soon. But with the rapid pace at which UAE's CEPA strategy progresses, I wouldn't be surprised if more countries have already been added to this list. Friends, CEPA is not just about numbers. It is about a shared vision for a dynamic, interconnected, and innovation-driven future. It is also a framework enabling investment, institutional partnerships, and strategic cooperation across sectors. Indian MSMEs, for one, can benefit immensely through this wide network of CEPA agreements that UAE has concluded. A stellar example of this vision is the Bharat Mart, a dedicated platform for Indian MSMEs being launched at Jebel Ali Port by 2026. It will empower Indian enterprises to reach Gulf, Middle East, and African markets, leveraging the UAE's, especially Dubai's, world-class logistics infrastructure. To aid in this trade integration, our financial systems are also getting deeply intertwined. Ambassador has already spoken about the local currency settlement system. In addition to that, integration of India's UPI with the UAE's ANI system is a further leap, simplifying digital cross-border payments and enhancing convenience for businesses, tourists, and the Indian diaspora. Sectoral collaboration embedded in CEPA's architecture is further advancing rapidly. For example, CEPA's digital trade rules facilitate cross-border trade flows, cross-border data flows, and IPR protections, boosting India-UAE technological cooperation. India's dynamic startup ecosystem, over 159,000 startups and nearly 120 unicorns, is increasingly engaging with UAE platforms like DIFC Innovation Hub and events like Expand North Star, paving the way for collaborative innovation. Regulatory alignment under CEPA is opening UAE's $50 billion healthcare market to Indian pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, and telemedicine, delivering quality, affordable, and innovative products. Ambassador has already mentioned about the virtual trade corridor and Maitri, the application that integrates multiple Indian operational trade-related portals to facilitate interfacing with UAE portals. These aim at reduction of administrative processes and turnaround time, reduction of logistics and transport costs, and enhancing ease of doing business between the two countries. Friends, at the heart of this thriving ecosystem is the Indian diaspora in UAE. 4.3 million strong, forming the largest expatriate community here. They are the key drivers of SIPA's success as entrepreneurs, professionals, and innovators. Their contribution is backed by the strong institutional support that UAE and especially Dubai offers. Dubai Chamber's data show that over 70,000 Indian companies are registered, the largest business community under its umbrella, with over 16,000 joining in 2024 alone. This pattern replicates across all Emirates in this country. The UAE's 40% free zones offering 100% foreign ownership, tax exemptions, and profit repatriation have empowered Indian businesses across sectors such as construction, finance, healthcare, education, retail, and media. As India strides towards becoming the second largest economy by 2047, and the UAE pursues its Vision 2071, SIPA serves not just as a trade pact, but as a strategic tool in our quest for glory. It is a platform for prosperity, a bridge for innovation, and a model for what modern economic partnerships should aspire to be: inclusive, future-ready, and people-centric. In SIPA, we see not just opportunity, we see a blueprint for shared success. Together, through SIPA and beyond, India and the UAE are not merely envisioning the future, we are building it. We are charting a new model for the world to emulate. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sivan. I'd like you to stay on stage. If I could invite MD TV9 Network and CEO Barun Das to just a token of appreciation, please. Mr. Barun, please stay on stage. If I could have Mr. Sanjay Sudhir, India's ambassador to UAE, back on stage for a moment. Right, there you have it. Well, we're going to move forward now to our panel 360 degrees. While we set this up, I will again like to welcome all our guests who are joining us right this morning. It's a day-long event today, and you could expect the best of the voices, the policymakers, people who matter within the India-UAE sectors, who are going to be inherently laying out what the future for India-UAE relations are going to be looking like. It's a $10 trillion opportunity that both countries are going to be extensively discussing, and what better place than right here at the Taj Business Bay, Dubai. Well, Dubai at this point is, in fact, we know there's been a huge influx of Indians across UAE, not just Dubai. 3.6 million Indians who are currently residing in Dubai. And that just shows the people-to-people connect, that shows the opportunities that are thriving, that shows that UAE has shown trust and faith in Indians at large, and now that's turning into money spinners. You could call it AI, the domain of opportunities at this point, which UAE is wanting to explore, and Indians have a lot to offer. We know clean, green energy is another sphere that's currently looking at development. On every level, the two countries share great equations, be it healthcare, education, and I've spelled out the rest. So this chat here today, panel, will be comprehensive. I'd like to call on stage our Editor International, Sridharan. who's really the architect of the Global Summit here for News9. And now if I could introduce our panelists. Before you get on stage, I will introduce you in your Hamdan Al-Shamsi, founder, Hamdan Al-Shamsi Lawyers and Legal Consultants. Siddharth Balachandran, Honorable Chairman, IBPAC. Trevor McFarlane, founder and CEO, EMIR, Emerging Markets Intelligence and Research. And Ameya Prabhu, former President, Indian Chamber of Commerce. This will be a comprehensive panel where Sridharan will be discussing with them fintech to energy security, from AI innovation to policy and ease of doing business, what binds India and UAE. Of course, it's no longer just oil trade, but ideas, where we're looking at a better future.
Thank you for that, Nabila. It's a lovely morning, and three important voices that we heard. And the message that's come very unequivocally from all three of them is that the India-UAE relationship is deepening at a frenetic pace. But I think what will be key, after the governments have done their work in terms of creating a framework, an agreement, a CEPA, is for the animal spirits to come into play, which is where our industry, our wonderful companies on both sides of the border that need to come together. So Trevor, I'm going to start with you, because if you look at the global scenario right now, what's happening is that a world order that has existed pretty much for the last 80 years, I would say, is getting upended. And the India-UAE relationship needs to be seen in the perspective of the changes that are happening. So tell us, as someone who watches the market here and market in India and globally, what are the implications for the India-UAE relations as the world order is changing and there are new equations being drawn within different countries? There's a tariff war happening on one front, geopolitical wars taking place right close to where we are today. So how does this impact the India-UAE relations?
Sure, thank you, Sri. So first of all, good morning, everybody. So I've received a warmer welcome walking into a graveyard. Will we try that again and see if we can get everybody off their phones? Good morning, everybody. First of all, congratulations to News9 for bringing us all together for what will be a fantastic conversation. So maybe I'll ask everybody in the audience a question, reflecting the question that Sri asked me. So by a show of hands, who just feels, since the start of the year, most likely January, that we've entered into a new geopolitical chapter in the world, in the history of our species? Who feels that, by a show of hands? Okay, the vast majority of people in the room. So let's try to define what that is, okay? So the way I'm looking at this is, we've entered into a new chapter which can be defined as predatory multipolarity, okay? Speaking to Shree's question, this hasn't happened overnight, okay? So very quick journey throughout history to define where we are and what it means for India-UAE. So we have the end of the World War II, okay? The US drops the nuclear bombs on Japan. Why did they do that? Many historians would say that Japan was in retreat. And they do that to save the lives of American soldiers, but also to send a message to the Soviets, and that message is, do not mess with us, we have this jaw-dropping, destructive power. At the same time, as Peter Zeihan, a great geopolitical strategist, puts it, they paid the biggest bribe in history. It wasn't Sepp Blatter and FIFA. No, this was the Marshall Plan. So the US pays the Europeans the Marshall Plan. In return, they're sending a message to Europe: do not follow the merry path of the Soviets down to communism. And they see their future demand markets in Europe as well, so they redevelop Europe. So what you have then is you have this unipolar moment, I would argue, for maybe only 3 or 4 decades in the true sense of unipolarity. There's a great thinker by the name of Emanuel Wallerstein who defines a superpower, and if I were to ask any of you to define a superpower, most likely what you would define as a strong military. But a superpower is a country that can tell another country, or multiple countries at the same time, exactly what to do, and those countries will do what they're told 99.9% of the time. The United States had that for quite a few decades. And then you see the emergence of Europe and the EU, and they start to share some of the benefits with their so-called allies. And then you fast forward to really when things start to get interesting and bring us up to today. You have Obama comes to power. He tries to disengage from the Middle East. He lets the Iranians rise to act as a counterweight against the Saudis in terms of geopolitical power, so he can pivot to the east where he sees threats, i.e. what is happening with China. Then you have Trump 1, we have America first, big tectonic shift. You have Biden, which is essentially the same president in many ways as Trump, particularly with regards on China and the reindustrialization of the United States. Then something critical happens, and that is Putin marches over the borders of another sovereign nation. All of us said that this could never happen in Europe again, and of course it took place. President Trump sees this, and he comes to power in his second term, and he recognizes that we are in this unstable, multipolar period. And you see that with the votes in the UN. Which brings us up to January of this year. And then you have a geopolitical, geoeconomic, technological, environmental, even from a sociological perspective, you have a volcano erupt, which is Donald Trump. And this completely changes the chapter where we're in now at the moment. And you have this emphasis on the rule of law is, in terms of international law, is not at the forefront of the conversation. It's more about if you have the might, you're right. It's more about law of the jungle. It is prison rules of international relations. It is the ultimate interpretation of the realist school of international relations. And you have what we've seen unfold over the last 6 months or so. Against that backdrop, you have two countries, India and the UAE, that there is a remarkable opportunity as a result of this. You have two countries with very strong relations, as our colleagues from the diplomatic service had described earlier on, where there's opportunities to work together in a world where there is disruption, but broadly speaking, India's international policy, broadly speaking, is aligned with the United States, and the direction of travel of the global economy will be advantageous to India. And you have a country like the UAE, which is admirably nimble, would be putting it, would be an understatement.
Great thoughts, Mac. We will discuss, Trevor will discuss more about that. Let me just go to the other panelists as well. Mr. Balachandran, you've been an investor. You have made some really significant investments in India. Volatility, uncertainty is now possibly going to be a part of every business house's lexicon. Leaders have to be prepared for it. How do you see the India-UAE opportunity playing out in the context of this uncertainty? We talked about this huge opportunity. There's a deepening that's happening. What do you think we can do further to deepen this relationship, especially in non-oil areas, which are the newer sectors? What specifically do you think we can do?
Thank you, Sridharan. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to start off a morning like this. Thank you for the opportunity. So let me try to give you an opposite spin to that. I think something I believe in very intensely is something called the sphere of influence. And earlier, many years back, the concept was that if you associate yourself with a large sphere of influence, it risks dilution. That was the concept many years back. I believe the opposite to be true at this point in time. Specifically for the last 2 to 3 decades, if I may add. I think when you associate yourself with your state in India or your district in India, you have a certain bit of gains. You extend that to the state, the gains are more because you represent a larger mass. There is no gain that is larger than associating yourself with a country.
True.
Now, the India-UAE context is such that it was a friendship which has now become an intimate brotherhood. A beautiful coalescence of ideologies, complements each other. Each entity, each institution, each nation has its specific strength. So as he was just mentioning, I think this seamless integration is probably a first in the world. And from the shift of bilateral, I think this becomes a foundation for the increasingly multilateral concepts that will make this world run. So volatility, I think, the larger the sphere of influence, the lesser you should worry about them.
Okay. Handan, after the signing of CEPA, we have also signed a couple of other important, agreements, which is on the taxation, reducing the friction of doing business. How do you see the impact of those? The Council General, spoke about how the trade has doubled. Do you see this accelerating investments in newer areas, for example, like fintech, AI, or even, let's say, using UAE as a springboard for Indian companies, even startups that want to cater to the rest of the world?
Yeah, so thank you, and good morning to everyone. So I see the momentum increasing exponentially. It started off with a lot of agreements previously, but CEPA was a big agreement signed between the UAE and India. And I think that was a result of there being trust and great leadership that was present, that we benefit from, both people in UAE and India, and we're fortunate to have. The trust has moved to reliability. Now India has started seeing UAE as a reliable partner, and the UAE has started seeing India as a reliable partner. That's extremely important for countries. After reliability, obviously, there's dependency.
Right.
And once dependency comes...
Stability, businesses need stability.
Once dependency comes, there's a marriage being formed, which is very difficult to break. So I see that increasing exponentially. There are more agreements coming out. The leaders of the two nations realize the importance of the relationship between the UAE, realize the significance it will have to both countries. And I want to add that there are now new agreements obviously signed in 2024. The bilateral investment agreement has been signed, has fostered investments in both countries. As we can see, there are a lot of companies, both semi-government, even governments now are dealing with each other. That's extremely important for the market. Those agreements have a lot of protections. So that trust is now being put down on paper, which provides extreme high investor confidence, and that the UAE and India relationships will continue to grow exponentially.
That's right. Nothing like some good paperwork when it comes to business, I guess. So, Ameya, from your perspective, you're a very interesting perch. You operate out of Dubai. You also have a very deep connection, and you have business in India as well. How are you looking at the place, especially with Indian startups? I mean, we are not too far from DIFC and the Media City. How do you see the traction building up in the startup space? We have AI companies coming in. There are fintech companies coming in. Healthcare companies coming in. So talk a little bit about how do you see the traction building up in this space in terms of Indian talent making a base in Dubai, and also the capital here backing Indian startups.
Thank you, Shri, and thank you TV9 for having me on this panel. I think in the morning, our ambassador, Honorable Sanjay Sudhirji, and Honorable Consul General Sivanji really spoke very strongly about the India-UAE relationship. And thanks to the two of them, their predecessors, and of course, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the President of the UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed ji. I think thanks to the leadership of our countries, I think today I mean, we all talk about the special relationship, but the fact that it's such a seamless relationship that I often joke about that Dubai is the best city in India, is what I always tell people. But I think, I'm someone, for me, Dubai is a second home. I have a home here and I have an office here, so we operate out of both. And often people ask me the question that you did, and I tell them that while a lot of people come to Dubai, a lot of people also use Emirates or Etihad or Air Arabia now as a transit hub to go on to other places.
That's right.
Similarly, a lot of foreigners, be it from South America, be it from the US, be it from Europe, they again use the UAE as a transit hub into India. Even if you look at it from a business point of view, Indians who want to go abroad, including myself, when you want to do global business, the first place you land is UAE, and then from the UAE you go to other areas. That's right. And similarly, increasingly so, thanks to SEPA, thanks to the investment agreement, and all the great work that the two governments are doing, you are actually seeing the reverse happening as well. That I was with the Prime Minister in Cyprus earlier this week on his delegation, and they were talking about how much FDI is coming from Cyprus to India. But if you see incremental FDI in the last few years, be it in startups, be it in AI, be it even in sectors which on the regulation front we are catching up, like crypto, you are seeing that come from UAE to India. So while jurisdictions like Cyprus, Singapore, etc. were important jurisdictions in the past, I think now you are seeing UAE becoming one of the primary destinations. And again, if you look around this country has been built by our countrymen. You go to any construction site, you go to any company, you will see that the heart and soul of that company is actually Indians. It's actually us. And hence we feel very comfortable here. I mean, Malayalis love the Malayali food here. Even us Maharashtrians, we don't get as much, but I must say that this is something which is very, very critical. And hence, as Hamdan very rightly said, when there is peace of mind, when my father was minister, he used to always say, there is ease of doing business, but there's also please of doing business. So I think there is a lot of please of doing business here. And I think just to add to close up your point, I think startups, UAE is a good market, but UAE is a small market. But it's also high, India is a competitive market, whereas UAE is a high margin market. You can actually make very good margins here. Right. So even for Indian startups, we are increasingly seeing Indian startups coming here, using it as a base, going to other countries. Urban Company does well here. They are expanding. Several other Indian companies are expanding. AI is going to be because one of the first countries to have a ministry for AI was the UAE. Omar Al-Alama read that. And I think at that time I was thinking, wow, this is really futuristic. And today you see AI everywhere, So I think that's something which we are very bullish on. So I really think that the partnership between our two great countries of India and UAE is really, as our Prime Minister says, Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas.
Excellent. Thank you. So, Trevor, we are in the middle of this new decade, 5 years gone. What do you think is going to unfold over the next 5 years, especially in the context of two wars that are happening? And there's also disruption happening in terms of AI, how AI is going to impact just about everything that we do as an economy. For the audience here, can you give us 4 or 5 big trends that are going to really shape the next 5 years or maybe even the decade ahead?
Sure, yeah, I think it's a great question. Let's look at it over a longer term view, right? Kind of over the course of this century, what is going to shape all of our lives? I think clearly, as you say, the race for knowledge supremacy, so AI will be one. Decarbonization and climate change will be the other. Zones of disorder as a result of that. I think there will be parts of the world that will experience great instability as a result of arguably the overarching interconnectedness of those two trends. And then clearly demographics, right? Auguste Comte, the great French philosopher and sociologist, with his phrase, demographics is destiny. There is an element of that is most certainly true. And when you look at that, even just take that one piece, and you see that, between now and the end of 2030, we're going to add another billion people onto the global population. By 2050, another billion. You think about, it took our species to get to 1 billion to the year, I think it was 1800. And now we're adding these on into, there's an acceleration. And within that, you ask yourself, okay, well, where is this dramatic shift going to happen around the world? And you're looking at 90% of all that growth happening in Asia and Africa, and 50%, think about this, think about the disruption that this is going to create. 50% of all of that demographic growth will happen in about 8 countries. So you've got India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Egypt, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And you tie into that the progress we are making in climate change, which is very little, and you tie into that the countries that are going to be impacted by climate change and are already being impacted by climate change, and you will have mass migration based on whether it is a fast onset change in weather cycles or slow onset. So if it's fast, people are going to move into cities. If it's slow, they're going to move over borders. Where are they going to go? They're going to go north. They're going to go into Europe. And what does Europe do historically? It votes right. So you start to tie these trends together, and what you see is over the course of this century and the period we're in right now is the most exciting, creative time to be alive in terms of access to opportunity for vast swathes of the population. But vast swathes of the population are being left behind. And that is only going to be exacerbated by these 4 different trends. So that's something that policymakers really need to get their arms around, and that's why I think this partnership between India and the UAE can help serve so many goals. We spoke about earlier on in terms of people, profit, and the planet, and that's what we can tie together in this.
Yeah, Mr. Balachandran, coming to you, in India we always talk about this demographic dividend, that half our population is below 25 years of age, but in an industry or at an age where AI is going to become possibly like electricity, it's going to be in everything. And if you're not AI savvy, you probably will not have a job. I mean, that's at least what the experts are saying. We have a panel later today on AI specifically. But what are your thoughts on how can India leverage its vast pool of talent? We have a lot of youngsters. Skilling is a huge issue. As IBPC, as an industry leader, what do you think people like you could do to help with skilling of these people so that India is able to keep its supply of global talent, not just as construction workers and like others here, but also for Silicon Valley and everywhere else? So what specifically would you want to do?
I think that concept is changing. I think it is very palpably evident that India is slated to be the growth engine of the world, if not already. I truly believe that it is this part of the world that is preventing the world going into recession. Having said that, there are challenges which we have identified, and I'd like to believe that we are addressing them. One of them is the concept of artificial intelligence becoming, as you said, as electricity, as an integrator. I think it'll cease to become a specific industry. It'll be so seamlessly incorporated into every line of business that
absolutely
it is a must. It will become a must. And I think therein lies India's advantage. Already, we have identified AI as a potential integrator. So we have already taken steps to that. Now, the role of community organizations like the IBPC, which I think is an extension of your earlier question, which I missed answering. What can we do? I think forums like these, many more are needed. Media is that bridge, that facilitator for the message to be spread across. That India knows of its strengths. India is aware of its weaknesses. Now, the key here is to create a narrative, a credible narrative, in enhancing and conveying one's strengths and trying to negate one's weaknesses in not so public a manner. I think that is the thin line of communication that platforms like these and community organizations like the ABPC can help facilitate. But suffice it to say that I think the future is very clear, and the future is India and the surrounding nations.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, Handan, it's very interesting that, some of the sovereign funds here already own shares in so many listed companies in India. The Abu Dhabi Investment Authority alone owns more than 20 listed companies in India. They have shares in them. But a whole range of startups are also getting funded. So India obviously is a huge market. From UAE's perspective, how critical a role is it going to play as UAE creates its own future in terms of envisioning its own future as a significant player in this region, despite the small Emirati population that is like native? How do you think India is going to integrate with your own growth story going forward?
Yeah, so I think a big country like India, a big economy, requires financial centers. It's a must. And Dubai acts as one important financial center for a lot of Indian businesses, businessmen, and semi-government, obviously, corporations. And I think the legal language between the two countries is being meshed very quickly. A lot of legal firms in India have set up in the UAE, have connected with UAE lawyers, and I think the language spoken is very similar nowadays. I certainly see that there's harmony. I've noticed a big trend of Indian companies investing as well in the UAE, taking stakes in companies. They find it interesting. And as Ameya has rightly said, there are startups that set up in India, but there are reasons as well for you to set up in Dubai. There are differences in margins, say, differences in environment, differences in the people that are here. Certainly to have a jurisdiction for Indian businessmen outside India that is very close to at least the east side of India, that's extremely close, that you can treat as your second home, as some Indian businesses do, is extremely important for the business environment.
Right. So, Ameya, since you watch the VC space so closely, you're an investor yourself, can we expect the next unicorn, Indian unicorn, to be born out of Dubai, for example?
I mean, that would be a misnomer, right? Because a unicorn born out of Dubai would be an Emirati unicorn. But I mean, yeah, I guess unicorns formed by Indians could be born here. By Indians, and I think, but I also am a firm believer that if the country which you are in, you must always respect that country. So even if we are forming the unicorn in the UAE, it should be and proudly be an Emirati unicorn. And I think that's something very important, because it's something which we really think that's the most important. But I would like to add one more thing to, because I was listening to the panelists. Last quarter, I'm an economist by training. Last quarter, we grew by 7.4%. So while there is a demographic dividend in many other countries, Nigeria, DRC, Indonesia, but there is no other country which has an economy like we do. We are now the fourth largest economy, we just overtook Japan. This year we should end up at around 4.2 trillion, in line with the PM's vision that in the next 2 years we should hit 5 trillion. But what that means, growing at 7.4% at a 4.2 trillion economy, that means we add about $300 billion currently to the GDP every year. Now that's more than most of the countries that have the demographic dividend as their total GDP. So we added 1 year more than what people have as the total size of their GDP. So we are adding a DRC, we are adding a Pakistan every year to our GDP, just every year. So that shows you the power of India. That is that. And the eighth wonder of the world is compounding. So at the next level, this will keep growing and growing and growing. We'll soon overtake Germany. And of course, after that, it's a steep climb to China and the US. But I think in the volatile world today, Bharat or India is the one safe harbor that you will find. Our markets are still doing well. Despite the issues last week, markets are going up. So I highly recommend also for a lot of them, please invest in India.
Absolutely. I second that totally. So that brings me to the, the end of the conversation, but I just want to ask Trevor one important question. What's happening around the world is that the age of multilateralism is maybe giving way to what I would call minilateralism. And very interestingly, we have bilateral, trilateral, quadrilateral kind of agreements happening among countries, and they're very comfortable dealing with each country on specific terms. So there is very little conflict in, let's say, for India to buy oil from Russia, but also like maintain a fantastic relationship with the US, for example. So is this going to become the norm? Is this the way for countries to do business going forward?
Yeah, I think broadly speaking, obviously there's different dynamics and different geopolitical interactions between specific parties, but broadly speaking, we're seeing regionalization, bilateralism, we're seeing the age of the omni-juggling act, okay? So there's countries that are non-aligned or trying to be non-aligned that are managing this better than others, and they have a geopolitical foundation that allows them to do that. The UAE is a perfect example of this. One of the greatest assets that the UAE has, and it is genuinely an incredible country, is obviously the visionary leadership and all of that, right? But it is how agile and nimble it is in every situation. You know, we hosted a private event probably a year and a half ago, and we had the UAE Minister for Trade with us. And we were asking him this question of how do you position yourself at all times when it seems we're living through this age of accelerated crises, right? How do you manage to position yourself in a way that the UAE always seems to be a beneficiary? And it's the agility. It's the government thinking like a business and having the best interests of its people at heart. And those two things are tricky things to pull off. There's not many countries that can do it.
Right. So one final question before we close this panel. Mr. Balachandran, when you came to Dubai, you were a young man. You've done exceedingly well. So, you're a role model.
Not well enough. Long way
You're
to
still
go.
very young. Yeah. So my question is, if I'm someone sitting in India, I'm, let's say, 25-year-old, I'm looking at this whole, this huge India opportunity. India is a growing market, tremendous strength as a, let's say, back office of the world, and UAE as a springboard to the rest of the world. What would your advice be to these young entrepreneurs who want to leverage the India-UAE opportunity? How would you suggest that they play this opportunity? If you were to come here today, how would you approach this opportunity?
Good question. So I think the first thing that I would, and it would be preposterous for me to advise. I will, like I said, I have a long way to go. So, but what I would suggest is temper your expectation, but understand your aspiration. I think that is very key. Every initiative requires clarity of purpose. I think, so when you think that you are on your way to creating a unicorn, it is very important for you to understand that a unicorn cannot be a sustained success purely on valuation. It has to be bottom line driven. That is probably the lesson that is ingrained in most Indians. That feeling of rootedness, you can aim for the sky, but you know that you're actually on earth. I think that combination is unparalleled when it comes to impact. And the only place, or if I may say so, the best place to exercise that skill is the UAE.
Fantastic.
So the first step in their journey would be to probably incorporate in India, make the visit, understand what UAE is, treat UAE and India as a coalescence, as a combination, not as separate countries. That is probably the suggestion I would give.
Fantastic advice. So on that note, let me, thank all my panelists, and please join me in giving them a big round of applause for.
Chapter 2, Shri, I'll request you to please stay on. Can we please have the hampers for the guest, please? The hampers. Thank you. To the hampers. Shri, can I please have you back with our esteemed guests? We would like to hand over the hampers to them. Shri, can I please have you back with our guests? May we please give you the hampers, yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am Sakshi Singh Litoria. I'm here to take the show forward. As global supply chain maps get redrawn and diversification of trading partners becomes the new norm, one project is poised to bring into effect the vision of I2U2. That's India, Israel, UAE, and of course the US. That's together have the opportunity to disrupt for the better. That's right. The India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor is the new superhighway that's waiting to take off for more efficient logistics that will open up geographies, create economic value, and of course make this new spice route a formidable path to prosperity regionally and of course globally. A session on IMEC is up next. Take a look. All right, may I invite on stage Ramesh S. Ramakrishnan, Chairman, Transworld Group, Mukesh Aghi, President and Chief Executive Officer, USISPF on stage. And in fact, to moderate this panel, I request Aditya Rajkol, Senior Executive Editor, Strategic Affairs, TV9 Network, to join us here on stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning here in Dubai. It's so great to have you all here. This is just the beginning of the News9 Global Summit. And trust me, this is only the first year of the many that are coming for you. We have two very important guests here who have been pillars of the transformation between India-US and India-UAE in different ways. And when we speak about the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, that was a transformative step that happened immediately after the G20 summit in New Delhi at the Bharat Mandapam in 2023. There were many who compared it with China's BRI. There are others who spoke about the hurdles that will come in the way, and we are seeing it right now in the Middle East. In fact, IMEC is seen as a transformative connectivity and infrastructure initiative aimed at fostering global prosperity through digital integration, strategic cooperation across the continents. It may take time, but just like normalizations have been happening in the Middle East over the last few years, there would be perhaps a little more push that would be required to make IMEC a reality. And to know more, let me go straight across to Mukesh first, to understand how you had spoken, and I remember reading at least a couple of articles that you've written in the last 1.5 years on IMEC, welcoming it as the most significant geo-economic initiative aimed at revitalizing trade and commerce across Indo-Mediterranean region. Are you of the same opinion today?
Absolutely. Let me just give you why IMEC plays a very pivotal role between India, Middle East, Europe, and the United States. What we are seeing is a stress point taking place between US and China, and supply chains are getting interrupted there. In fact, if you look at last month's data, there were 34% less exports from China into the US. China, in order to maintain its employment rate, will keep on exporting those. So it's going to find different destinations, or I would say dumping of some of the stuff they're making at a lower cost. The second aspect is that when you have a tariff whiplash policies coming out of Washington, D.C., a lot of countries are saying that we need to find alternative resources for trading. So what we see is a trend where the traffic between China into the U.S. is reducing. We are seeing other countries forming their own regional trading efforts, and that's where IMEC plays a very pivotal role. When you look at the IMEC countries, the combined GDP of these countries is around $47 trillion. And what we are seeing is that as India exports go up, as India looks at the rest of the world, we will see a IMEC corridor being built in, I call, brick by brick itself. And when I say brick by itself, you will see an initiative between India and UAE, which is a trade of almost $100 billion, and expected to go up dramatically. You will see India's trade with Europe going up. India's trade with the US has already crossed $200 billion. The target is taken to $500 billion. So what we see is this corridor is going to play a pivotal role. And you have to understand, the growth of trade on this corridor next 10 years is expected to be around 30%. We expect the logistic cost to come down on this corridor by almost 40% itself. So we do see a tremendous opportunity for India, the rest of the countries to collaborate, cooperate, and drive a trade growth story among the nations itself.
Well, Mr. Ramakrishnan, taking a cue from what Mukesh said, you really brought in a transformative change in Transworld, if I could say, from a Mumbai-based company to a global company in many ways. How do you see the opportunity for the private sector, especially for the shipping sector, when we speak about IMEC? Do you think that there are still hurdles that need to be, brought under check? And how would IMEC in many ways bring this kind of a transformation completely when we speak about India and UAE ties as well?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I want to thank the TV9 for giving me an opportunity to be here and share my thoughts. Essentially, as you rightly mentioned, we've been a company which started as a small shipping agency in India. And thereafter, we grew our business in the space of shipping and logistics primarily concentrating between the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East largely. Over the years, we've seen that the trade and commerce has been growing with a lot of challenges. But I think as we speak now with the signing of the CPI agreements and the understandings that the two countries have extensively between India and the UAE, things are getting a lot better. And as we heard from the ambassador in the morning, starting off from the next month, we should have a trouble-free cargo. There's no question of any custom interceptions anywhere. Once it is checked and loaded onto a ship, it comes here seamlessly. Same thing happens from here when it comes and goes back. But going back to this question, if you go back to history, all these channels are essentially coming out of a necessity. Even in this case of IMEC that we are talking about, it's a great vision of India, supported by the US, the UAE, the Saudi, and Israel. I think everything is originating of a necessity. For example, today we have a geopolitical situation which virtually blocked the Suez Canal routes. We had a case when, in 2 years back, one of our ships got stranded in the Suez Canal, again disrupted the entire global trade. We have a chance, we do not know, but the insurance rates, especially for the Hormuz, is going up by 60 to 70% for every ship that is passing by. So we've got a lot of challenges which we do not plan for, and we do not know how it is going to evolve. And consequently, it's always a great idea to always have alternative paths of trading. In this case, this IMEC that's being talked about certainly is something which is a need and which will have to happen, albeit the fact that the current challenges that's happening in our neighborhood. But there are also issues where other countries, the Saudis, have their own ways of looking at things, the UAE and India wanting it to move fast. The other countries have to sort of speed up their investments and the ideas to go along. Ultimately, this is not just building bridges or ports or terminals. It's more about building relationships, building about friendship, building about understanding, building prosperity, creative employment. A lot of these things are involved, but I'm very certain that this is a need, but it may take maybe some time before it really get concretized and we start seeing the merits of this thought. It's a great idea from both the governments and the other countries who are involved in this.
Well, I'm glad that you touched upon the geopolitical instability, because sitting here in Dubai, and observing what's been happening between Iran and Israel, in fact, I should mention here that one of the first casualties or the first attacks that were faced in this was the Haifa port in Israel that is run by Adanis. And I should also mention that Mr. Ron Malka, the former ambassador of Israel to India, was also supposed to be here. He's the chairman of the Adani ports in Haifa, but unfortunately couldn't because the airspace is shut. Coming to Mukesh on this aspect of geopolitical instability, how do you see the attacks that have happened, on the Haifa port? And is this creation of a new Middle East perhaps the baseline to begin IMEC in many ways? Because how do you get rid of this regional conflict, be it between Israel or Hamas or other aspects? There are several regional aspects in this. Because there are continuous attacks that are happening, the supply chains could be impacted, and we saw an example of this during the Russia-Ukraine war as well.
Well, it'll take all day to answer that question because it's historical, the conflict. It's religious in some ways. It's economic. And, but I won't dwell too much into that. I think let's focus on the opportunity. What we are seeing is that you have a country like India. Median age is 29, and it generates roughly 1 million software engineers every year, almost 40,000 PhDs on an annual basis coming out, and they are becoming the workhorse, the engine on the growth sites for the rest of the world. India has roughly around 2,000 global capability centers, and roughly 60% are US-based. What's fascinating is these global capability centers are going way up the value chain. When you look at a company like Qualcomm, 50% of the IP is now being generated in India. You look at IBM on the quantum computing side, so the advanced research in quantum is happening in the city of Bangalore itself. So India is going to play a very pivotal role in economic growth story across IMEC. And just want to come back, it's not just about India and UAE or India, UAE or the US. We are seeing BRICS being built, Italians coming to India, working with India on a joint program itself. In fact, there's an IMEC summit taking place in Tricity in the month of July itself. We're working with US, Israel, India corridor itself from a startup scenario, from AI, from cybersecurity, from space itself. So I think India is going to play a very pivotal role because its population is highly educated, is young, is ambitious, and we're seeing Indian startups coming along all the way from not only just from India into UAE, we're seeing the space startups coming to the US market, defense startups coming into the US market. So the corridor will continue to grow. And one thing I like to address is corridor is not an infrastructure play here. Yes, there's infrastructure play, but more important is an economic play, it's a digital play, it's a play in the skills arena itself. So we see tremendous opportunity taking place between India and rest of the corridor as time goes by.
Well, indeed, it's a strategic intercontinental connectivity in many ways, unseen to the scale that we are really talking about. But Mr. Ramakrishnan, as an industry expert, I want to learn from you, what are the operational challenges in many ways, and also the infrastructure challenges, if I say so? Because, you know, from India to UAE to Saudi Arabia to Jordan, Israel, and finally Europe, there is rail connectivity that we are talking about. There is, of course, the seaways, the waterways, and air corridor as well. But are there, especially talking about your shipping segment, are there any operational and infrastructure problems that you face that you actually would want to suggest to multiple governments that are looking into this?
You know, thank you for that great question. You know, we have 7,500 kilometers of coastline in India. There are numerous things that we have done in the past many years. We've had, if you go back simply 30 years back, we had ports like Bombay, which was still running with the cranes that was installed 50 to 70 years before when the British government was ruling India. Inefficient, no throughput excellence, nothing at all. But what has happened in the past 30 years, after the arrival of P&O ports, they took over the Navasheva and started developing it. Thereafter, soon on the track, we found Mundra, Cochin, and Tuticorin, and you name it. Every port has been progressively been growing. And a huge amount of investment has come from DP World, which is the UAE's base port from here. Now, once these guys came in and started sharing the expertise, efficiencies started going up. And efficiencies started going up, the cost of the logistics came down to a reasonable extent from where it was some years back. We still need a long way to go forward. So as far as the shipping is concerned, historically, we had ships when it used to go to UK or Europe, it would start from Calcutta, go to Chennai, go down to Cochin, then to Bombay, and then start sailing to UK. Something shipped out of Calcutta will take you close to 100 days to get it into London. Today, you can do from any port in India, anywhere, in a span of 20 days, 21 days. So the efficiencies have gone up tremendously on the back of the port. So we have very good ports. We have exceedingly great efficiencies, and the ports operating in this part of the world, which is Dubai, and also with the Khalifa port in Abu Dhabi. They have some of the most exceptionally efficient ports. Incidentally, when US government had issues with their productivity and supply chain issues were happening, the government of US sent out 3 or 4 senators to this part of the world to understand what is it that they had to do to make their port more efficient. After 2 or 3 days of being here, they realized that these guys work 24 hours, 365 days, no stoppage, no holidays, nothing. As against that, the US government realized that they were only working 12 to 14 hours in a day, and they were building up more and more of challenges to themselves. When supply chain issues came in, one factor that is very important is that most of the corporate heads, most of the leading companies, at the chairman level, at the management level, supply chain was just not even a space for them to think of. Everybody thought if you bought something to the port, you put it into a container, it just reaches you, goes to the retail store. Now, after the disruptions that took place in the last COVID issue and even now, people are realizing the importance of timely deliveries, efficiently managing it. All this is helping the trade to grow. Now, as far as this side is concerned, the ports are efficient. Here they're talking about Etihad Rail, which is likely to come into play. There is a string of services between India and the UAE as far as shipping is concerned, but still a lot more needs to be done via Saudi and Israel and all these places. And we can't expect things to happen in a jiffy, because geopolitical challenges remain to be there for each of these countries that we're talking about. But I think we are confident it's a question of time. We will begin to see results flowing in. India, UAE, it's already flowing exceptionally well.
Well, I have one final question for Mr. Agi. You know, you observe things very closely from Washington, D.C. You chair the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. So I want to ask you, recently Prime Minister Modi had a conversation with Donald Trump. And ever since Mr. Trump came on January 20th, his focus has been on tariffs. And, of course, we'll debate that in the next panel discussion, tectonic tariffs. But what do you see is the priority from Washington, D.C. right now when it comes to India? Do you think a trade deal could be sealed pretty soon? And, of course, when it comes to IMEC, do you think the priority that IMEC had in the end of 2023 after G20 remains so even today?
Three-part questions. Let me just give you priority from Washington, D.C. This is President Trump's method of trying to basically take care of America. You have to understand, for the last 50 years, America has focused a lot on global, and internally, domestically, the population has been ignored. And so his agenda, or his basis agenda, is you need to take care of first America. And its trade deficit, especially with China, has been going up almost $500 billion a year. Rest of the world, almost $1 trillion a year. And that's causing a lot of economic shift, especially in job creation. So the focus has been on tariffs, leverage, negotiate with companies to bring back manufacturing back to the US, bring back jobs to the US. Not all manufacturing is going to come back. I think some advanced manufacturing is going to come back. But a lot of other manufacturing will find ways out of China into the rest of the world itself. And that's where I think India and US will play a very pivotal role in trying to partner together as a country. I'll give you an example. On chip manufacturing, US is focused on making chips which are 7 nanometers and below, whereas India is going to focus on manufacturing chips which are 15 nanometers and above. So we say that, Make in America and Atmanirbhar Bharat can partner together and work together from that perspective. The second part of the question, as far as US-India relationship goes, I think they're geopolitical, they're economic, they're based on trade, and they're based on people to people. We have roughly 5.5 million Indian Americans in the US and another million carrying H-1B visa. If you look at 5.5 million, they make 1.5% of the population, but they generate 6% of the GDP. So they are very influential economically, politically, and in a social aspect also. So they play a very, very strong role in basically supporting the candidates financially also. But India plays a pivotal role from a geopolitical perspective because our rising China, US sees as a threat, and India plays a partnership there with the US itself. The second aspect is manufacturing. What we have learned from the Russian war is that nation needs industrial base to sustain long-term war. US does not have that industrial base, And that's where India plays a pivotal role. In fact, if you look at a lot of defense manufacturing, if you look at the Javelin missiles or Stinger missiles, part of the components are being made in India. If you look at Swarovski helicopter, which the president flies, is made in India, especially the cabins itself. So there is a strong partnership taking place. That will continue between the two countries as time goes by. So Trump's agenda, as far as on the IMEC goes, he's the one who pushed very hard on IMEC. He is very clear about that IMEC is important way to counter China on the BRI side, but at the same time drive trade among these friendly countries, which is India, Middle East, European, and the United States itself. So I think in every aspect, either be in UAE, be in Europe, or with the US, India has a role to play, and that's going to be very important.
Well, here's hoping that India-Middle East Economic Corridor becomes reality very soon. Please join me to thank both our panelists, Mr. Mukesh Aghi and Mr. Ramakrishnan, for sharing these insights and pushing for a more robust economic corridor between India and UAE. Thank you very much.
Aditya, I'll request you to please honor our guests with the hampers that we have for them. Thank you so much. Let's move on. The world in some ways changed on Jan 20th, as has been already correctly highlighted by Aditya this year when US President Donald Trump took the Oval Office for a second time. What followed on April 2nd was a series of sweeping tariffs. These tariffs are now reshaping trade relations and, of course, the foreign policy and upending supply chains as we have known them. What's the best way to navigate these tectonic shifts that are causing a tsunami in the old world order? Who should give in? And how much is the questions that stares at world leaders? The answer is as much seeped in economics as it is in the politics. That's what our next panel is here to delve deeper on. So let's take a look. May I now invite on stage Mr. Suresh Vidyanathan, Board Director and Advisor, Dr. Lavish Bhandari, President, CSEP, Ajay Bindru, CEO and Managing Partner, Beverly Hills Polo Club, Jayan Das Gupta, former Indian Ambassador, WTO. And to moderate this session, I request Kartika Sharma, Deputy Managing Editor, News9, to join us here on stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Sakshi. I really don't need to explain the topic. The topic is how to navigate the tectonic tariffs. Now, the larger issue is that when someone as powerful as President Trump, announces policies on X and then says that he's taking back his policies on X, it can make exciting time for journalists, but I'm sure it's not an exciting time for the policymakers. And if you look at the average jump in the American tariff, it's 15.4% since 1938. So the question is, how do we navigate this new world order of tariffs? So, Mr. Dasgupta, I'll just start with you. Is it an opportunity? Is it a world of uncertainty? Or is it a world of uncertainty which will come with opportunity?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I must thank TV9 for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Coming to the question, you know, I'm reminded of what President Trump said recently. He said, I may do it, I may not do it, I don't know what I'll do. So therein lies the problem, the conundrum, because the kind of tariffs that he has imposed, it's not sustainable. And that the first example was his pulling back on China. Of course, the deal that has been struck with China in exchange for China's lifting the curbs on rare earth, magnets and minerals, the US version says that 55% tariffs would still be imposed on China. But the details have not come out at all. So it's not really known. The second aspect of this issue is it can be an opportunity for India, provided there is certainty about the tariffs remaining in place for the other countries.
But Mr. Dasgupta, you can certainly debate tariffs. You know, you can have a position on tariffs. But how do you navigate the moodiness built into the declaration on tariffs when it comes to Trump? This much and that much. The moodiness, the uncertainty.
The problem is that, you know, you are actually playing on a field where the goalposts are shifting continuously. And President Trump doesn't know what he will do next. So the only certainty is that if the other tariffs against the other countries, especially China and countries which produce competitively on you know, goods which may give an opportunity to India, then India will get an opportunity to increase its exports. But if those tariffs keep changing, and there is always a threat looming against India of you know, getting slapped with tariffs, especially higher tariffs, especially if there is no you know, conclusion to this bilateral trade agreement first tranche, and the 9th of July, you know, India gets slapped with 26% tariffs, or they stay on. And in October, by October, there is no deal. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there are a lot of ifs attached to this question.
Mr. Bhandari, what are the give and takes you think can happen between the United States of America and India? What are the sectors we are strong, and what are the sectors we may need to give in, because July is the date where we need to really come to terms with the new world order of tariffs?
Yeah. So I'll take a slightly different view, though I completely agree. It's going
so you're going to be the devil's advocate here?
Sorry?
Are you going to be the devil's advocate?
I will be the devil's advocate. Because I think we are dealing with a maverick, and Mr. Trump loves to play the maverick. And that's where he gets his power from. Here you have a lot of very smart and very shrewd and cunning leaders across the globe who have many levers of strength, China being obviously one major one. How do you deal with it? The best solution is to have a maverick on the other side. And I think he's playing that role to the perfect. Right. Now, I think we should not underplay the fact that there is a difference between form and what he does. So he plays this game that, you know, I'm going to go back, I don't know whether I'm going to go back or not, etc. But if you look at all of his actions, they've been fairly practical. So I would just place that on board till now.
Are you saying there is method to the madness?
There is a method to the madness. And actions and the effect, eventually the actions taken have been very practical. Negotiating with China was very practical. Extending the deadline was very practical. And of course, he goes in with like a gorilla initially, and then he plays the practical card. That's the right way of negotiating. I mean, we all know that. So I think I will grant him more than what we have.
But there is a broad issue, you know.
But let me go back to your point in this. Now, I completely agree that there is going to be a situation where the tariffs are going to keep on going up and down. We should also remember that barring the few months that Mr. Trump has been in Trump 2, the tariff rates in the United States for Indian and other global products was actually fairly low, right? So an FTA with the United States compared to that period doesn't really give us that much. What it does give is the openness of Indian markets to the United States. So the immediate impact of an FTA, of a potential US-India FTA, is going to be greater openness in India. Now, as an economist, I would say that would be phenomenal for India, because India had, in a sense, reversed its policies of the 2010s and was getting more and more protectionist. So this will essentially be an opportunity for India to reverse its protectionist stance, be more open, and which will obviously require it to be more flexible.
You know, before I go into the details of, you know, in this eroding cultural or eroding global order in which supply chains are frayed, is this a result of economic nationalism of Trump, or rise of nativist politics, or, as you said, you're the devil's advocate, the world was having good fun at the expense of America?
So yes, obviously, the world was having a great time at the expense of the United States. Almost all countries were. A large number of countries, yes, a large number of countries had large terms of trade advantages against the United States. China, of course, is heralded as an example. India, Europe, a lot of developing countries had trade surpluses with the United States. And what were we doing? I'll just take the example of India. Our automobile sector, highly protected. The United States could never export to India. Why? Not because of any other reason. We protected our automobile sector. Now, so this is also a pushback. It is much more than Trump, because even Mr. Biden was moving towards similar policies. So we should recognize that this is a larger force. Trump or no Trump, the United States will get far more one-on-one engagements. And the FTA is like that. You're moving away from a multilateral engagement to a one-on-one engagement because the multilateral was not working for the United States.
So, Mr. Bindru, are we looking at more India-UAE type of partnerships, more bilaterals, more one-to-one associations?
I will take it to a little different, side of the conversation. It is not just the tariffs. Let's see where world has moved in last 6 months to a year. We used to see disruption in startups. When a startup era came in and we saw the disruption, and you have to have something different where.
But they are good disruptions, they are bad disruptions.
No, good disruptions, okay? So what we are seeing in the last 1 year, I've been in international trade for over 30 years. I've been running the global businesses for a long time. I think what has happened in last 1 year is not just the tariff wars. It's the geopolitical war which is right now we are in, and then the tariff became a part of it. We have two countries, which $37 trillion economy is US, and then you have the China, which is $18 trillion. And then, India is coming up and others are coming up. So the war is between the large two economies, okay? And the shift is taking, because Mr. Trump said, we'll put 100% on China. So, what my colleague said, or panelist said, he's throwing something in the air and see what happens next, okay? So I think it's all about today how India is gonna progress with the US and what kind of deal we are going to come out with, and how India is going to take, obviously, the advantage over that, because China and US is not going to remain same what it used to be. and US is pushing more nationalistic agenda. I think that is happening now, made in US.
I just like to, I completely agree with you. I just want to one clarification I want to make. There is the Chinese bulldozer in manufacturing. There was only one way India thought it could handle it, given the fact that it was misusing the WTO provisions for sure, right? So we thought we will become more and more protectionist. But in the process, we also did not create opportunities for America. And so did other countries. But this pushback is actually natural.
So will India's manufacturing pick up now in this imbalance or the uncertainty that has been created?
Absolutely, because see, it is not just the US. We are seeing this whole nationalistic approach in every, sort of region in the world.
It's a protectionist, this protectionist approach.
Correct. Okay, so we call it a protectionist, but then we never knew that America is going to push the manufacturing back. So I have set up many years back a factory across in Mexico. That time, US was pushing the cost. And now it is no more cost because the Mexico, the NAFTA, which is the American Mexico and
See, the basic problem is that America itself is dismantling the rule-based order which it created for everyone to follow. Mr. Vaidyanathan, I would just like to contextualize this conversation in the perspective of India and UAE. I think it's a very good, pairing. It's a very good example. Solid trade. There is a strategic relationship. There's a leadership investment between both countries. It has grown over a period of time. There is great trust, both at strategic level, the business level, and the political level, which really matter the most. So in this context, do you think that the India-UAE business relationship is the way forward in today's troubled times of tariffs?
Yeah, to answer your first question, is it a crisis or an opportunity? I think it's an opportunity for those who are well prepared. Nobody expected this to happen, but I think UAE and India have been quite well prepared with the agreements, and there is a template in place which can convert this into a great opportunity for the future. And also kind of reminded of the situation when COVID was there. When the origins became more protective, people kind of stocked more than what is required, which resulted in a big disruption of supplies into the markets, which were depending on some of these origins. Plus, complicate that with the supply chain issues as well, right? So now the situation is different in the sense that there is a significant impact commercially on the landed cost of products at the markets, and also the need for the markets to look for other sources. So then you have the agreements like SEPA come into play, where I believe UAE has been much well prepared with the kind of framework that's already in place now with almost 27 countries, I believe.
Comprehensive economic partnership.
So and you can kind of imagine, I was just thinking of statistics. So UAE with a population of around 13-14 million, and India with about close to 1.4 billion. And UAE is still within the top 2 or 3 trading partners of India, which is quite a significant achievement, I think.
Okay. Mr. Dasgupta, we'll talk about the implication of this American unilateralism on the UAE's economy, but what happens to WTO now? Is it going to be like League of Nations 10 years from now?
I think the trends were very clear much before President Trump really came to power in his first stint, because the US had been moving away from the WTO in a sense. Of course, now at the current juncture, they have also stopped their contribution to the WTO pending a review. But in the Obama period, the US prevented new members from getting elevated to the appellate body. And by 2019, President Trump continued that during his first stint from 2016 to 20. So by 2019, December, the appellate body had been, it came to us complete, vacuum. There was no member left. And mind you, in the appellate body, there are 7 members, and 3 are required to hear an appeal. So the appellate body was finished off. The US since then has been saying that it will engage in reviving the appellate body and the WTO, subject to very deep-seated reforms. But it has not really, it is only paying lip service. It has not really shown its intent in earnest. So I think this is a period, this is a trough. Whether it will, come out of this trough and there will be another crest for multilateral trade, or it will go the same way as, let's say, to put it very bluntly, the UN.
Is multilateral the word or bilateral today?
Multilateralism is under threat.
I to you too.
The US current administration and the previous Democratic administration also, President Biden didn't do anything to revive the WTO, for that matter. And President Obama, for that, on that issue, he devoted his full attention to harvesting the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. So the US has been moving away from multilateral trade for quite some time, irrespective of whether a Democrat or a Republican was at the helm. So that is one thing. The US has pulled out of the WHO. UNICEF, I'm not very sure what is the current status, UNESCO. And, we all know that the UN itself has not really proved very effective. So multilateralism is under threat. Multilateral trade is under threat.
Okay, but Mr. Bindru, this is at the level of business, what should companies do? Earlier the word interdependence was very much celebrated. It was feted as a word, something to be emulated. Now it's all about doing everything at home. There is a paradigm shift in business that is happening, which is flowing from political ideologies. You can call it nativism or you can give it any other word. It's about being self-reliant. So is it changing the nature of trade globally? And how do companies cope with that? Because they have been brought up in a different value system. The value system is changing.
I was reminded of something which the DG WTO said. China's trade with the US has come down very sharply. Of course, it is going into the US through other countries. But the DG WTO mentioned that there is a very serious risk of decoupling of these 2 largest traders. And that will, divide the world into 2 groups, which will perhaps, start enclosing themselves into a cocoon and not having relations, which is bad for international trade and for the growth of the world.
Okay.
So that is a serious threat.
Very quickly, because I'll be winding up the show, Mr. Bindru, from the perspective of companies, operations.
For the perspective of operations, we are today, what you asked, earlier question before, we are today looking at the local trade, which the governments are pushing and enhancing the local production. For argument's sake, we are in the UAE today. In the last 10 years, we have now more than 6 or 7 industrial zones. I still remember when we used to see Kizad, which is an Abu Dhabi industrial zone. It used to be empty, and I've seen it from 4 or 5 companies, and today you don't have any space there. Today you don't have the space in Dubai industrial zone. Today, so UAE, we have been talking here all last 30 years, whatever we have been here, it's a great shipping hub, it's a great logistic hub. And today, it is becoming an industrial hub. Because you have now, with this whole thing going on, you have got a lot of investors coming from all over the world, from China, from Vietnam, from Indonesia, to set up the factories here because there's a convenience. You have the free trade agreements going on with, so let's say India, India and UAE trade is going to be hitting $100 billion. Okay? So it's a convenience. So they will come, invest here, and take an advantage of that. And that is, it's more going bilateral now, and obviously the national, rather having those regions around what we had earlier in many parts of the world.
So, Mr. Bhandari, the nature of the supply chains are going to change.
Yeah.
Completely.
Absolutely. So, three things. One, WTO gave us great benefits to the world. No two things about it. A lot of it was, I keep on maintaining, because the US took hits on many different directions for many years. Why it did that is another matter. Second, now with this whole movement towards bilateral and what I call trade clubs, there's going to be a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility. Volatility always means opportunity. We confuse the two things. But volatility always is opportunity, but the opportunities would be short term. So imagine a world where you're going to keep on having all kinds of churns happening year on year, and that's where not just companies, even governments will need to become far more agile. And there was conversation on how Dubai is very agile. I think that's something that the Indian government can learn from. So that's the second thing. The third part is how are the value chains going to differ? Well, we forget that the biggest loser has been China. It's got these massive capacities that now it has to find third countries to trade from. I think Mr. Xi has harmed China so much. I hope that he learns back and goes back and learns from Mr. Deng and reverses his policies. But having said that, Dubai is now a great place because of its agility, because of its geographic presence, because a lot of possibilities of trade now start to happen with India. And last, most important, but this can only work when both companies and governments become far more agile.
I really run short of time. I would have loved to entertain more questions, but I personally feel that American economy is trying to do what the Chinese have done 20 years ago, which is manufacturing. I don't know where the American economy will be taken under the current dispensation, because their economy wasn't a high-end technology. And that's where China seems to be going. And the political leadership is primarily more invested in the Rust Belt politics, which is hard mortar and brick politics. So that's all on navigating tariffs. And I think the bottom line is that the crisis will definitely create more opportunities. Thank you. Thank you. And please be on the stage.
Kartika, please stay on. We will have to honor our guests with the hampers that we have for them. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Next up, what does $100 billion mean for two rising economic giants? Well, it means trust for one, of course, in the ability of creating mutual value. It means ambition to grow, to capture new markets, and to deliver impact. And it means a stepping stone to greater heights as well. Let's unpack the economic crescendo that India and UAE are working towards achieving as part of the $100 billion vision. Take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Abdul Aziz Al Nuaimi, Assistant Under Secretary of UAE's Ministry of Economy.
Good afternoon. I didn't expect that intro. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he who has no past has no future. This is our late Sheikh Zayed, the founder of the country. He anchored every policy discussion in memory of where we began, and because only then we can steer wisely toward where we wish to go. So thank you, News9 Global Summit, for gathering us here in Dubai. Today we focus on a relationship that is both ancient and urgently modern, the bond between the UAE and India. I speak from direct experience. Under the leadership of the foreign trade sector, the ministry negotiated our first CEPA with India. That experience shapes the perspective that I bring today. That work gave us a front row seat to the power of this partnership and to the momentum that it can unleash. Because it is a history that is still breathes. Our history does not begin with CEPA. At one time, the Indian rupee circulated on our streets. It then evolved into the Gulf rupee, still pegged to its parent currency. Hospital ships from what was then Bombay, now Mumbai, anchored off Abu Dhabi to provide care when local medical services were scarce. Indian design touches graces Emir's Palace and Qasr al-Watan, reminders chiseled into stone that our cultures have long complemented each other. The link is commercial as well as cultural. Indian trading families, Lulu, RP, Barjeel, Shoba, among others, invested capital, built warehouses, opened clinics, and trained workforces. They helped transform a young federation into the diversified economy that you see today. We therefore view CEPA not as a break with the past, but as a renewal of it, a modern instrument that channels a historic current. And the result speaks itself. Non-oil trade between our nation surged 20% last year to 240 billion dirhams, around 67 billion US. The joint ambition is to lift that figure to $100 billion by 2030. And the trajectory says we will get there. We track the change in real time at the Ministry of Economy today. The UAE hosts 240,000 active Indian business licenses, a number growing roughly 20% every year. In the first quarter alone of this year, around 100,000 new applications crossed our digital counter. It is happening, it is real, and it is happening now. But what is the government role? What is our role here? It's to clear the runway. What's the task of the state in this story? Is to clear the obstacles. We widen runways. Our reforms already in the statute books, including the 100% ownership, the long-term golden visa residency for entrepreneurs and investors, the enhanced IP protection, the cluster strategy, the group high-tech companies, space tech, healthcare, advanced manufacturing. These framework decisions matter just as much as any headline deal. Yet the headlines help illustrate the scale. Mubadala invested in Tata Power, Reliance Retail, and Geo platform. ADIA, the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, backed IDFC First Bank and provided debt financing to GMR Group. Each transactions deepens the liquidity, transfers know-how, and one of the most important things is to boost confidence. Trust is that invisible infrastructure. Trade rides on infrastructure that you can touch, like ports, roads, fiber, but also an infrastructure that you cannot, which is trust. In 2022, the government of India designated the UAE as a reciprocating territory under Section 44A of its Civil Procedural Code. That single notification means a civil or commercial judgment handed down in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, DIFC, or ADGM can be enforced by an Indian court. Entrepreneurs gain clarity, lenders gain security, and commerce simply gains pace. But it is a wider network here. Building on the success of SEPA with India, and as our guest a few minutes ago were talking about Kizad, the UAE has finished more than 20 additional SEPAs with other countries and regional blocs. Taken together, these arrangements give firms operating from the UAE preferential access to markets that hold 2.5 billion people. So for an Indian entrepreneur, a warehouse in Jebel Ali or Ras Al Khaimah is not only a gateway to the Gulf, but is a springboard to Africa, Europe, and the Americas. And there is a proof of diversification here. The macro numbers just confirms it. So the UAE GDP reached 1.7 trillion in 2024, up 4% year on year. The non-oil sector now contribute more than 75% of that total. A share that was once thought unreachable. Diversification is not a slogan, it's a statistical fact. But we need to keep perspective in a turbulent world. None of us is naive about the external environment around us. The global economy strains under conflict, supply chain shocks, and volatile finance. Yet, amid uncertainty, the UAE-India partnership operates by three principles. The first one is collaboration over conflict. The second is partnership over isolation. And the third one is resilience over reaction. These principles are not aspirational, they are historical. They kept trade flowing when currencies changed and when oil is first flowed. They will see us through the next cycles as well. So what is the call to action here today? What must we do here at the summit? Meet, compare notes, solve frictions, and sign deals. Government can write enabling law for you, but only the private actors can turn pivotal potential into production. So every business, a card that exchanged today, every MOU signed today, every pilot project launched today, move the headline number another notch higher. So the future depends on what we do in the present. This is Mahatma Gandhi. So as a fitting reply to Sheikh Zayed's wisdom, if our shared past guides us, then our present action here, now, determines the future that we will share. So in closing, the road between India and the United Arab Emirates is ancient, but its asphalt is newly built and laid smooth, broad, and built for high-speed commerce. Let us just drive it together. May the conversation that you started in these halls mature into ventures. May the friendship that you forge becomes a partnership, and may the prosperity that you create benefit both nations for generations to come. I wish you all success. Thank you so much.
His Excellency, I'll request you to please stay on with us, and I would also like to invite TV9 Network's MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das, on stage to please felicitate our guest with the hamper. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a short break from a power-packed first half of the News9's Global Summit. I invite you all to join us for lunch. We will resume our session at 1:45 p.m. So I'll also request you all to make the most of this networking opportunity over a hearty meal, and please be sure to come back in time, as up next is a talk from the company man Vivek Oberoi. The session resumes at 1:45 p.m. Hoping to see you again after a short while.
By any chance?
Of course. The larger issue is that when someone as powerful as President Trump announces policies on X and then says that he's taking back his policies on X, it can make exciting time for journalists, but I'm sure it's not an exciting time for the policymakers. And if you look at the average jump in the American tariff, it's 15.4% since 1938. So the question is, how do we navigate this new world order of tariffs? So, Mr. Dasgupta, I'll just start with you. Is it an opportunity? Is it a world of uncertainty? Or is it a world of uncertainty which will come with opportunity?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I must thank TV9 for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Coming to the question, I'm reminded of what President Trump said recently. He said, I may do it, I may not do it, I don't know what I'll do. So therein lies the problem, the conundrum, because the kind of tariffs that he has imposed, it's not sustainable. And that the first example was his pulling back on China. Of course, the deal that has been struck with China in exchange for China's lifting the curbs on rare earth, magnets, and minerals, the US version says that 55% tariffs would still be imposed on China, but the details have not come out at all. So it's not really known. The second aspect of this issue is it can be an opportunity for India provided there is certainty about the tariffs remaining in place for the other countries.
But Mr. Dasgupta, you can certainly debate tariffs. You can have a position on tariffs. But how do you navigate the moodiness built into the declaration on tariffs when it comes to Trump? This much and that much. The moodiness, the uncertainty.
The problem is that, you are actually playing on a field where the goalposts are shifting continuously. And President Trump doesn't know what he will do next. So the only certainty is that if the other tariffs against the other countries, especially China and countries which produce competitively on goods which may give an opportunity to India, then India will get an opportunity to increase its exports. But if those tariffs keep changing, and there is always a threat looming against India of getting slapped with tariffs, especially higher tariffs, especially if there is no conclusion to this bilateral trade agreement first tranche, and the 9th of July, India gets slapped with 26% tariffs, or they stay on. And
now, the larger issue is that when someone as powerful as President Trump announces policies on X and then says that he's taking back his policies on X, it can make exciting time for journalists, but I'm sure it's not an exciting time for the policymakers. And if you look at the average jump in the American tariff, it's 15.4% since 1938. So the question is, how do we navigate this new world order of tariffs? So, Mr. Dasgupta, I'll just start with you. Is it an opportunity? Is it a world of uncertainty, or is it a world of uncertainty which will come with opportunity?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I must thank TV9 for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Coming to the question, I'm reminded of what President Trump said recently. He said, I may do it, I may not do it, I don't know what I'll do. So therein lies the problem, the conundrum, because the kind of tariffs that he has imposed, it's not sustainable. And that the first example was his pulling back on China. Of course, the deal that has been struck with China in exchange for China's lifting the curbs on rare earth, magnets, and minerals, the US version says that 55% tariffs would still be imposed on China, but the details have not come out at all. So it's not really known. The second aspect of this issue is it can be an opportunity for India, provided there is certainty about the tariffs remaining in place for the other countries.
But Mr. Dasgupta, you can certainly debate tariffs. You can have a position on tariffs. But how do you navigate the moodiness built into the declaration on tariffs when it comes to Trump? This much and that much. The moodiness, the uncertainty.
The problem is that you are actually playing on a field where the goalposts are shifting continuously. And President Trump doesn't know what he will do next. So the only certainty is that if the other tariffs against the other countries, especially China and countries which produce competitively on goods which may give an opportunity to India, then India will get an opportunity to increase its exports. But if those tariffs keep changing, and there is always a threat looming against India of getting slapped with tariffs, especially higher tariffs, especially if there is no conclusion to this bilateral trade agreement first tranche, and the 9th of July, India gets slapped with 26% tariffs, or they stay on. And by October, there is no deal. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there are a lot of ifs attached to this question.
Mr. Bhandari, what are the give and takes you think can happen between the United States of America and India? What are the sectors we are strong, and what are the sectors we may need to give in, because July is the date where we need to really come to terms with the new world order of tariffs?
Yeah. So I'll take a slightly different view, though I completely agree. It's going
So
to
you're going to be the devil's advocate here?
Sorry?
Are you going to be the devil's advocate?
I will be the devil's advocate. Because I think we are dealing with a maverick, and Mr. Trump loves to play the maverick. And that's where he gets his power from. Here you have a lot of very smart and very shrewd and cunning leaders across the globe who have many levers of strength, China being obviously one major one. How do you deal with it? The best solution is to have a maverick on the other side. And I think he's playing that role to the perfect. Right. Now, I think we should not underplay the fact that there is a difference between form and what he does. So he plays this game that, I'm going to go back, I don't know whether I'm going to go back or not, etc. But if you look at all of his actions, they've been fairly practical. So I would just place that on board till now.
Are you saying there is method to the madness?
There is a method to the madness. And actions and the effect, eventually the actions taken have been very practical. Negotiating with China was very practical. Extending the deadline was very practical. And of course, he goes in with like a gorilla initially, and then he plays the practical card. That's the right way of negotiating. I mean, we all know that. So I think I will grant him more than what we have.
But there is a broad issue,
But let me go back to your point in this. Now, I completely agree that there is going to be a situation where the tariffs are going to keep on going up and down. We should also remember that barring the few months that Mr. Trump has been in Trump 2, the tariff rates in the United States for Indian and other global products was actually fairly low, right? So an FTA with the United States compared to that period doesn't really give us that much. What it does give is the openness of Indian markets to the United States. So the immediate impact of an FTA, of a potential US-India FTA, is going to be greater openness in India. Now, as an economist, I would say that would be phenomenal for India, because India had, in a sense, reversed its policies of the 2010s and was getting more and more protectionist. So this will essentially be an opportunity for India to reverse its protectionist stance, be more open, and which will obviously require it to be more flexible.
Before I go into the details of, in this eroding multi-cultural or eroding global order in which supply chains are frayed, is this a result of economic nationalism of Trump, or rise of nativist politics, or, as you said, you're the devil's advocate, the world was having good fun at the expense of America?
So yes, obviously, the world was having a great time at the expense of the United States. Almost all countries were. A large number of countries, yes, a large number of countries had large terms of trade advantages against the United States. China, of course, is heralded as an example. India, Europe, a lot of developing countries had trade surpluses with the United States. And what were we doing? I'll just take the example of India. Our automobile sector, highly protected. The United States could never export to India. Why? Not because of any other reason. We protected our automobile sector. Now, so this is also a pushback. It is much more than Trump, because even Mr. Biden was moving towards similar policies. So we should recognize that this is a larger force. Trump or no Trump, the United States will get far more one-on-one engagements. And the FTA is like that. You're moving away from a multilateral engagement to a one-on-one engagement because the multilateral was not working for the United States.
So, Mr. Bindru, are we looking at more India-UAE type of partnerships, more bilaterals, more one-to-one associations?
I will take it to a little different, side of the conversation. It is not just the tariffs. Let's see where the world has moved in last 6 months to a year. We used to see disruption in startups. When a startup era came in and we saw the disruption and, I mean, you have to have something different where...
But there are good disruptions, there are bad disruptions.
No, good disruptions, okay? So what we are seeing in the last 1 year, I've been in international trade for over 30 years. I've been running the global businesses for, a long time. I think what has happened in the last 1 year is not just the tariff wars, it's the geopolitical war which is right now we are in, and then the tariff became a part of it. We have two countries, I mean, which $37 trillion economy is US, and then you have the China, which is $18 trillion. And then, India is coming up and others are coming up. So the war is between the large two economies, okay? And the shift is taking, because Mr. Trump said, we'll put 100% on China. So, what my colleague said, or panelist said, he's throwing something in the air and see what happens next, okay? So I think it's all about today how India is gonna progress with the US and what kind of deal we are gonna come out with, and how India is gonna take, obviously, the advantage over that, because China and US is not gonna remain same what it used to be, and US is pushing more nationalistic agenda. I think that is happening now, made in US.
I'd just like to, I completely agree with you. I just want to one clarification I want to make. There is the Chinese bulldozer in manufacturing. There was only one way India thought it could handle it, given the fact that it was misusing the WTO provisions for sure, right? So we thought we will become more and more protectionist. But in the process, we also did not create opportunities for America. And so did other countries. But this pushback is actually natural.
Will India's manufacturing pick up now in this imbalance or the uncertainty that has been created?
Absolutely, because, see, it is not just the US. We are seeing this whole nationalistic approach in every, sort of region in the world.
I would say protectionist, this protectionist approach.
Correct. Okay, so we call it a protectionist, but then we never knew that America is going to push the manufacturing back. So I have set up many years back a factory across in Mexico. That time, US was pushing the cost. And now it is no more cost because the NAFTA, which is the American Mexico and
The basic problem is that America itself is dismantling the rule-based order which it created for everyone to follow. Mr. Vaidyanathan, I would just like to contextualize this conversation in the perspective of India and UAE. I think it's a very good pairing. It's a very good example. Solid trade. There's a strategic relationship. There's a leadership investment between both countries. It has grown over a period of time. There is great trust, both at strategic level, the business level, and the political level, which really matter the most. So in this context, do you think that the India-UAE business relationship is the way forward in today's troubled times of tariffs?
Yeah, to answer your first question, is it a crisis or an opportunity? I think it's an opportunity for those who are well prepared. Nobody expected this to happen, but I think UAE and India have been quite well prepared with the agreements, and there is a template in place which can convert this into a great opportunity for the future. And also kind of reminded of the situation when COVID was there, when the origins became more protective. People kind of stocked more than what is required, which resulted in a big disruption of supplies into the markets, which were depending on some of these origins. Plus, complicate that with the supply chain issues as well, right? So now the situation is different in the sense that there is a significant impact commercially on the landed cost of products at the markets. And also the need for the markets to look for other sources. So then you have, the agreements like CEPA come into play, where I believe UAE has been much well prepared with the kind of framework that's already in place now with almost 27 countries, I believe.
Comprehensive economic partnership.
And you can kind of imagine, I was just thinking of statistics. So UAE with a population of around 13, 14 million, and India with about close to 1.4 billion. And UAE is still within the top 2 or 3 trading partners of India, which is quite a significant achievement, I think.
Okay. Mr. Dasgupta, we'll talk about the implication of this American unilateralism on the UAE's economy, but what happens to WTO now? Is it going to be like League of Nations 10 years from now?
I think the trends were very clear much before President Trump really came to power in his first stint, because the US had been moving away from the WTO in a sense. Of course, now at the current juncture, they have also stopped their contribution to the WTO pending a review. But in the Obama period, the US prevented new members from getting elevated to the appellate body. And by 2019, President Trump continued that during his first stint from 2016 to 20. So by 2019, December, the appellate body had been, it came to us complete, vacuum. There was no member left. And mind you, in the appellate body, there are 7 members, and 3 are required to hear an appeal. So the appellate body was finished off. The US since then has been saying that it will engage in reviving the appellate body and the WTO subject to very deep-seated reforms. But it has not really, it is only paying lip service. It has not really shown its intent in earnest. So I think this is a period, this is a trough. Whether it will, come out of this trough and there will be another crest for multilateral trade, or it will go the same way as, let's say, to put it very bluntly, the UN.
Is multilateral the word or bilateral today?
Multilateralism is under threat.
I to you too?
The US current administration and the previous Democratic administration also, President Biden didn't do anything to revive the WTO, for that matter. And President Obama, for that, on that issue, he devoted his full attention to harvesting the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. So the US has been moving away from multilateral trade for quite some time, irrespective of whether a Democrat or a Republican was at the helm. So that is one thing. The US has pulled out of the WHO. UNICEF, I'm not very sure what is the current status, UNESCO. And, we all know that the UN itself has not really proved very effective. So multilateralism is under threat. Multilateral trade is under threat.
Okay, but Mr. Bindru, at the level of business, what should companies do? Earlier the word interdependence was very much celebrated. It was featured as a word, something to be emulated. Now it's all about doing everything at home. There is a paradigm shift in business that is happening, which is flowing from political ideologies. You can call it nativism, or you can give it any other word. It's about being self-reliant. So is it changing the nature of trade globally? And how do companies cope with that? Because they have been brought up in a different value system. The value system is changing.
I was reminded of something which the DG WTO said. China's trade with the US has come down very sharply. Of course, it is going into the US through other countries. But the DG WTO mentioned that there is a very serious risk of decoupling of these 2 largest traders. And that will, divide the world into 2 groups, which will perhaps, start enclosing themselves into a cocoon and not having relations, which is bad for international trade and for the growth of the world.
Okay.
So that is a serious threat.
Very quickly, because I'll be winding up the show, Mr. Bindru, from the perspective of companies, operations.
For the perspective of operations, we are today, what you asked, earlier question before, we are today looking at the local trade, which the governments are pushing and enhancing the local production. For argument's sake, we are in the UAE today. In last 10 years, we have now more than 6 or 7 industrial zones. I still remember when we used to see Kizad, which is an Abu Dhabi industrial zone. It used to be empty, and I've seen it from 4 or 5 companies, and today you don't have any space there. Today you don't have the space in Dubai industrial zone. Today, so UAE, we have been talking here all last 30 years, whatever we have been here, oh, it's a great shipping hub, it's a great logistic hub. And today it is becoming an industrial hub, because you have now, with this whole thing going on, you have got a lot of investors coming from all over the world, from China, from Vietnam, from Indonesia, to set up the factories here, because there's a convenience. You have the free trade agreements going on with, so let's say India, India and UAE trade is going to be hitting $100 billion. Okay? So it's a convenience. So they will come, invest here, and take an advantage of that. And it's more going bilateral now, and obviously the national, rather having those regions around what we had earlier in many parts of the world.
So, Mr. Bhandari, the nature of the supply chains are going to change.
Yeah.
Completely.
Absolutely. So, 3 things. One, WTO gave us great benefits to the world. No 2 things about it. A lot of it was, I keep on maintaining, because the US took hits on many different directions for many years. Why it did that is another matter. Second, now with this whole movement towards bilateral and what I call trade clubs, there's going to be a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility. Volatility always means opportunity. We confuse the 2 things. But volatility always is opportunity, but the opportunities would be short term. So imagine a world where you're going to keep on having all kinds of churns happening year on year, and that's where not just companies, even governments will need to become far more agile. And there was conversation on how Dubai is very agile. I think that's something that the Indian government can learn from. So that's the second thing. The third part is, how are the value chains going to differ? Well, we forget that the biggest loser has been China. It's got these massive capacities that now it has to find third countries to trade from. I think Mr. Xi has harmed China so much. I hope that he learns back and goes back and learns from Mr. Deng and reverses his policies. But having said that, Dubai is now a great place because of its agility, because of its geographic presence, because a lot of possibilities of trade now start to happen with India. And last, most important, but this can only work when both companies and governments become far more agile.
I really run short of time. I would have loved to entertain more questions, but I personally feel that, American economy is trying to do what the Chinese have done 20 years ago, which is manufacturing. I don't know where the American economy will be taken under the current dispensation, because their economy was in a high-end technology. And that's where China seems to be going. And the political leadership is primarily more invested in the Rust Belt politics, which is hard mortar and brick politics. So that's all on navigating tariffs. And I think the bottom line is that the crisis will definitely create more opportunities. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the larger issue is that when someone as powerful as President Trump announces policies on X and then says that he's taking back his policies on X, it can make exciting time for journalists, but I'm sure it's not an exciting time for the policymakers. And if you look at the average jump in the American tariff, it's 15.4% since 1938. So the question is, how do we navigate this new world order of tariffs? So, Mr. Dasgupta, I'll just start with you. Is it an opportunity? Is it a world of uncertainty? Or is it a world of uncertainty which will come with opportunity?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I must thank TV9 for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Coming to the question, I'm reminded of what President Trump said recently. He said, I may do it, I may not do it, I don't know what I'll do. So therein lies the problem, the conundrum, because the kind of tariffs that he has imposed, it's not sustainable. And that the first example was his pulling back on China. Of course, the deal that has been struck with China in exchange for China's lifting the curbs on rare earth, magnets, and minerals, the US version says that 55% tariffs would still be imposed on China, but the details have not come out at all. So it's not really known. The second aspect of this issue is it can be an opportunity for India, provided there is certainty about the tariffs remaining in place for the other countries.
But Mr. Dasgupta, you can certainly debate tariffs. You can have a position on tariffs. But how do you navigate the moodiness built into the declaration on tariffs when it comes to Trump? This much and that much. The moodiness, the uncertainty.
The problem is that, you are actually playing on a field where the goalposts are shifting continuously. And President Trump doesn't know what he will do next. So the only certainty is that if the other tariffs against the other countries, especially China and countries which produce competitively on goods which may give an opportunity to India, then India will get an opportunity to increase its exports. But if those tariffs keep changing, and there is always a threat looming against India of getting slapped with tariffs, especially higher tariffs, especially if there is no conclusion to this bilateral trade agreement first tranche, and the 9th of July, India gets slapped with 26% tariffs, or they stay on. And in October, by October, there is no deal. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there are a lot of ifs attached to this question.
Mr. Bhandari, what are the give and takes you think can happen between the United States of America and India? What are the sectors we are strong, and what are the sectors we may need to give in, because July is the date where we need to really come to terms with the new world order of tariffs?
Yeah. So I'll take a slightly different view, though I completely agree. It's going.
So you are going to be the devil's advocate here?
Sorry?
Are you going to be the devil's advocate?
I will be the devil's advocate. Because I think we are dealing with a maverick, and Mr. Trump loves to play the maverick. And that's where he gets his power from. Here you have a lot of very smart and very shrewd and cunning leaders across the globe who have many levers of strength, China being obviously one major one. How do you deal with it? The best solution is to have a maverick on the other side. And I think he's playing that role to the perfect. Right. Now, I think we should not underplay the fact that there is a difference between form and what he does. So he plays this game that, I'm going to go back, I don't know whether I'm going to go back or not, etc. But if you look at all of his actions, they've been fairly practical. So I would just place that on board till now.
Are you saying there is method to the madness?
There is a method to the madness. And actions and the effect, eventually the actions taken have been very practical. Negotiating with China was very practical. Extending the deadline was very practical. And of course, he goes in with like a gorilla initially, and then he plays the practical card. That's the right way of negotiating. I mean, we all know that. So I think I will grant him more than what we have.
But there is a broad issue,
But let me go back to your point in this. Now, I completely agree that there is going to be a situation where the tariffs are going to keep on going up and down. We should also remember that barring the few months that Mr. Trump has been in Trump 2, the tariff rates in the United States for Indian and other global products was actually fairly low, right? So an FTA with the United States compared to that period doesn't really give us that much. What it does give is the openness of Indian markets to the United States. So the immediate impact of an FTA, of a potential US-India FTA, is going to be greater openness in India. Now, as an economist, I would say that would be phenomenal for India, because India had, in a sense, reversed its policies of the 2010s and was getting more and more protectionist. So this will essentially be an opportunity for India to reverse its protectionist stance, be more open, and which will obviously require it to be more flexible.
You know, before I go into the details of, in this eroding cultural or eroding global order in which supply chains are frayed, is this a result of economic nationalism of Trump, or rise of nativist politics, or, as you said, you're the devil's advocate, the world was having good fun at the expense of America?
So yes, obviously, the world was having a great time at the expense of the United States. Almost all countries were. A large
many
number
would
of
disagree.
countries, yes, a large number of countries had large terms of trade advantages against the United States. China, of course, is heralded as an example. India, Europe, a lot of developing countries had trade surpluses with the United States. And what were we doing? I'll just take the example of India. Our automobile sector, highly protected. The United States could never export to India. Why? Not because of any other reason. We protected our automobile sector. Now, so this is also a pushback. It is much more than Trump, because even Mr. Biden was moving towards similar policies. So we should recognize that this is a larger force. Trump or no Trump, the United States will get far more one-on-one engagements. And the FTA is like that. You're moving away from a multilateral engagement to a one-on-one engagement because the multilateral was not working for the United States.
So, Mr. Bindru, are we looking at more India-UAE type of partnerships, more bilaterals, more one-to-one associations?
I will take it to a little different, side of the conversation. It is not just the tariffs. Let's see where world has moved in last 6 months to a year. We used to see disruption in startups. When a startup era came in and we saw the disruption, and you have to have something different where.
But they are good disruptions, they are bad disruptions.
No, good disruptions, okay? So what we are seeing in last 1 year, I've been in international trade for over 30 years. I've been running the global businesses for a long time. I think what has happened in last 1 year is not just the tariff wars. It's the geopolitical war which is right now we are in, and then the tariff became a part of it. We have two countries, which $37 trillion economy is US, and then you have the China, which is $18 trillion. And then, India is coming up and others are coming up. So the war is between the large two economies, okay? And the shift is taking, because Mr. Trump said, we'll put 100% on China. So, what my colleague said, or panelist said, he's throwing something in the air and see what happens next, okay? So I think it's all about today how India is gonna progress with the US and what kind of deal we are going to come out with, and how India is going to take, obviously, the advantage over that, because China and US is not going to remain same what it used to be, and US is pushing more nationalistic agenda. I think that is happening now, made in US.
I'd just like to, I completely agree with you. I just want to one clarification I want to make. There is the Chinese bulldozer in manufacturing. There was only one way India thought it could handle it, given the fact that it was misusing the WTO provisions for sure, right? So we thought we will become more and more protectionist. But in the process, we also did not create opportunities for America. And so did other countries. But this pushback is actually natural.
Will India's manufacturing pick up now in this imbalance or the uncertainty that has been created?
Absolutely, because, see, it is not just the US. We are seeing this whole nationalistic approach in every sort of vision in the world.
I would say protectionist, this
Yes,
protectionist approach.
Correct. Okay, so we call it a protectionist, but then we never knew that America is going to push the manufacturing back. So I have set up many years back a factory across in Mexico. That time, US was pushing the cost. And now it is no more cost because the NAFTA, which is the American Mexico and
The basic problem is that America itself is dismantling the rule-based order which it created for everyone to follow. Mr. Vaidyanathan, I would just like to contextualize this conversation in the perspective of India and UAE. I think it's a very good pairing. It's a very good example. Solid trade. There's a strategic relationship. There's a leadership investment between both countries. It has grown over a period of time. There is great trust, both at strategic level, the business level, and the political level, which really matter the most. So in this context, do you think that the India-UAE business relationship is the way forward in today's troubled times of tariffs?
Yeah, to answer your first question, is it a crisis or an opportunity? I think it's an opportunity for those who are well prepared. I mean, nobody expected this to happen, but I think UAE and India have been quite well prepared with the agreements, and there is a template in place which can convert this into a great opportunity for the future. And also kind of reminded of the situation when COVID was there. When the origins became more protective, people kind of stocked more than what is required, which resulted in a big disruption of supplies into the markets, which were depending on some of these origins. Plus, complicate that with the supply chain issues as well, right? So now the situation is different in the sense that there is a significant impact commercially on the landed cost of products at the markets, and also the need for the markets to look for other sources. So then you have the agreements like SEPA come into play, where I believe UAE has been much well prepared with the kind of framework that's already in place now with almost 27 countries, I believe.
Comprehensive economic partnership.
So and you can kind of imagine, I was just thinking of statistics. So UAE with a population of around 13-14 million, and India with about close to 1.4 billion. And UAE is still within the top 2 or 3 trading partners of India, which is quite a significant achievement, I think.
Okay. Mr. Dasgupta, we'll talk about the implication of this American unilateralism on the UAE's economy, but what happens to WTO now? Is it going to be like League of Nations 10 years from now?
I think the trends were very clear much before President Trump really came to power in his first stint, because the US had been moving away from the WTO in a sense. Of course, now at the current juncture, they have also stopped their contribution to the WTO pending a review. But in the Obama period, the US prevented new members from getting elevated to the appellate body. And by 2019, President Trump continued that during his first stint from 2016 to 20. So by 2019, December, the appellate body had been, it came to us complete, vacuum. There was no member left. And mind you, in the appellate body, there are 7 members, and 3 are required to hear an appeal. So the appellate body was finished off. The US since then has been saying that it will engage in reviving the appellate body and the WTO, subject to very deep-seated reforms. But it has not really, it is only paying lip service. It has not really shown its intent in earnest. So I think this is a period, this is a trough. Whether it will, come out of this trough and there will be another crest for multilateral trade, or it will go the same way as let's say, to put it very
Is it
bluntly,
multilateral?
the UN.
Is multilateral the word or bilateral today?
Multilateralism is under threat.
I to you too.
The US current administration and the previous Democratic administration also, President Biden didn't do anything to revive the WTO, for that matter. And President Obama, for that, on that issue, he devoted his full attention to harvesting the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. So the US has been moving away from multilateral trade for quite some time, irrespective of whether a Democrat or a Republican was at the helm. So that is one thing. The US has pulled out of the WHO. UNICEF, I'm not very sure what is the current status, UNESCO. And, we all know that the UN itself has not really proved very effective. So multilateralism is under threat. Multilateral trade is under threat.
Okay, but Mr. Bindru, this is at the level of business, what should companies do? Earlier the word interdependence was very much celebrated. It was featured as a word, something to be emulated. Now it's all about doing everything at home. There is a paradigm shift in business that is happening, which is flowing from political ideologies. You can call it nativism or you can give it any other word. It's about being self-reliant. So is it changing the nature of trade globally? And how do companies cope with that? Because they have been brought up in a different value system. The value system is changing.
I was reminded of something which the DG WTO said. China's trade with the US has come down very sharply. Of course, it is going into the US through other countries. But the DG WTO mentioned that there is a very serious risk of decoupling of these two largest traders. And that will, divide the world into two groups, which will perhaps, start enclosing themselves into a cocoon and not having relations, which is bad for international trade and for the growth of the world.
Okay.
So that is a serious threat.
Very quickly, because I'll be winding up the show, Mr. Bindru, from the perspective of companies, operations.
For the perspective of operations, we are today, what you asked, earlier question before, we are today looking at the local trade, which the governments are pushing and enhancing the local production. For argument's sake, we are in the UAE today. In the last 10 years, we have now more than 6 or 7 industrial zones. I still remember when we used to see Kizad, which is an Abu Dhabi industrial zone. It used to be empty, and I've seen it from 4 or 5 companies, and today you don't have any space there. Today you don't have the space in Dubai industrial zone. Today, so UAE, we have been talking here all last 30 years, whatever we have been here, it's a great shipping hub, it's a great logistic hub. And today, it is becoming an industrial hub. Because you have now, with this whole thing going on, you have got a lot of investors coming from all over the world, from China, from Vietnam, from Indonesia, to set up the factories here because there's an convenience. You have the free trade agreements going on with, so let's say India, India and UAE trade is going to be hitting $100 billion. Okay? So it's a convenience. So they will come, invest here, and take an advantage of that. And it's more going bilateral now, and obviously the national, rather having those regions around what we had earlier in many parts of the world.
So Mr. Bhandari, the nature of the supply chains are going to change.
Yeah.
Completely.
Absolutely. So 3 things. One, WTO gave us great benefits to the world. No 2 things about it. A lot of it was, I keep on maintaining, because the US took hits on many different directions for many years. Why it did that is another matter. Second, now with this whole movement towards bilateral and what I call trade clubs, there's going to be a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility. Volatility always means opportunity. We confuse the 2 things. But volatility always is opportunity, but the opportunities would be short term. So imagine a world where you're going to keep on having all kinds of churns happening year on year. And that's where not just companies, even governments will need to become far more agile And I mean, there was conversation on how Dubai is very agile. I think that's something that the Indian government can learn from. So that is the second thing. The third part is how are the value chains going to differ? Well, we forget that the biggest loser has been China. It's got this massive capacities that now it has to find third countries to trade from. I think Mr. Xi has harmed China so much. I hope that he learns back and goes back and learns from Mr. Deng and reverses his policies. But having said that, Dubai is now a great place because of its agility, because of its geographic presence, because a lot of possibilities of trade now start to happen with India. And last, most important, but this can only work when both companies and governments become far more agile.
I really run short of time. I would have loved to entertain more questions, but I personally feel that, American economy is trying to do what the Chinese have done 20 years ago, which is manufacturing. I don't know where the American economy will be taken under the current dispensation because their economy was in a high-end technology. And that's where China seems to be going. And the political leadership is primarily more invested in the Rust Belt politics, which is hard motor and brick politics. So that's all on navigating tariffs. And I think the bottom line is that the crisis will definitely create more opportunities. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the larger issue is that when someone as powerful as President Trump announces policies on X and then says that he's taking back his policies on X, it can make exciting time for journalists, but I'm sure it's not an exciting time for the policymakers. And if you look at the average jump in the American tariff, it's 15.4% since 1938. So the question is, how do we navigate this new world order of tariffs? So, Mr. Dasgupta, I'll just start with you. Is it an opportunity? Is it a world of uncertainty? Or is it a world of uncertainty which will come with opportunity?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I must thank TV9 for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Coming to the question, I'm reminded of what President Trump said recently. He said, I may do it, I may not do it, I don't know what I'll do. So therein lies the problem, the conundrum, because the kind of tariffs that he has imposed, it's not sustainable. And that the first example was his pulling back on China. Of course, the deal that has been struck with China in exchange for China's lifting the curbs on rare earth, magnets, and minerals, the US version says that 55% tariffs would still be imposed on China. But the details have not come out at all. So it's not really known. The second aspect of this issue is it can be an opportunity for India, provided there is certainty about the tariffs remaining in place for the other countries.
But Mr. Dasgupta, you can certainly debate tariffs. You can have a position on tariffs. But how do you navigate the moodiness built into the declaration on tariffs when it comes to Trump? This much and that much. The moodiness, the uncertainty.
The problem is that, you are actually playing on a field where the goalposts are shifting continuously. And President Trump doesn't know what he will do next. So the only certainty is that if the other tariffs against the other countries, especially China and countries which produce competitively on goods which may give an opportunity to India, then India will get an opportunity to increase its exports. But if those tariffs keep changing, and there is always a threat looming against India of getting slapped with tariffs, especially higher tariffs, especially if there is no conclusion to this bilateral trade agreement first tranche, and the 9th of July, India gets slapped with 26% tariffs or they stay on. And in October, by October, there is no deal. So there is a lot of uncertainty and there are a lot of ifs attached to this question.
Mr. Bhandari, what are the give and takes you think can happen between the United States of America and India? What are the sectors we are strong and what are the sectors we may need to give in because July is the date where we need to really come to terms with the new world order of tariffs?
Yeah. So I'll take a slightly different view, though I completely agree. It's going
so you're going to be the devil's advocate here?
Sorry?
Are you going to be the devil's advocate?
I will be the devil's advocate. Because I think we are dealing with a maverick and Mr. Trump loves to play the maverick. And that's where he gets his power from. Here you have a lot of very smart and very shrewd and cunning leaders across the globe who have many levers of strength. China being obviously one major one. How do you deal with it? The best solution is to have a maverick on the other side. And I think he's playing that role to the perfect. Right. Now, I think we should not underplay the fact that there is a difference between form and what he does. So he plays this game that, I'm going to go back, I don't know whether I'm going to go back or not, etc. But if you look at all of his actions, they've been fairly practical. So I would just place that on board till now.
Are you saying there is method to the madness?
There is a method to the madness. And actions and the effect, eventually the actions taken have been very practical. Negotiating with China was very practical. Extending the deadline was very practical. And of course, he goes in with like a gorilla initially, and then he plays the practical card. That's the right way of negotiating. I mean, we all know that. So I think I will grant him more than what we have.
But there is a broad issue,
But let me go back to your point in this. Now, I completely agree that there is going to be a situation where the tariffs are going to keep on going up and down. We should also remember that barring the few months that Mr. Trump has been in Trump 2, the tariff rates in the United States for Indian and other global products was actually fairly low, right? So an FTA with the United States compared to that period doesn't really give us that much. What it does give is the openness of Indian markets to the United States. So then immediate impact of an FTA, of a potential US-India FTA, is going to be greater openness in India. Now, as an economist, I would say that would be phenomenal for India, because India had, in a sense, reversed its policies of the 2010s and was getting more and more protectionist. So this will essentially be an opportunity for India to reverse its protectionist stance, be more open, and which will obviously require it to be more flexible.
Before I go into the details of, in this eroding multi-cultural or eroding global order in which supply chains are frayed, is this a result of economic nationalism of Trump or rise of nativist politics? Or, as you said, you're the devil's advocate, the world was having good fun at the expense of America?
So yes, obviously, the world was having a great time at the expense of the United States. Almost all countries were. A large number of countries, yes, a large number of countries had large terms of trade advantages against the United States. China, of course, is heralded as an example. India, Europe, a lot of developing countries had trade surpluses with the United States. And what were we doing? I'll just take the example of India. Our automobile sector, highly protected. The United States could never export to India. Why? Not because of any other reason. We protected our automobile sector. Now, so this is also a pushback. It is much more than Trump, because even Mr. Biden was moving towards similar policies. So we should recognize that this is a larger force. Trump or no Trump, the United States will get far more one-on-one engagements. And the FTA is like that. You're moving away from a multilateral engagement to a one-on-one engagement because the multilateral was not working for the United States.
So, Mr. Bindru, are we looking at more India-UAE type of partnerships, more bilaterals, more one-to-one associations?
I will take it to a little different, side of the conversation. It is not just the tariffs. Let's see where world has moved in last 6 months to a year, we used to see disruption in startups. You know, when a startup era came in and we saw the disruption and, you have to have something different where...
But there are good disruptions, there are bad disruptions.
No, good disruptions, okay? So what we are seeing in the last 1 year, I've been in international trade for over 30 years. I've been running the global businesses for, a long time. I think what has happened in the last 1 year is not just the tariff wars. It's the geopolitical war which is right now we are in, and then the tariff became a part of it. We have two countries, which $37 trillion economy is US, and then you have the China, which is $18 trillion. And then, India is coming up and others are coming up. So the war is between the large two economies, okay? And the shift is taking, because Mr. Trump said, we'll put 100% on China. So, what my colleague said, or panelist said, he's throwing something in the air and see what happens next, okay? So I think it's all about today how India is going to progress with the US and what kind of deal we are going to come out with, and how India is going to take, obviously, the advantage over that, because China and US is not going to remain same what it used to be, and US is pushing more nationalistic agenda. I think that is happening now, made in US.
I'd just like to, I completely agree with you. I just want to one clarification I want to make. There is the Chinese bulldozer in manufacturing. There was only one way India thought it could handle it, given the fact that it was misusing the WTO provisions for sure, right? So we thought we will become more and more protectionist. But in the process, we also did not create opportunities for America. And so did other countries. But this pushback is actually natural.
Will India's manufacturing pick up now in this imbalance or the uncertainty that has been created?
Absolutely, because, see, it is not just the US. We are seeing this whole nationalistic approach in every, sort of vision in the world.
I would say protectionist, this protectionist approach.
Correct. Okay, so we call it a protectionist, but then we never knew that America is going to push the manufacturing back. So I have set up many years back a factory across in Mexico. That time, US was pushing the cost. And now it is no more cost because the Mexico, the NAFTA, which is the American Mexico and
See, the basic problem is that America itself is dismantling the rule-based order which it created for everyone to follow. Mr. Vaidyanathan, I would just like to contextualize this conversation in the perspective of India and UAE. I think it's a very good, pairing. It's a very good example. Solid trade. There's a strategic relationship. There's a leadership investment between both countries. It has grown over a period of time. There is great trust, both at strategic level, the business level, and the political level, which really matter the most. So in this context, do you think that the India-UAE business relationship is the way forward in today's troubled times of tariffs?
Yeah, to answer your first question, is it a crisis or an opportunity? I think it's an opportunity for those who are well prepared. Nobody expected this to happen, but I think UAE and India have been quite well prepared with the agreements, and there is a template in place which can convert this into a great opportunity for the future. And also kind of reminded of the situation when COVID was there, when the origins became more protective. People kind of stocked more than what is required, which resulted in a big disruption of supplies into the markets, which were depending on some of these origins. Plus, complicate that with the supply chain issues as well, right? So now the situation is different in the sense that there is a significant impact commercially on the landed cost of products at the markets, and also the need for the markets to look for other sources. So then you have, the agreements like SEPA come into play, where I believe
All right, so I hope we all have re-energized ourselves. So welcome back. Our next session is sure to enthrall you, as his anecdotes from his lived experiences will show you how destiny is not always written. Sometimes you've got to script your own story. From silver screen to startup boardrooms, this man's second act is just as dramatic as his movies. I present to you the actor, the investor, or what they say, actorpreneur. Take a look.
हमेशा के लिए बदलने वाला
How the games begin.
From his very first film, the renowned actor captivated critics and audiences, garnering numerous awards and achieving unparalleled commercial success. He stands as one of the few actors to have achieved phenomenal success across all genres and regions within Indian cinema, spanning 7 languages. While the world has seen him as a prolific actor, there is another side to him that only a few know. As the chief patron for the Cancer Patients Aid Association, he has supported over 250,000 underprivileged children fight cancer over the last 2 decades. Through Project Devi, he has rescued over 14,000 girls from child labor and abuse, serves as a goodwill ambassador for the World Health Organization and many other global initiatives, fostering peace and harmony among youth. He has been instrumental in the 2004 post-tsunami relief efforts, rebuilding 3 villages and donating more than 650 family homes, a school and a primary healthcare center for affected villagers. His commitment to social causes extends to empowering tribal children and women in more than 100,000 villages in India with education, telemedicine and organic farming through Ekal Vidyalaya. Beyond the 64 wards across business, philanthropy and cinema, he was the first and only Indian actor to be recognized on the Forbes 40 Under 40 Philanthropic Heroes list. An inspiration to many, his unwavering commitment to philanthropy has led to the conferral of an honorary doctorate, recognizing his extraordinary contributions to society. Dr. Vivek Anand Oberoi is a serial entrepreneur of Oberoi Family Office. His expertise from fundraising to strategic partnerships has driven exponential growth for numerous companies, guiding many to successful IPOs. Presenting the actorpreneur and philanthropist, Dr. Vivek Anand Oberoi.
Dr. Vivek Anand Oberoi, ladies and gentlemen, please come on stage and present your second act.
Where would you like me to speak from? Across the whole stage? Lovely. Very good afternoon to all of you. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Barun Das for having me here at this exceptional conference, the News9 Global Summit UAE edition by the TV9 network. I mean, it's a place where everyone wants to be because ideas are exchanged, interesting people connect, and I think it's a world of connections. Discovery happens through these kind of networks that bring good people together. Today, I think for me, the primary reason I'm here is to talk about the second act. Second act is an interesting phrase. We refer to it as something as simple as the second innings, the second act, or something as dramatic as the phoenix rising again. You know, it's all in the head in terms of the emotional context. It's generally something that you look at in terms of a post-failure scenario, when you've had success, and then you've had failure, and then you try to build towards that success again. I think that's a very myopic view, because I don't believe that failure needs to spur a second act. In a world of disruption, as we see technologies disrupting the way we live today, the second act can be an evolution. And I think just like nature has evolution over an elongated period of time, right? We were technically all apes, and now we're human beings sitting here and having a fine discourse. I think evolution in an individual's life needs to be measured with that same pace, sans the drama of what a second act should be. I mean, our friends in the news networks like drama because it does create a good story. Oh my God, look at his journey. This is where he was, and this is what he achieved. But the chiseling of that evolution, that chiseling of that redefining of your own story, is a lot more quiet. It's a lot more inward. It's a lot more spiritual than material. And I think that's where it begins from, because the essence of who you are is what defines who you want to be. Where you are is not the end of the journey, it's not the destination. You have the power of choice to define your own journey and take it into that direction. But most often, we're lost in the noise. The noise that tells us where we are, the noise that tells us where we should be, doesn't allow us to listen to our own quiet inner voice. Funnily enough, my name, Vivek, is actually defined as the inner voice, the voice that guides you, your inner compass. And I've been in a situation where in the noise, in the spotlight, in the attention, I lost out on that inner voice. I forgot to listen to my own Vivek. That allowed me to take my own decisions in terms of where I really truly resonate, not someone's borrowed opinion, not someone's guidance, which I can appreciate, but the decision to go there has to be mine. You and I, when we're driving on the streets, Dubai, India, wherever, we have Google Maps on telling us, well, if this is your destination, this is the way to go. And then suddenly you go like, no. I know a better route. I know a shortcut. You take a deviation. Google Maps does its thing. It's a little confused why you're not listening to it. But eventually, you're at that destination faster, quicker, more efficiently. That's that inner voice that I'm talking about, your inner compass that goes beyond technology. But to me, I've penned down a few notes just to share my ideas a little more eloquently, considering the platform. Look, all of us, especially those in front of the camera, we're constantly in the spotlight. And that constant spotlight makes you start believing that you have to put on an act even when the cameras are off on sets. You come out, you're looking around to see if there's somebody taking a picture of you, tuck your tummy in a little bit, put on your best angle so that you look good in that picture, even if it's just a fan trying to take a picture of you. But the degree of that intrusion makes us forget who we really are. How we are when we reach home, kick off our shoes, lie down on the couch, spread all over it, not caring about who's watching us. That person is our true essence. That's who we are, you. We forget the canvas is us. We're focusing on a reflection of what we want people to think we are, or what people want to think we are. In both cases, it's a zero-sum game, because we will never be truly what others want us to be, and others will constantly evolve, because they like you this way today. You look at very, very big movie stars that lasted decades, there was a way they spoke, a style they had that drew the audiences to the cinemas, box office collections, houseful audiences. They just loved the way they did a certain act or a certain way of speaking. And then years later, on stages such as this, it became mimicry. People started making fun of that same style that people for decades followed. And they say, oh, we're tired of the same old thing. You have to then redefine yourself. So don't you think it's better in life to start by defining yourself in a way that you're comfortable with who you are? My learnings have been in the process of a second act. And a second act does not, at the cost of repeating myself, need to be spurred from some sort of massive disaster where you're mitigating stuff or you're rewriting your story. The second act can be a lot more quiet. It can be decisive. It can be sharp and incisive. It can be strategic. It doesn't have to be born out of drama. It doesn't have to be announced with drama. Oh, look at me. I'm going to do this now. I think the first step is embrace the silence. Because within the silence, you actually hear your inner voice. What is the purpose of the second act? Is it to make you feel more wholesome as a human being? Where will that wholesomeness come from? Materialistic gains, spiritual evolution, better management of your time, better allocation of time with your family, your children? What is truly important to you? Who are you? In a world of mirrors that we live in, where image is everything, we forget to look at ourselves. We only look at ourselves through the angle of different mirrors. And that is not a true depiction of who we are. So embrace the silence. When you're crafting your second act, there is an excitement. Sometimes it's also a sense of retribution, because you're looking at this second act as your vindication. You're drumming up the drama in your head and saying, I'm going to show them all. I'm going to do this differently. I'm going to prove to everybody. You don't have to prove it to anybody. Because the minute you embrace the silence, you actually focus on the work, on that slow, steady chiseling and sculpting of who you see yourself evolving into. That is most important. Don't rush into visibility. Don't rush to show people, look what I'm doing. Get it done first. Evaluate it for yourself. Be happy. Remember, you're doing this for yourself first. If you value it and you truly believe you are creating value, the world will value you financially, in terms of respect, in terms of positioning. But that has to be the truth of your journey. Your compass is you. You have to follow that, because in the midst of this visibility, while you're still incomplete with your sculpture, think of yourself as a great artist making your greatest creation ever, you. And in that process, you rush to show somebody an incomplete sculpture and they have feedback, and that feedback starts to influence you all over again. You're back in the noise. So embrace the silence. It's your best friend. It takes you back to who you really are and keeps your compass to true north, taking you in the direction you want to be in. I think you need to align your actions with your intent first, and then when you're happy, re-enter the conversation. Re-enter the conversation when you're firmly standing your ground of truth. Let your execution do the talking. I have seen this a lot. A lot of people are saying, I'm going to do this. I'm going to disrupt that. I'm going to be the first one to do this. I'm going to execute that. As I grow older, and a few of the gray hairs that are coming on my sides tell me I'm a little wiser, to me, I value execution more. I value results more than promises. I am involved in about 30 businesses across multiple geographies. I've built and been a part of 12 companies going public in India, 2 more this year. And if I look at the essence of that journey, intent is a good place to start, but intent can't be valued. in a world of startups, in a world where there's frenzy based on ideas, preposterous projections, I've taken the slower route. I've said, I will put my own capital and my own idea. I will back my idea myself. I will build it into action. I will roadmap it with projections based on results already delivered. And then go knocking at doors and saying, now I know its value. I don't want to be on the valuation treadmill and the cash burning treadmill in any of my companies. I was on the first one I did. It came from a very bad experience where people give you great valuations and say, you're worth this. Then every quarter they're knocking at your door saying, well, I valued at this, so these are the results you have to deliver, whether it's organically possible in the company or not. The fundamentals of value change the minute you're delivering results. Tangible, measurable, irrefutable results. That's important. I think even the way you want yourself to be perceived is very important. For a brand like TV9 or Vivek Oberoi or any other, post an incident that is out of your control, the minute you embrace the silence, you have time to recalibrate. You have time for the noise to go down. We rush so much into damage control, and our actions emanate out of distress. We haven't had a moment to pause and think. So we don't realize how do we position ourselves all over again. We're not controlling the narrative anymore. We are just responding. We are reacting to what's coming our way. I think when there's silence, you can change the conversation. I've tried to do that with my wife as a married man. It doesn't work at home, but it does work in business. Today, if I'm being perceived a certain way, and I try to keep shouting on top of that noise, no, that's not who I am. People are not going to listen because the noise is just going to get louder and louder and louder. In a world of YouTube influencers, the noise just grows louder and louder. So the way to recalibrate is, like I said, embrace the silence, lead the narrative based on what you want people to speak about you. Lead it with facts, figures, proof, numbers, actions, results, so that people can't refute and dispute that. That's the way you can curate your image all over again. And I'm saying this out of experience. I did that. I was leading life with this very strange dichotomy where I felt successful because out of crores of people who try to make it in Bollywood, I was one. I was sitting on accolades, I was sitting on awards, I was sitting on recognition, love, respect, glory. But at the same time, with this very sympathetic tone, I would have interviewers saying, you know, when you first made it in Bollywood, there was so much promise. Do you feel you didn't really achieve all that potential? And it was this concerned, sympathetic way of telling you you're an underachiever. In other words, you failed, you haven't lived up to your potential, and you start to receive all that subconsciously. It is not a positive affirmation because you're telling yourself subconsciously all the time, I could have been. And you're resigning from the driver's seat. You're trying to say, well, it's fait accompli. This happened to me, it's so sad. This incident happened, or this lobby worked against me, or I had bad luck, or whatever it was. You try to focus on that instead, and you're accepting that position. If you drop that and say, I don't have ownership of what is past. I am not driving on a highway with my eyes on the rearview mirror. I care not about the milestones that have passed me. I care about what's coming in the front. How do I want to navigate that? That puts you back in the driver's seat. That lets you lead the narrative about who you are. And don't be in a rush to go out there and tell people, well, I've changed. I'm doing something different now. Let your work speak. Automatically, people will speak about you. People will love to champion that comeback story. People will love to make it dramatic that you're rising from the phoenix, as I see with myself today. oh, look at the success he's got today. Look where he's reached today. It's been years and years of quiet, hard work, chiseling away at what I decided I want to be. I decided if a door is shut, it's not for me. I will find my success on my own terms, without compromising on my values and principles, in my own way. All I have to do is stop wasting my energy being frustrated with that and focus it into a positive space to say, what is it that I'm looking for? How many times have we asked ourselves that? We don't sit back and look at the 5-year plan or 10-year plan of life. We don't. We don't sit down and ideate on it. We're so busily handling tomorrow. We're so busily juggling today. We're so obsessed with the scars of yesterday that we don't have time to look far at the horizon into the future and say, where do I want to be? Whether it's an organization, it's your personal life, you can sit in the driver's seat, calibrate your own inner compass, and move in the direction you choose. And that is the power we've been blessed with. It's just about discovering it. The power of proof, right? When you build something with credibility from ground up, I was doing real estate with B&W Developments here. I faced that every day. I faced it where people said, well, he's an actor, what does he know about development? Forget the track record of the developments I've done in India before, forget the work I've done, the companies I've built, a fintech company, an agri-tech company, an ed-tech company, all successful in their own rights, all of them raising valuations at genuine values on profit multiples, PAT multiples, rather than just crazy burn projections. But people had that. Oh, well, he doesn't know about real estate. The answer would be, well, I've done real estate in India. I've done it quite successfully for more than a decade and a half. Oh, but you don't know anything about real estate in the UAE. So they changed the dimension, they changed the conversation. You waste time arguing with them. Instead, you launch your first project, see it through to success. Launch your second, you launch your third. Today, at B&W Developments, Ankur and I, we built a company where we have 450 employees. We have 24 off-plan projects with a gross development value in Indian rupees of over 55,000 crores, with some of the best equity investors, some of the best funds, some of the best family offices working with us, and we're a zero-debt company. We built it with real value. Today, we have distribution in 82 countries of our homes here in the UAE. 17,000 brokers empaneled with us from all over the globe selling our product. So innovating and building, structuring something, persisting with it is what will pay off in value. Today, we have large institutions. Today, we have the same naysayers coming in and saying, I'd like a piece of your company. Can I invest in the mothership? Can we invest in the holding company? And we're like, we're not diluting. And that's an affirmation. That's the story. That's why I say the second act could be born out of difficulty, could be born out of choice. Before I met Ankur, he ran a reasonably successful brokerage firm. And when he came to me for advice, I said, you know, I really love champions like you. I love founders like you that can work 27 hours in a day. Right? They find that way to make it happen. They hustle, they work hard. He was a CA from a very humble family. And from that point where he didn't have money to pay for his education and fees, he built it to a point where he could afford a house here in Dubai, a nice car for himself, respect, earn money, all by himself. But when we met, the second act began, because what I do is strategy. I sit in the quiet, envision what the bones of a company could be. So I took the company in a direction where I said, we shut down a profitable brokerage company, so there's no conflict of interest, and we go into development. And we build it steady, slow, take a little bit of short-term pain. But today we've created value, otherwise we would have stayed a brokerage firm where value is transient. It's very difficult to build value long-term in a brokerage firm, but in a development company, you can. Today, everybody said, why would a $13 billion listed company like Taj, we're sitting in a Taj venue right now, partner with a new development company like BMW? That I will show them why. I will sit with them and explain them in terms of the value. So whether it was grabbing the attention of Puneet Chhatwal, the CEO of Taj globally, connecting with him, using the potential access to explain to him why BMW, why the project makes sense, why trust us, walking them through deep dive due diligence of the organization, making sure everything was in order, working with them on how to create the Wellington Mews product in this market, the first time outside Indian shores, the Wellington Mews arrived in a partnership with BMW. That launch gave us validation here to a point where out of the 336 units that were launched that day, 8 o'clock was the launch. By 11 o'clock, we had to stop bookings because we had already sold out a third. And we needed time to breathe and recalibrate. You had 97 units sold out in 3 hours. And it's not a small project. It's a 2.5, 3,000 crore project. If you're looking at that GDV, you're looking at selling 300, 350 crores of inventory in an hour, the first 3 hours. So that kind of acceptance from a $13 billion listed company with 122 years of heritage then opens doors. And you build it layer by layer. You reach out to people, global funds, global brands, other hospitality brands who now start to look at you. The same brands who said, no, we don't know who you are. You have to establish yourself before you knock at our doors, are now saying, we would like to work with you. You have to get the first one done. And then when you build that proof, your second act begins. And that second act can be a choice, a disruption that you build yourself. And once you've built it and had success, don't stop. Build a second act from that second act too. Constantly disrupt, constantly evolve, because the game is evolution or extinction. That's what the game of life is. That's what nature has taught us over millennia. Today, where are we? We're adopting all kinds of new technology. So whether it's AI coming into every single department, we want to be ahead of the curve. We're working actively with AI companies to create agentic AI for solutions related from sales, to governance, to regulatory compliance, all the way into design and architecture itself. How do you create a quick, efficient digital twin with your AI models rather than going through a 5D BIM process, which can take you months and months and a lot of expenditure? How do you make it more efficient? Whether you're looking into tokenization. UAE is one of the most progressive countries in the world in terms of tokenization. So how are you getting into tokenization? We're working with some of the best quality tokenization companies in the world, not just looking at tokenization, but actually looking at the L1. How do you create a layer one infrastructure where everything can be tokenized on a blockchain, whether it's a utility token or when the local regulations allow it, a security token? How do you evolve to that? I think that is the second act. For me, as the economies of scale kicked in on the capital infrastructure side, the capital goods became cheaper with higher yield. So suddenly you have more raw material, and those guys who I used to beg for terms are now begging me for terms and saying, well, we need customers. We've got all this raw material. How do we convert this into jewelry and sell it? Can you take it on your terms? Tell me the credit window you want. I'm ready to supply it to you. So we focused on design. We set up in Barcelona, Miami, Pune, here in India, global design studios, built our own IP around those designs, built our ownership of a customer base, focused on the brand, lit up the Burj Khalifa with Solitario and launched it in style right here. And today, in 3 years, we're in 9 countries, 25 cities. We just executed a deal with Heresa, which is one of the premium distributors of goods for the last 40 years in Southern Europe. They do big brands like Patek, AP, Rolex, all these kind of designer value brands. They're a €6.5 billion company tying up with our tiny little startup, Solitario. That put us on track to go public this year. Before the end of this year, it will be a listed company. 3 years, soup to nuts, beginning to valuation. Every single investor for the ride is sitting on 3x to 4x to 5x to 6x, depends when they came in that journey, listed, liquid. So to me, that's the second act. That's what it represents. You are limitless if you are willing to put in the reps. You are limitless. If you look at pictures of Arnold Schwarzenegger as a teenager, and then you look at pictures of him when he became an adult, you realize that a thin, wiry frame with just determination, grit, and focus can make you Mr. Universe. So you can physically, mentally, spiritually achieve anything. We tend to look at others, rest with them, and say, man, that yogi can walk, up there in the Himalayas, on the ice, barefoot, with just a small little langot covering his body in minus 20 degrees temperature, and nothing happens to him. That's amazing. But you and I are also the same body. We can do that too. We have to put in the reps. We have to decide if that's what we want. Is that what gives us joy? Is that what gives us happiness? Is that what you want to be known as? Is that your legacy? So I am constantly working on a second act. Once I'm done with my second act, I start another second act. It keeps moving. That evolution fills me with purpose. That evolution allows me to dictate change. Today, where I am, with the success that I've achieved, I've decided I want to spend a lot more time giving back, more than I've already done before. I'm collaborating now with legends like Kailash Satyarthi to be a part of the global compassion movement, to be a founding member of that movement and take the word of compassion in a world full of wars and conflict further. That's what's giving me purpose. That's what's giving me joy. That's what I choose my legacy to be, because materialistic legacy doesn't give me that joy, that fulfillment, that sense of purpose anymore. I'll end with a quote that I always say. Profit is for a quarter. Purpose is for life. Define your purpose. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Vivek, I'll request you to please join us back here at stage, because I would also like to invite our celebration partner to felicitate with a beautiful hamper, founder and CEO 3 Tech Solutions Private Limited and Sita Vatika, Mr. Aditya Tripathi, and our MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das. Thank you so much. All right, let's move ahead. Coding Tomorrow starts today. An elite lineup of innovators and investors are controlling our digital destiny, and some even argue that our future employment or the lack thereof. Questions like, will AI render us jobless, to who controls the key switch, have often dominated the conversations. Agentic AI is not making matters any better for the AI pessimist, but beyond the binaries of job destruction and automation, the devil is in the detail. Just how much will AI really change the world as we know it now? And how soon, more importantly, what we see on Gen AI tools like ChatGPT are just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole new revolution underway that is as exciting as it's mysterious. Let's crack the code.
I invite on stage Satyamit Raman, Director of Innovations, Excelli Global, Rayad Hossain, CEO, UltraSafe, Abed Beneshosh, CEO and co-founder, Open Innovation AI, Kuldeep Mirani, co-founder and CEO, Beyond Seed. And to moderate this particular panel, I request R. Sridharan, Editor, International TV9 Network, to join us here on the stage.
Okay, thank you, Sakshi. Thank you for that lovely introduction to all the speakers and to me. AI, I'm sure all of us are spending a lot of time thinking about this technology, how it's going to affect our lives. If you're fortunate enough, you're probably thinking about how can you leverage AI to create value for yourself, your organization, your company. But if you're not that fortunate, you're probably wondering, how can I leverage AI to remain employed? Because that's now going to be a big challenge. As they say, AI is not going to replace humans, but it's only going to replace humans who don't know how to use AI to stay in their jobs. But before I get into this a provocative theme which we've chosen, hype from reality, I just want to show of hands in this hall to figure out how many people think that AI is a lot of hype. Can I have a show of hands in the hall, please? How many of you believe AI is just hype? That's scary. Not one hand has gone up. Okay, so how many of you think AI is reality? Wow. Okay. So I think we'd better do a good job of this. Let me start with Kuldeep, you, because you're actually writing checks for these startups that claim to be making these wonderful AI applications that will change the world and maybe even do away with the need for human beings. Everything's going to be run by, smart intelligence, which is AGI, ASI. We hear many buzzwords. So let me start with you. If you look at the amount of money that people are raising in the name of AI, how do you view it? Is it the fear of missing out in terms of, okay, I need to get my foot in the door before something big overtakes me, explodes, and I am not on the train? Is that the sense, or there's genuinely a case for such mega bucks going into AI?
Thanks, Sri. Thanks for having me on the panel, and thanks TV9 for this lovely initiative. Can I come back to the point, is AI really a hype? And I think I can answer that in two parts and covering the point which you need me to answer. AI is a reality, but so is the noise. When we hear some large investment bank come and say that AI is going to take away 300 million jobs over the next decade, not required. I'm a digital immigrant, and I think so many of us in the room are. When I finished my studies, I was told that whatever I studied for 20 years is going to be irrelevant. On the contrary, we believe that the job quality which we had post the digital revolution was better, and the number of jobs were more.
Right.
So I agree with you, Shri, that AI is not going to take away the jobs. The people who practice AI will take away the jobs from people who don't. So we need to embrace it. And the second part to it, from the perspective of an investor, I don't believe we are in an AI revolution. I think we are in an AI illusion. Every startup wants to add AI to their name, and they believe they are going to increase the valuation, but nobody's talking about value. I would sincerely urge the audience who are investors to invest into business, not into the buzz, to the founders to build substance and not slides, and to the policymakers to provide that ecosystem where you can defend the innovation and instill responsibility. In summary, there was a phase where investors thought, I will miss the bus, the FOMO. I believe we are past that, and everybody's looking for substance.
Fantastic. Right, UltraSafe is a company that's actually building something, an LLM, that too for the Indian market, without raising any significant money from external VCs or angels. So tell us, why did you choose to do this path, and how do you think you're going to be different compared to a whole lot of other LLMs that are already there? There are a lot of Indian companies working on Indic LLMs, SLMs. So how do you think you're going to be different, and what is the objective that you are chasing?
Thank you, and thank you all in the audience for listening and attending. It's a privilege to be able to speak in front of all of you. You know, I come from the Silicon Valley, and so I had built and exited companies, and I had built an institutional firm. And the one thing that I've seen the most of is concentration of power. And so effectively what we saw happen in search, social, and mobile, where very large access to data and data moats create monopolistic businesses, is happening right in front of us with regards to AI. When we think of large language models that exist today, whether it's Llama that's owned by Meta, or Anthropic that is effectively Amazon, or OpenAI, which is effectively Microsoft, or DeepSeek, which is now the Republic of China, it's quite scary to think that that data moat is informing model weights. And the one thing people are overlooking when it comes to AI is the power of model weights. I'm not sure how many people in the room know this, but AI in itself was a mistake. A machine learning engineer left their machine on for too long, well outside of the training window that machine learning algorithms are trained within. And when they got back to their machine, they saw that the machine was able to make sense of things in a way that it was never able to make sense of before.
Is this a pre-GPT era story, or is it post-GPT?
This is as neural nets were coming to market. And so once that was discovered, the innovation curve accelerated quite a bit. And so that's why AI models are continuously benchmarking. They have to run benchmarks because nobody knows why the AI actually performs. They only know after the fact that they do perform. Now imagine that you're a large sovereign nation like India, or a very large enterprise that has spent decades and decades collecting data to uniquely differentiate yourself in the market. If all of that data is training LLMs that are owned by the major conglomerates in the world, you are putting yourself at risk in a very meaningful way. So we took a little bit of a different approach. We said, well, what if we can democratize the concentration of power? And what if we could give nation states and very large enterprises the opportunity to participate in that power capture? That's probably a much better outcome for humanity, because what we're seeing in AI enables things that we've never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our perspective.
And how is UltraSafe solving a specific problem that's for the Indian market?
So the engineers and technical talent at UltraSafe actually started building this technology starting 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And in this fortuitous way, they found that they had built a large language model as that innovation curve was accelerating. So what we do is we quite literally empower very large enterprises and nation states to have their own AI, where we deploy large language models on their premises, where they're the beneficiary of their data, and they can actually control the perspective that is fed rather than being restricted to the perspective that large language models and the bias that they already have.
Right, okay. So Satya, you are not building anything, but you're buying AI companies. So what sort of companies are you buying, and why?
So we have invested in a few AI companies. Early AI is one of them, where we build consultants, AI consultants that helps SAP companies to do consultancy, do implementations, and those helps. Recently, we are in the process of acquiring another AI company, Ved AI, which is a medical record keeping and helping patients and diagnosis and overall. It's a US-based company which we are working on. But right now, see, you guys have to understand why there is this so much of hype. $50 billion every year is being invested into IT companies. And it's such a sad thing. 60 to 70% of that money is going on into flashy AI ads, which is not a real use case, which is not a real thing,
which is actually a hype which we were discussing before as well. So I was in Intersect before a few months in World Trade Center, and this is what I was talking there as well. I mean, AI has to be very much in progress to work with human intelligence. Right now, if we let alone the machines to learn and do things, as rightly mentioned, it's going to be completely captivated by those big machines. They are going to use it for their own benefits only. So we have seen recently Boeing 787. I mean, what happened there? I mean, it's all because we have left all on machines to spark out some signals. Then only we're going to check something. Human interventions was missing. This is the path, dangerous path, which we are moving to. So I always say, I mean, be very cautious, be very careful in working with AIs. I mean, just we are building models and you're letting alone the machines to learn on its own. So as more as human intervention you have, as more as human intelligence at this stage of time you guys bring in, AI future is gonna be more promising. So each one of us who investing into AI companies, who are building AI companies, have to be very, very careful to stay away from those flashy slogans who just aim to get investments and not for real world work.
True. So to Satya's point, DeepSeek, Chinese DeepSeek, it came in and well, there's controversy on how much did they really spend, but let's say they spend only $5 million as they claim. Is the AI innovation itself now becoming more efficient? We saw that earlier you needed massive compute power. There's a tremendous amount of data training that you need to invest in. Then you have to build, the models that were efficient for you to be able to manage, let's say, 7 billion, 70 billion kind of data that's going into, these models. Now there's a focus on inference. So from a VC perspective, Kuldeep, are you looking more at the application end? Are you still looking at the foundation? Where do you think the most utility will emerge for people who are in this audience? I think it will be on the application front, because ultimately people need to do something with AI, right? I mean, it can't be a magical black box that only Sam Altman and a bunch of other people know what it's going to do, but it doesn't seem to be doing, right? So what's your view on that?
Actually, I think there is a concept we all know, early mover advantage. And then there is a concept of last mover advantage. So as things have progressed, a lot of companies who are coming into developing AI models are doing it more efficiently than the ones which have done earlier. Both have their advantages. As an investor, we are definitely focused on where is the signal and where is the echo. And the idea is to focus on the signal and back that signal to make sure that we're building something, or we are helping them to build something which is of relevance. Not just for a particular purpose, but overall, and not just for a particular place, but globally. So that's been more of our focus as investors. And I think, again, the thesis can change as we move gradually. Things are evolving very fast, and we need to also evolve.
Right. So now, right, I think that also leads to a very important question, which is in terms of, we earlier used to talk about digital divide. Now we're looking at an AI divide. It's not just at the level of countries, but it's also going to be the level of people, like actual users, even literate people, English-speaking people. There'll be many who are AI literate, others who aren't. And I think one of the challenges is for nations where English is not the principal language, that's not the native tongue. For example, let's say UAE or even India, where we have many local languages. So I think the focus needs to really be on building products, AI products, that can solve real problems of real people. Okay, I mean, it's great to get some nice images done, some short videos done, or maybe write some content which sounds heartless, soulless. What is, I think, the focus? Do you think there's enough incentive for AI companies right now to make that sort of investment? And what are the areas, for example, healthcare or education? They are very, very important areas. Do you see any kind of traction happening in UAE and in India on that front?
I think with any transformative technology, what we see is that it grows faster than anyone expects, and it dominates everyone's lived experience eventually. And I think what we're seeing in AI is the acceleration of that faster than we've ever seen before. I wish I had a good answer to how do you address the divide that's being created as a result of AI on humanity. I think about this quite a bit because I see in our implementations call centers reducing their staff from 1,000 people to 20 people because voice agents are so powerful and they're so strong. I see it happening with designers and content writers that may have trained for a decade to develop their skill set, now being replaced with models that can effectively generate the same result.
Doctors are running for their life now.
Truly, it's dramatic and it's happening fast. And I also think that there's other transformative technologies that are right around the corner. For example, brain-computer interfaces in a few years will be prevalent. We'll have a small percentage of the population with it, and then many people will. So we will be connected to technology in a way, the way that we're now connected to our smartphones, but instead it's going to be in our brain. Quantum computers are right around the corner, enabling processing and computation in a dramatically more transformative way than what classical computers are able to do today. So to think about what the world looks like in 5 to 10 years with a convergence of all of these technologies makes me feel as if the divide is only going to accelerate and it's going to be more dramatic than anything we've seen before. And so the question becomes, how do you empower people so that they can survive in that type of environment and thrive in that type of environment? I don't think anyone has a good answer to that today.
Right. So Satya, that's not a very reassuring statement from someone who's building an AI model that, no one knows how to answer this question. But, to the audience that's gathered here today with us, how would you suggest they approach this AI black box? I mean, if you're a company, if you're a middle-level manager or you're a CEO, how should you be actually looking at AI? Should you start with certain small pilots, experiment, and then scale it up? What would you recommend?
It's very simple it looks difficult, but we have to learn to ask the right question. Just with AI as well. And look at the responses you get and ask another question. So the kind of iterations you're gonna get, you're gonna understand where it is taking you. So that should be a right approach for anyone who is new. Actually, no one is new now. Everyone is using ChatGPT for their emails. Everyone is using for small and medium interventions. So, but
everyone who knows English.
Huh?
Everyone who knows English is using it.
Right now, with the new Google thing, it just speaks in your language. Whichever language you try to talk to, it talks to you in that language and explains to you the benefits.
It also depends on
effects.
what data you're trained on. So
yes,
we don't have data
and
like public
above
data.
all, it's getting trained on you. More than that, the kind of questions you ask, you have to be very careful because the AI is getting trained on you. So it's very simple and it's very important. We have to know. Ask the right questions and re-ask and re-improvise because that's how you train AI as well. That's how you train yourself, how AI is working. That's how you train AI about you to become a next version of yourself, and best version of yourself.
I'd want both of you to weigh in on this question because that's probably the most important and relevant question for this audience. Like, how should they, approach AI in their own organizations, in their own lives? What should they do? Start with some projects, scale them up, or get some external experts, invest in training the human capital that they have in the company. So, Kuldeep, why don't you start, and then maybe, Right, you can jump in as well. Yeah.
As we said at the start, we need to embrace AI. It's not possible for us to be away from it. I don't envisage a situation where none of us are sitting here and only our best avatar, they are sitting here and doing the
Next summit, we are doing it with digital avatars only. I'm going to be back in Delhi, sipping coffee, and my digital avatar is going to have this conversation with you.
With my digital avatar.
Yes.
I don't envisage that happening so fast. Having said that, depending on what each one of us we are doing, we have to figure out how will AI help us to do that better. I'm not suggesting to embrace AI to let go some of the team team members. It's rather embracing of doing things better, faster. That could be a good start. And again, if we are in a company which is in a tech company, how do we bring in AI to start the development process? How do we train the AI to make it better? How do we train the AI to get the best results out of it? But all of that will depend on the type of company and the type of enterprise we are running. Staying away from it is not an option.
Absolutely. Yes, that's a given. So, Raid, your thoughts?
I think for any business owner or business person or executive, there's really two specific areas that this technology is particularly transformative. The first is cost optimization. You can do things with a lot less as a result of the nature of the technology, and I think that's the obvious use case. And then there's also new revenue generation opportunities, being able to go to market with unique products and offerings built on the base of what you have in a way that would have otherwise been untenable, because what you could have taken 10 years to do before, you can now do in 1 year. And I very much agree with the perspective here that you can't run from it. Running from it just means that it's going to eat you.
Absolutely. That's right. So I'm going to request my panelists to have a conversation with our delegates who are there over coffee or tea. So please do take some time to have a conversation with them. With that, I think we are running out of time on this panel. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for sharing your thoughts on AI.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. With that, I'll hand it back to Sakshi.
And I'll request our esteemed panelists to please stay on. And I would like to invite TV9 Network CHRO, Ms. Devleena Majumdar, here on stage to felicitate our guests with a beautiful hamper coming in from our celebration partner, Soil and Sita Vatika. Thank you so much. All right, let's move forward. We all know that India and UAE have now a new flight path. It's not a mythical flying creature called the unicorn, but a real creature of human ingenuity called $1 billion idea. Of course, a unicorn after all. Our next session, let's explore how capital, code, and culture are taking off together. May I please call on stage Mustasan Jalil Bashrat, Mir Group Chief Legal Counsel, Burjeel Holdings, Shailendra Jindal, Founder and MD, Skill Travel, Vishesh Khurana, Co-Founder Shiprocket, and Upasana Bora, Co-Founder Droom. And in fact, to moderate this panel, I would request Aditya Rajkot to please join us back here on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. A very important discussion that we have been deliberating in our drawing rooms and boardrooms about startup culture and also the Indian startup arena, which has now witnessed a steady growth. There was a time when, many startups were leaving India and settling abroad in US, in many other countries. But now there is a reverse flipping that's been noticed and that's been happening for some time. And there's a growing number of Indian startups that are now emerging, and there are investments that have been happening, but there have been regulatory hurdles also. But there are others who say that the market seems to be shifting in many ways. What are the kind of opportunities that are there? And at the same time, how do we strengthen and accelerate the Dubai-Delhi corridor for the startup ecosystem? Let's explore these opportunities and try to know how we can push this further. I can now begin with Mustasan to understand how is Dubai or UAE emerging as a hub of ecosystem of startups, especially when we speak about the regulatory challenges. What are the kind of hurdles that one faces, and how do we try to build on this Dubai-Delhi corridor?
Thank you so much. So in Dubai, the ease of business is very advanced compared to most of the countries. That's why we have seen a global shift in economics from London to Dubai, from US to Dubai. We are at par, and by we I mean Dubai. We are at par with Singapore, Tokyo, and all the other big economies of the world. And Dubai is emerging as a strong currency, and Dubai is emerging as one of the most sought-after destinations globally where people want to settle, develop businesses. So in Dubai, as an example, if you just Google how to create an entity in Dubai, you will see advertisements create an entity within 60 seconds as well. I don't know how realistic that is, but from a realistic point of view, I have done startup incorporations in Dubai in a matter of 2 hours, be it with regulators, which are in free zones, or whether mainland entities. In terms of developing a linkage between Delhi and Dubai, this is something that needs to be resonated back home in Delhi. Ease of doing business has to be there, leverage has to be there, fast tracking of unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles has to be there, which is an advantage in Dubai. So if the same model is replicated in Delhi, we are doing it here, definitely we can do it back home as well.
Wonderful. Vishesh, if I can come to you now. We in India know you as the man behind ShipRocket, but we also know you that you handle a lot of venture capitalist portfolios and are looking strongly at the India market. When we again see this regulation, and one of the key factors for several of these startups is the ease of doing business. When we speak about ease of doing business, what can India perhaps learn or imbibe from the culture that has been established in UAE?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think for me, it's like the first 3 months in Dubai. While I'm trying to set up few things here, the first thing I learned in terms of ease of business was the digitization. So the processes from setting up a company, I'm working with ADGM on a lot of things. I don't really have to be physically present for so many processes, which in India you still have to do that physical wet signatures. Even things like simple like lease. I just signed a lease a couple of hours back while I was sitting here. The digitization is helping amazingly fast. The other is the incentive programs that they offer. I think there's a lot of incentives for everyone in the regulatory side to actually help you and make your life easy and fast, which is, yes, one thing we can definitely take back and in terms of adoption. It's been a great experience for me in terms of how my interactions with the regulators have been. It's never scary. They definitely reach out. And in fact, they are following up. Do you need something else? Because it's in their incentives to help us get this up and running. Yeah, those are a few things. My first hand experience on setting up the fund here, setting up a company. Even as ShipRocket goes public, I'm thinking of setting up the family office side here. While India gives you scale, I think Dubai gives you the global access that I need to take the money and invest outside India as well.
Right. Sharinder, you are in the travel sector, And there's a boom that's been happening in travel in India, abroad in several countries, in UAE, setting a benchmark in many ways. And post-pandemic, there was this travel with a vengeance that was really happening. Is that something that you completely agree with and have been witnessing? And especially, when we speak about the, experiential market of traveling, and you've been creating a benchmark in India in terms of catering to perhaps the 100 richest families, experiencing perhaps UAE in a very different way than an ordinary person would. How do you see this emerging, and how do we build this between India and UAE?
Yeah. So first, coming to post-COVID, which we all know was a very difficult period for the entire travel industry. And I think we say God is there, so it bounced back. It helped people realize that dreams have to be fulfilled. And to fulfill dreams, you need to get out of your house or move out of your house to, get to better places, more developed places, and countries and cities like Dubai who's supporting the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem. So from when business travel takes seat, business means growth for any economy. Today, our country, which is India, Dubai, UAE, are all growth driven. It's all the mind space which has been re-engineered towards growth. So today when we talk about growth, growth comes from top and the bottom. So young population, people who strive to create a difference in their life, that's what makes them different in today's day and age. So today youngsters are encouraged by the experienced professionals to come out and innovate. So while they want to innovate today, even in travel or other spaces connected to travel, I will also touch a few points there. It is important to realize that without technology, without innovation hubs like DIFC and Abu Dhabi Hub 71, today it's not easy. Indian government is also doing everything possible to support the young startups ecosystem. Now, let's take simple. E-visa was not that popular before COVID. So post-COVID, we see many countries adapting to e-visa. Post that as well. Now, if you see airports, now you see Digi-Yatra, which is one of its kind in India. So today people can zip through the security checks of India. Now even the immigration is following that. Dubai, if you see the smart gates, most of the countries today are adapting to digital, smart, innovative, transformations to make their citizens, travelers' life easy and in other aspects of life. Now coming to the second point about experiential travel. So yes, we all have realized more than before that it's one life. So people who understand the value of limited access experience, that's what I call it, are going for it, are thriving for it, are seeking for it. No more is a first class travel or a luxury suite counted as a greater experience. So people want to consume the impossible. Now, when I say that, it doesn't mean putting your life at risk. It is about creating that unique environment or the unique opportunity to access the limited access or, the very few who could access as a privilege. That's what it is.
Upasana, coming to you, I have just one question for you. Tell us the secret of the room story to the people. And you've been coming to Dubai very often. You're a strategic advisor. You are, of course, an investor, but you're also an architect. So how does an architect visualize more of this collaboration, a corridor that can be set up? And again, as I asked Vishesh, the ease of doing business. And as an investor, as somebody who's in the thick of things, what would be your suggestions to respective governments in New Delhi, in Abu Dhabi, to perhaps handhold startups, handhold people, and create regulations that are friendly to the startups to really build that environment?
Thank you so much for the question, Aditya. So let's talk about some numbers. India has approximately 156,000 startups, 120 unicorns, 500 unicorns, and then 30 new age IPOs. And we've generated approximately or close to $500 billion wealth from these startups. And these are all led by first generation entrepreneurs in the past 20 years. So if UAE and India join hands or collaborate for this startup revolution, I believe there's an unparalleled cross-pollination that's going to happen. Now, talking about the UAE-India corridor, it started as a very humble passage where the blue-collared workers came to the Gulf for opportunity, and gold and remittances flew back to our homeland. And, today, while we talk about, the UAE-India corridor, we have around 4 million Indians that live in the UAE, which account for almost 35% of its population. Most of them are still in the essential service sectors like your services and construction. But when I'm talking about the remittances, they are mighty. So we received $125 billion in 2023, and UAE itself accounted for 18 to 19% of it in totality, which makes it the second largest after the US. And everybody was talking about the AI before our panel. So UAE has committed $6.6 billion for AI initiatives, their national AI strategy being one of them. And then they've also invested a lot in the LLMs. And after the SEPA, bond between India and UAE, a lot of investment is flowing in the IT sectors here. And I know all of us here in the panel and in the audience, we love to shop from the supermarkets when we come to the UAE. And we know that the UPI payment is accepted there. So this shows the deep integration, like the financial integration. So for me, what I believe is this is not just a corridor of commerce. This is a friendship for the future. And if we co-authorize it, then we're definitely going to get a very smarter, inclusive, and a globally connected, tomorrow. Yeah.
Fair enough. You spoke about the financial integration. So I want to come to Vishesh once again. We know about the UPI, and we know about the financial, digital system that is in place in UAE as well. Do you think perhaps that there could be an instant payment infrastructure that would be developed together by these countries? And also, at the same time, could we expect, fintech startups and MSMEs building that product?
For me, personal experience again, we have a product in Shiprocket, the fintech vertical, the lending vertical. And UAE comes with the attractive debt. I think we're still yet to figure out how do we get that attractive debt with the right conversion back home. And if that works out, I think there's a strong partnership to be held there from a purely debt fund standpoint, given that rates and interest rates are super attractive here. The other thing I've seen is, you said instant payments. Instant payments, I think UAE, India both have, globally, I think both these countries have already gone a step ahead in banking, for sure. The digital banking infrastructure, both in India and UAE, is amazing. I've worked on both sides, and there's the UPI format, I think, definitely can work in UAE. I'm still struggling with the instant payment while I've been here, the transfer of money. But yeah, that's one opportunity that we can definitely take back from India, bring it back to UAE in terms of instant payment, P2P payments.
Mustasan, coming to you again about the India-UAE collaboration. Would there be perhaps in the next 5 or 6 years an India-UAE startup fund, perhaps? And what role can the comprehensive economic partnership that has been achieved 3 years ago between India and UAE play in this particular sector?
Definitely there can be a sovereign wealth fund or any kind of wealth fund, a PE or a VC, whatever we call it, that can be established between the two countries, and that can look at potential investments and grow businesses. There's tremendous potential in India, as we all know. But on the regulatory side, there has to be a huge alignment. Like my colleagues here said on the panel, doing business here is much easier. A regulatory function is minimally bureaucratic. I'll give you an example. You go and buy a property now, go to DLD, say you're in at 10 o'clock, you get your title deed by 11:30 at best, you're served coffee. 11:30 you walk out with the title deed in your SMS message. You are not given a hard copy. So that's where India has to reach. And this is something very easy for us to do because we are technologically very advanced. For UAE, it would have been an issue to commence this process, but for India, it's comparatively much easier. We are an English-speaking nation, first of all. That's a huge advantage that we have globally. So time to capitalize it.
Right. Shailendra,
Sorry, I can actually add to that. Same thing. You said the fund, the UAE India Startup Fund. We're actually working with, there's a strong interest from the sovereigns around, from Shiprocket side, I've seen a lot of e-commerce brands now coming to Dubai. There's one part of the market in Dubai and UAE. But Dubai is also a zone where you can export out of easily.
Right.
So there's a strong interest between, we're actually working on this one model, given we have a lot of data about all e-commerce brands. There is already proven use cases, successful use cases with Mama, Boat, and a lot of brands coming here and being successful. So we're working on that one fund where the sovereigns wants to invest and bring these brands back from India and outside and let them go global from there. So already, I think I'm working on one of those, so for sure.
Fair enough. Shailendra, on the travel aspect, one of the key factors in several areas, particularly in UAE context, has been the role of the Indian diaspora. And this morning, the ambassador and the Consul General reflected on that, on the very crucial 4.6 million population, out of which 35% are professionals, businessmen, and those in the white-collar jobs. What role can the diaspora really play in this startup ecosystem? There are many youngsters that are coming up with brightest of the ideas, both in India as well as in UAE, and India has a young population. And of course, there are many countries, in particular in the Middle East, who are looking towards the investment opportunities down on ground in India. So what more can India do, and what can the diaspora do here to, bridge the gaps?
I think it's a great question. It's a constant battle. So today we talk about transparency. So money is there, opportunity is there, people are there. Now we need to build an ecosystem. We need to build a design platform where we can bring in transparency for the Indian diaspora who's sitting, waiting to, to motivate, to encourage the entrepreneur, the idea which is incubated in the Indian system. So today, the government, I believe, will play a significant role by guaranteeing, backing, both the governments to see how it's possible. There has to be a benchmark where you are able to take a calculated risk on the new businesses. So because today when businesses gets funding, it's not on one day you need the $1 million. They have a milestone-based funding. There could be a commitment. And then today it can be drawn. So you could have a professional board whenever there is money moving between, country to country or the reverse. There could be a way and mechanism if Indian government or companies can come up and set up a system whereby there can be transparency achieved on the money's flow and how the money is being used. So today, the biggest fear all of us have is how is the money being used? And this is what is the difference I feel one can make. And once that transparency increases, across borders, I think money is waiting to flow because money is flowing. It's only wherever there is transparency, money flows there. If, it's natural to be protective about your hard-earned money. That's my view about this.
Okay, more transparency is the secret formula, but Upasana, coming again, I began by speaking about the reverse flipping. Do you think that there is any kind of a mindset change down on ground that has happened? Because when often we have spoken about Indian government, we've spoken about red tapeism, we've spoken about the long bureaucratic delays that happen, but over the last few years, there's been digitalization, there's been emphasis by the Prime Minister on Startup India, on several other aspects. They have tried at least to bridge the gaps and, have some innovative ideas out there. So do you see, as an investor, as somebody who's in the thick of action, some changes that have happened? And what more do you think that the government needs to do to protect the interests of the startups?
So, Aditya, I feel that, both the countries like UAE and India are emerging global leaders in when we talk about AI, fintech, smart logistics, and, digital infrastructure. So I feel that, bonds like SEPA and the other things actually, give a lot of strength to the startup ecosystem overall. So the government has moved forward. I think even the UAE government and the Indian government both are working towards a collaborative approach so that a lot of cross-pollination happens here. And overall, I think that it's a great path, and we have a lot of investors like Tribe Capital itself that is investing a lot in brands like that. And before our panel, there were panels who were also talking about that, you know, a lot of investment is flowing in, and maybe we see a lot of Indians building up startups here, like the startups emerging or the unicorns emerging out in Emirates. So I feel that it's powerful what's happening, yeah.
That's it. We're running out of time, but I have one last question for Musasan. He's my country cousin, so I have to ask him.
Country brother.
Yes. So, Musasan, there have been reports over the last few years that there are a lot of investments that are happening from UAE in Jammu and Kashmir. Is that happening? Is that a reality?
Well, something was happening with MR, and surprisingly, the head of sales of MR happened to be Kashmiri at that point in time, on a no-name basis. But I didn't see anything materialize on ground. Hopefully it happens, like we say, inshallah.
Well, let's hope so, inshallah, as we say that. Thank you very much to all of you for coming all the way here. Let's applaud them for the ideas that they gave. And thank you again. Hope to see you in Delhi again. Thanks.
I would request our panelists to please stay on. I would like to also invite Mr. Vikram, CEO, TV9 Network, to please felicitate our guests with the beautiful hamper that we have here. All right. Please begin. Yeah. Aditya, please help felicitating our guests. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Wealth creation has been a mystery for most of us, right? There's just never enough money to buy your way through all your dreams. And I'm sure that you all will agree to that as well. Well, most of the financial advisors will tell you to plan your goals and also invest towards those goals. Equity is a favorite for most of the personal finance experts as well. And gold is often given a small weightage. But some new age investors have discovered that beyond equity lies a new frontier of wealth. Not just gold, but real estate as well as cryptocurrency are driving a conversation that's pointing towards a portfolio pivot. Take a look. May I please now call on stage Andrew Naylor, Head Middle East and Public Policy World Gold Council, Murali Malayappan, Chairman and MD, Shriram Properties, Pankaj Razdan, Founder and Chairman, Rivanta Capital, and Feroz Aziz, Joint CEO, Anand Rathi Wealth. In fact, to moderate this panel, I would request Karthik Malhotra, Executive Editor, Business News 9, to join us here on stage.
Thank you, Sakshi. Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure of gold. And let's actually start talking about that perhaps to begin with. So just a little trivia here. On an average, I think most people on this panel, I know for sure Feroz Aziz will definitely say that the way to investing has to be through equities. Equities in the last 1 year, correct me if I'm wrong, Feroz, has given returns of about 9% on the NSE. Any wild guess on how much gold has returned in the same period? If there's anybody in the audience who wants to hazard a guess. Well, it's a fairly stark number. It's about 39% or so. And cryptocurrency has given almost double those returns. It's about 60% return in the 1 year period. We'll come to 5 year and 10 year periods also. But before that, we have the president of the World Gold Council here with us, Andrew Naylor. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're in the city of gold. Give us some golden words about how hot is gold right now? Is it going to get any hotter than this?
Yeah, it's been a stellar year for gold, but it's not just this year so far. If you look at how gold has performed in the last few years, particularly last year, where we saw the start of all-time highs, number of factors driving this. And it really goes back to the uniqueness of gold. There isn't another asset class like it that has this unique and diverse demand profile. So you have jewelry demand, which is about 33%. Central banks, which is the big story, is about 20% of demand. 40% is investment, 7% is tech. These sectors of demand have very, very different drivers, and they perform very differently in the same macroeconomic situation. So some are pro-cyclical, some are counter-cyclical. That means gold performs differently, and that's reflected in its lack of correlations. And it's that lack of correlation and its diversification properties that is leading to a lot of investment demand, and it's investment demand that is driving gold's performance, certainly in the last 18 months.
That's right. And in fact, if you were to believe the estimates of Goldman Sachs, it says that perhaps this time next year, gold could touch as much as, what, $4,000 an ounce. So I think the question one wants to ask here is that maybe we haven't really missed the bus on investing in gold. So Andrew, horizon, $4,000, those who haven't invested, would you tell them this is the time to buy?
Well, if you look at gold's performance historically, it's generated about 7-8% average annual return. Since 1971, we came off of the gold standard. We at the World Gold Council believe it's a strategic asset. We don't advocate putting everything into the gold bucket. It's a diversifier. But as a well-managed, diversified, risk-mitigating portfolio, gold plays a role. And the optimal allocation can vary, but just as a very, very ballpark benchmark, we reckon around about 7 to 11% is an optimal allocation for most portfolios. But it does very much depend on your portfolio, of course.
Right. I think there are a lot of external factors which are going to eventually drive prices one way or another. But I want to bring in the contrarian view that I'm sure my friend Feroz Aziz has here. He's never really been bullish on gold as far as I remember our previous conversations. Feroz, what is the way forward for people to get rich? At the end of the day, I think any investment you make, the ultimate goal is to, I know you'll talk about goal-based investment, but the ultimate goal is to get rich. What asset class should one choose?
Good afternoon, Karthik. If you rightly summarized, I've not been extensively bullish on gold. In fact, at times been bearish on gold. One of the longest times to say that and acknowledge that. Because I think gold can't fight equity. It can surely fight debt and wins hands down. In my portfolio, there's no debt. I did a survey of my colleagues who are 382 wealth managers. Only 2 of them had any debt. So the point I'm trying to make is wealth managers don't buy debt. Clients do buy debt. If they buy debt, I still propagate half of their debt investments could always be gold. It depends on where you're sitting. Where you stand on an issue depends on where you sit. I sit in a place where there's no debt. So gold has very little relevance. And like you said, Karthik, the past performance of gold as we speak today is astronomical, right? 39%, right? That's mouth-watering. But that's where textbooks say, buy low, sell high, but our heart always makes us do the opposite. So I would see the 39% with skepticism, or at least look at other data. Sorry, I have a piece of paper because there's a lot of other data.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So we said, let's go back 1996 and do a 3-year rolling return of gold. Every day, every first of the month, if you bought gold and sold it subsequently in the same month after 3 years, what would be the return you would make? And different investors, if they did this, what was the average return? The 3-year rolling return of gold from 1996 I'm now speaking in rupee terms, of course, not so relevant for an audience.
No
like
problem.
this.
All our audience watching this live in India on News9 will be familiar with the rupee. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So that's 9.63 average return, 3-year rolling. And there have been pockets of supernormal returns, but the 3-year returns has been 9.63, and the same corresponding for equity has been represented in the form of Nifty again, Indian index, is 12.05. So now this is the return ka aakada, as you call it in Hindi, right? Number. Risk also has to be measured numerically on an Excel sheet. You can measure something called standard deviation. Very simple nomenclature, tells you how much swing in this number. The standard deviation number for gold is 6.27 for the 3-year rolling return, and for Nifty is 4.88. Sharp ratio, which is the risk-adjusted return, is 0.54 for gold, and for Nifty it's 1.24. So on a risk-adjusted return basis, numerically, Excel sheet can't say anything different if you did. So it is twice more efficient on risk-adjusted basis. Equity is more efficient. That's one way.
Right.
One more piece of data. I'm so sorry, I'll bore you with this.
No,
The
no,
last
let's
piece of
hear
data.
you.
Then I said, if I'm an investor, what am I interested in? Forget the standard deviation, it's too technical, right? Why the hell am I interested in that? I'm being a devil's advocate argument to my own theory. I said, yeah, I want to make at least double-digit returns in rupee terms. If I lend to government of India, I get 6-7%. If I'm doing all this tamjam, should I at least get double-digit returns? So we checked the probability of double-digit return in gold for a period of 5 years is 49%. For 7 years is 29%. If a 10-year probability of gold giving double-digit return is 13.53. So the probability of getting double-digit returns with longer holding periods is lower. I again repeat, in equity, if I hold it for longer, my chance of getting double-digit return increases. In gold, if I hold gold for 10 years, my chance of making double-digit compounded return reduces, 13.73. These are the reasons why you should not have recency bias. But I agree that gold can beat debt hands down.
Right. I think no doubt on that. Debt is an instrument which is much safer, and hence a low risk, low reward sort of an equation comes into play. I want to bring in Pankaj Razdan now. We've heard from the president of the World Gold Council, and we've heard with somebody who is a self-proclaimed bear on gold. You've been in the asset management business. What is your view?
I'm not going to be judgmental on either one of them, but I think if I go by the theme of what you're talking about, I think most of these asset classes, they over a period of time, they mature, and the arbitrage is becoming less and less in making money. Equity is the only underlying driver because it's directly linked to the prospect of growth of the businesses and economy. So what is equity? It's ultimately the reflection of your economy. If your economy does well, it will start reflecting back over here. But I think we are in an interesting time. We can't ignore any of those things. There'll be a time gold will give return to you. There'll be a time gold has to be part of your asset allocation, though practically, like Firoz, if you ask me, is zero. Unless my wife has bought something, I don't know. But I'm a hardcore equity. But today's interesting time, you are seeing new alternate investments emerging like gold. Gold today, I won't really call it as an alternate because I think it's been there in the fray for a long time. Of course. Even equity was an alternate, by the way, when I started my career. Because it was people, a Bombay club, Bombay Stock Exchange, 50 brokers, they're buying and selling and making money. And for rest of the other people, the real investment was bank deposits and land. Similarly,
we will come to land as well. I'm sure Murli is waiting to come in on that. But go ahead, complete your thought.
So I think, but today's time are very interesting. I think the alternate assets are emerging very fast and very different. They are happening because there are financialization of an asset. Very easily, most of the assets are monetizable today. There has to be a huge pressure on building alpha. I mean, you can't build alpha in gold or some of the asset, but new assets are building alpha. And third, you're able to get some of these new assets into the mainstream. It leads from a discovery. When you discover, a lot of institutions start putting money. When the institution put money, it becomes more transparent. When it becomes transparent, become more liquid. When it becomes liquid, it becomes democratized, the way equity has happened. So now you will see an emergence of, I think before this panel, she was talking to them, LLM. I mean, LLM was supposed to be something to benefit an AI. Tomorrow you will be investing in that. IP, cryptos. So I clearly see that alternates besides gold and besides equity are the time for the future. And some of these assets are going to become seriously big and seriously a very high impact part of your portfolio is to come right now.
Right. We will try and touch upon cryptocurrencies also, and I know Andrew has a view on that, especially in the context of comparing gold and crypto. Well, both by some metrics being perhaps safe haven investments, not directly linked to everything else that we see with national growth, etc. But before that, Murli Marappan, if I can bring you in, sir. Real estate, again, look at the skyline of Dubai behind you. I mean, you're sitting not just in the city of gold, you're sitting in the city of real estate. And many believe, even today, especially people of my father's generation at least, that perhaps the best investment over time still happens to be real estate. You look at data over 20 years, 30 years period, eventually it tends to converge at a time that all asset classes give you almost the same return. So is there a real right or wrong way of investing if over a long term, your return is almost similar no matter what the risk or the reward?
We are in Dubai now. It's the India-UAE Global Summit. If you look at both the countries, the biggest driver for growth is real estate. Urban
In fact, the maximum FDI which UAE has attracted last year happens to be real estate.
Absolute. Real estate, I'm a real estate developer. Consumer, both you need to look at. As a real estate developer, you just don't build homes. You also build good karma. We all Indian believe in earning good karma by building homes, providing shelter to somebody. You always earn good karma. Gold doesn't give you. Gold gives you a lot of jealousy. So, whereas real estate gives you good karma. Right. So, if you're in India, you should look at real estate big time. If you're in Middle East, you should look at real estate good time because, again, by doing real estate, you fulfill the desires of so many consumers. The consumers are going to bless you. Now, with respect to returns, if you look at,
that's a nice way for somebody who represents real estate to tell you to buy more property, right? Good karma. Go buy more houses.
Unless you don't believe
in great marketing genius.
Absolutely.
Actually. He must have touched the cards of everybody sitting out here.
We have a panel on building brands. Maybe you should be on that one as well.
If none of them want to build a good karma, their choices. So it is everyone's personal choice. He also gave data on gold and both of them kind of picked up each other on the return. If at all you look at the best return, also you know that what you're doing. See, equity, I'm seeing now good amount of people chasing equity in India today. And 95 to 98% of them, they don't know what they are chasing up to. It's a herd mentality. If there is a small nosedive, the biggest sufferers are the people who do not know anything about it. They are all just driven by animal mentality. Now, if you look at real estate, they know what they are buying into.
Right.
And they make good returns there. That's where if you look at the growth for the last at least about 8-10 years, the kind of growth every city which has witnessed is a tremendous growth, and people have made tons of money in the last 10 years. Everyone has made money. Today, average Indian, middle class has become upper middle class become rich become super rich in the last 10 years. So all that money, all that wealth, and most of all the Indians, they all make money, but their boss is at home always. She understands real estate much better than anybody else. So real estate is the area one has to look at, and India, UAE should look at how to collaborate with each other. See, we have seen tremendous growth of real estate, which built UAE what it is become now. So they should also look at something big time in India, collaborate with large developers and make a big deal out of it.
Right, no doubt. I think the objective of creating platforms like these is to encourage bilateral trade, bilateral partnership. But I'm still stuck on the karma part because he's saying if you want to do good karma, you should buy more real estate. But I tend to agree with Pankaj. I think your karma ends if your wife does not see gold or you buying gold. That's the end of karma as we know it, don't we? Especially all the married men.
Yeah, when you buy too much gold, immediately you get jealousy from your relatives.
And jealousy, of course, sure. So again, I'll come to you, Andrew, in just a bit. But Feroz, I want to come back to you. At the end of the day, real estate and gold are very tangible. You can see them, you can touch them, you can feel them. But then there are also other ways of investing in them, which could be through gold ETF, which you can't touch, see, feel, or REITs for that matter. Right. So is there a real case for the regulator to come up with very clear, very absolutely fundamental level programs as the regulator, as the stock exchanges have worked in India to increase investor awareness on equities? Is there a real need to get real estate also equitized in that sense that REITs becomes an active way for people to invest in the real estate story, even if they don't have the money to buy Shriram properties?
No, you should buy Shriram properties also. That also you should do it.
Okay, we know, we've heard your marketing pitch, sir. But Feroz, is there a case for REITs to be more formalized in that sense?
Yes, Karthik, in my opinion, if you financialize a physical asset, the behavior of the buyer changes. Okay, that's one thing which you have to, this occurred to me and then we made a 4P model. I had gifted my sister 1 crore of gold ETF. Okay, I'm just trying to say that financialization of a physical asset.
Right.
Last November, she calls me, can I sell a portion of it? I said, what happened? November, there was a fall, and she calls me and saying, I want to sell 50 lakhs of these. I said, have you ever sold any other physical gold you've had? She says, no. Itte bure din thodna hai. She said, and if I have to translate it, it's not such bad times that I'll sell physical gold. So what happened was, it was same asset, financialized, behavior of the same consumer changed.
Right.
Then came the 4P model, patience on one side, and if it is physical, patience is high. If it's not physical, patience is low of a consumer of an asset. Second, if you can buy and sell in parts,
fractional investing.
Fractional.
Is that something the equity markets also need? Because you can buy a fraction of an Apple stock or an Amazon stock, but in India, we still don't have fractional. I mean, if I want to buy an MRF stock today, which is what, 1,40,000 or something, last when I checked, I can't buy a fraction of it. I don't have that kind of money to buy even one share.
No, in real estate, fractional ownership has come down big time.
You can buy the mutual funds there, but of course, you can buy one share. It's not, but I think fractionalization is the future. And sorry, I'm not cutting you out, but I'm adding to what he's saying. End of the day, financialization is the most important driver of change, of behavior. So most of these alternate asset, which looks very difficult today, any other future alternate asset, once the financialization happens, adoptions become much more clear in those stuff. So now, whether it's gold, whether it's real estate, probably whether it's going to be other assets like we are talking about artificial, and I'm very bullish on that because like LLM, probably I just give an example, could be decentralized way of, blockchain infra, IPs. Not today, there are IPs you and me can't even touch, but people are going to come and buy because all these assets, which are new assets, which have got a huge alpha, once you financialize them, then I think the growth will really happen.
Right. So I think, Feroz, if you want to complete your thought, otherwise I want to quickly jump over now to cryptocurrency. Maybe I'll just give you a minute to wrap up what you were saying earlier.
Yes. So point I'm trying to make is, if you financialize a physical asset, the behavior of the consumer changes and the behavior of the asset changes. REITs have been in India. I think the first one was launched in 2019. Embassy REIT was the first thing. The whole juicing out of the return was taken away. So capital appreciation was negligible. It was launched at 300 rupees. I think it's quoting at 370. Not too different. It's about 3-4% capital appreciation. So the point I'm trying to make is, when you wrap a physical asset, which is nothing but a dream, a person pays for a land parcel, which I was selling for a client. He's one guy saying, I'm going to build a hospital. There's another guy who's saying, I'm going to make an apartment complex. So what price you get for an asset depends on the dream of the buyer. When you're buying an apartment, the dream is curtailed to, it's a 3-bedroom apartment housing 6 people.
Right.
So when you put a REIT kind of a structure, you take away the entire attribute of the asset out of the asset, is my submission.
Got it. Now, all right. So I think I'll just now quickly jump over to something that we've heard about, and perhaps, many of us who have come from India may not have dabbled into it as yet because it's still frowned upon. But here we are sitting in Dubai, and cryptocurrency is something which obviously is making waves across the world. I started this session asking a trivia on gold returns. I want to now flip it over and ask our audience if we know what is the kind of return that we've seen on crypto assets over the last 1 year. Well, I'll tell you 1 year, it's a simple number, it's just 60%. But do we know over the last 5 years how much have crypto on an average returned? If anybody in the audience wants to venture a guess, I'm happy to pass the mic around. But the answer is it's a solid 480%. Now, if I were to take that to the last 10 years, The return on crypto, ladies and gentlemen, the return on cryptocurrency has been almost 15,000%. So Andrew Naylor, I want to come to you. You live in Dubai, you live in the city of gold, and you also live in a city where cryptocurrency is so popular. Gold versus crypto perhaps is not really a debate which one does or indulges in too often right now, but is there a real case in an asset which doesn't have an underlying value to jump up as much as 15,000% in 10 years?
It's a speculative asset, and it's not without risk.
Long term, 15,000%, 5 years, 480%, 1 year, 60%. Yes, it has seen its downturn, but every time it bounces back, breaks new records.
But based on what? There's no intrinsic value with crypto. And as you said, it goes up and it goes down. I mean, gold plays the role of a protective asset. It's a portfolio diversifier. It maximizes your risk-adjusted returns. Crypto doesn't. Now, there's a role for crypto, for sure, but it's not a safe haven asset. Gold is a safe haven asset because it performs differently to other asset classes, and it actually becomes more correlated, albeit inversely, during downturns, which is exactly what you want. So when your equity portfolio isn't performing quite as well, that's when gold comes into its own. But it's also a physical asset. So if you own it outright, you take possession of it, either constructively or in person, there's no counterparty risk because it's yours. You have legal title to it. It's also a very liquid asset. And actually, during the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, in more recent times, we have, at the peak of crises, seen the gold price dip, and people start questioning, well, is it really the safe haven that we thought it was? Well, actually, it was performing as it should, and that's an access to emergency liquidity when it's required, because it is one of the most liquid assets in the world. Over $220 billion, I think the latest figure is traded every single day. And so when things are less liquid in a time of crisis, it's gold that can give you access to emergency liquidity, and that's why in the initial stages of a financial crisis, gold tends to dip a little bit, but then it picks back up again.
Right. Okay, Shalini, I'll just take another 2 minutes. My director has been telling me to wrap up, but I can't leave this platform without coming back to Pankaj once. Pankaj, you were talking about other alternate investments, and the fact is, do we as humankind lay too much emphasis on intrinsic value that can be seen, felt, touched, and overall observed? Because at the end of the day, you're talking about PE investments. You're also talking about investments, in multiple other platforms, LLMs, for example, which you don't know what the outcome will be. It's not profits that you can see. It's not revenue that you can see. It's an idea that you're investing in. So are we making perhaps a generational mistake of laying too much emphasis on intrinsic value?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, money managers are taught like this, that the only way you can ever make money is when there's a misprice of an asset to its intrinsic value. And some of the assets are very clear. A flat at the Sheikh Zayed Road is going to cost you X dirham. If it is cheaper, you buy it. Similarly, in equity, we have been taught, now this is the earning, this is a P, blah, blah, blah. But when you come into a new idea like an alternate, an IP, how do you know what an IP could be an intrinsic value? So that's why some of these assets in alternate, you cannot talk to them intrinsic value because they have yet not been fully discovered. Like crypto, possibly for him, it's a very speculative asset because the end use, what he thinks are very limited versus me. I think this whole decentralized way of building your currency and commerce is the future. Why should I go and buy everything in dollar? Why dollar should be doing everything to me? Right. So I think the future would be basically in the decentralized thing. So believing our historical learning that every time you make money because there's a case of intrinsic value differentiation works in the most discovered assets. Non-discovered assets, you have to give a value beyond that. That's why they call it as alternate. So these are alternate assets over a period of time that discovered. Once they are discovered, as I said, financialization will happen, institutional investor will come, more liquidity will come, then democratization will happen, and then people will see the end value. I think same is going to happen whether it's an IP, whether it's crypto, whether it's LLM, whether it's AI, art, everything.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we are completely out of time. I'm just going to request my panelists, all of them, one by one, to just give us a simple one-line answer that at the end of the day, the objective is to get rich to make more money. How do you get more rich, Pankaj?
I don't recommend people getting rich. I recommend them getting wealthy. So stay invested for a long time.
All right, fantastic answer there. Get wealthy, not rich. Murli.
Just focus on building your enterprise. Take up an idea, like Swami Vivekananda said, live with that idea, make it very big. Just go behind your passion. You can create tons and tons of wealth in today's market.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm feeling really small in this audience. There are such wise words coming, and here I'm just thinking about money. Well, I thought that was my job. Andrew.
Don't put all your eggs into one basket. Diversify.
All right, and last word to you, Feroz.
I think commonsensically invest in the fastest growing economy for the next 25 years. The next 25 years belongs to India. I can go on and on with 100 data points to prove that. If you don't have 50-60% of your wealth and your origin is in India, I think you're missing out, for sure.
All right, so miss India at your own risk. That's the final word coming in from Feroz Aziz. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to a wrap on this discussion. Thank you so much, Feroz, Andrew, Murli, and Pankaj for being here. I think a fabulous discussion and a pleasure hosting you at the News9 Global Summit in Dubai.
And Mr. Malayappan, if I can just highlight while you were having the chat and you emphasized on real estate, there was a gentleman sitting right here. He said that your comments might make, women upset about the gold. Can I please request our CEO, TV9 Network, Mr. Vikram, to please join us here at stage and felicitate our guest. Gentlemen, for joining us here at stage. Let's move on and change the gears now, quite literally, as the evening approaches. It's time to get business out of the way and call upon our next set of leaders who indeed tell the world that they mean business. They embody the spirit that diversity is not just inclusion, it's innovation, inspiration, as well as intelligent growth. Let's also hear from women shaping the boardrooms, the skies, as well as the stories. Please welcome on stage Claudia Pinto, Head of Philanthropy and Sustainability, Advisor to His Highness Sheikh Marwan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Shalini Pasi, reality TV star and philanthropist. Also Somdatta Singh, founder Acitus Global. Her Excellency Leila Rahal El Atfani, President, Women Business Circle. And to moderate this session, I request Mr. Karthikeya Sharma to join us back here on stage.
A very warm welcome to all of you, and it's indeed a pleasure to have such achievers on stage at a single point of time who have created wealth, created legacies, and made their own mark in this world. But then, when we talk about DAI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusivity, there are things which I would like to put on board before we start our conversation. The McKinsey report, for example, of 23, 19, if I recollected, 15 also very clearly states that if you have a very diverse company in terms of people, it's 39% likely to do better than other companies in context of diversity. And if you have more women in decision-making loop, it's 30% more likely to do better. Harvard Business Review says that if you have a diverse team, it's 70% more likely to capture new markets. So having women and people from diverse backgrounds at the center of decision making is good business. It's not a social statement. It proves that diversity in business, diversity in governance, diversity in organization goes a long way in creating healthy environment because it creates better views, nuanced views. I'll start with Your Excellency.
Thank
you. What is your, first of all, definition of inclusivity? Because, when we talk about inclusivity, there are 200 nationalities in UAE. I mean, so this country has a ministry of tolerance. This country has a ministry of possibilities. It passed a law very recently that in joint stock private company, they have to reserve a place for women on the board. These are the decisions which this country has taken, which is very, very progressive. So how do you define inclusivity? Because it has three sections: diversity, equity, and inclusivity.
Well, first of all, thank you for this panel. Thank you to News Media and to all the sponsors. Thank you, to our audience. It's a great pleasure to be with you. And when we talk about inclusivity, we are in it. This is what we are in. Today, with this diversity and inclusion and humanity and tolerance, the world is being small island, like I say. We are together for the best. There is no I, there is we. And if we uplift together and we build together and we never forgot that currency of humanity and tolerance and diversity, that's to build the society. And one of the goals of UAE government, and not only also India and the globe, is to make a unity of the humanity, empowering the children, empowering the women for better skills and uplifting the economy, bridging the culture and economy, putting all that in one pot. It's called humanity. That for me is exclusivity.
Claudia, how has UAE championed diversity, equity, inclusivity? And do you think that the growth which the country has seen is also a result of its multicultural policies?
I can't hear you perfectly, your question, because it's echo, but it's about diversity. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation. So we are, what can I say, as the head of philanthropy and sustainability advisor of His Highness Sheikh Marwan bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and work direct also with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed in Dubai Cares. So we are on the right place in the world to speak about diversity, about respect, about tolerance. So as no better country to start something in life, can be a business, can be change the family, change house. So it is the right country. And we are on the right moment as we are building and joining forces to build the most sustainable city in the world. And for that, we have to build the most happiest city in the world, where we need holistic approach, education and well-being, where community all together have the power to build.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, let's make it about your experiences, huh? And then I'll come to both of you. So you are a founder, you are an achiever. What barriers did you face when you were climbing up the ladder? Were they different from men around you? Did you have to work doubly hard?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and with such a coveted panel. And that just shows that this region, because you talked about it before, has been a big advocate of skill-based opportunity. I think they don't see gender as a man or a woman. They see opportunity to be equal. And I grew up in a family, and I'm going to take that question Freddie asked me. I grew up in a family where my granddad taught me Strihi Brahma Bahuvit, which means the first stotram of Rig Veda starts with saying, woman, you're the ultimate source of enlightenment, thou enlighten us. So when enlightenment is there in our culture, I think what it means for women is that, can I take this opportunity to convert it into something which will build a legacy? Because you quoted McKinsey and Harvard Business School, and there's a lot of Harvardians here, myself included. One of the things about is, though we are 50% of world's population, we're only 2% women who are entrepreneurs or doing business. It's not the challenge that we don't get the opportunity. It is more about, do we as women feel that we can do it all? Sometimes it is the nuance that we don't have to do it all. It's okay to ask for help, right? I have a husband who's a lawyer who also cooks, right? That doesn't make me any less. It just makes me aware that what I'm good at, and I focus on that. So is it easy? I think it's equally hard for both men and women. Why do I do it? Because if I can do it, anyone can. You know, I come from a family of doctors where no one in the history of my family has been an entrepreneur, and I built 3 businesses. My first when I was at MIT, my second that got acquired, and now the third, which is almost $1 billion company. And the most important thing is, this has enabled me to invest in other women. So I have a family office out of ADGM, and again, I love this region for that because it gives opportunity to set up family offices so easily. We've done 78 investments, and guess what our thesis is? We will only invest in companies where the women at least has 30% of the equity, not 5%. So the goal is, am I advocating equity or am I advocating empowerment? Empowerment is...
What about equality?
There is no equality between genders. It can't be. Biologically not possible, socially, economically not possible. There's a reason to it. And I'll tell this. Have you ever wondered why the best chef of the world are men and the best economists and bankers of the world are women? Women are naturally good with money. Men are naturally good in kitchen. However, the society made men feel that you have to be the torchbearer of the family, so forget everything else. So we are changing the game a little bit. It is about equity. If you're good at something, do it irrespective of the profession, but give it your all. And, you know, somebody was quoting Swami Vivekananda, and I say, you know, take a risk in life. If you win, you'll lead. If you fail, you'll guide.
But you see, Shalini, hard structures of power, whether they're businesses or government or even armed institutions or reforms have taken place, DEI has been a tough concept to introduce. And in many countries, it has been in retreat. And culturally, there are glass ceilings. America may be the most progressive society, but it has failed to elect a woman president, you know?
Yes.
It's really impossible.
Absolutely. So I think in India, my take would be obviously from the art world and maybe from the fashion world. India is a very diverse country, as we all know. And I think when we go out and we you know, try to, if we are doing a project, we don't really think in terms of, you know, we have to only employ men or women. We look for the best candidates. But those times are now gone. You know, women have been marginalized, and there have been communities who have been marginalized, and we need to take that into account now. And it's fine that it's happened for kids now without, but the buzzword now is this, what we are talking on. And it's mostly the corporates which are doing that. At our level in the art world, if you take, say, an art gallery or a museum or an auction house like Christie's, Saffron, or Sotheby's, there are very large number of women employees. And somehow I think it's more, art world is little more diverse. But coming back to what...
I'm interrupting you. Yeah. To have large number of women employees is one thing. To have large number of women artists is another thing.
So
my question to you
yes.
is, are these art institutions, because they are not open institutions, you don't get elected to art institutions,
so,
are they inclusive enough? Do you think that they have been diverse enough?
So, of course, for centuries, women artists have been marginalized, and what women created was considered craft. So whatever women could do, say weave carpet or even embroidery, was considered craft and not art, right? So we had an artist like who would actually weave from the hemp, and now her works are in museums all around the world. And it was difficult for her to even be allowed her work to be considered art, because now we have bridged that gap. In India and in worldwide, the art world is encouraging women artists to take part in shows, and they're helping them with museum shows and stuff like that. The Venice Biennale, which was 3 years ago, was just focused on women artists, largely focused on women artists. So the art world is trying, and I think in India, I think it's not just communities which were marginalized. I think the women, which and then we need a lot of allowances for that. So that is happening, but not at this scale.
Okay, Your Excellency, you wanted to come in, then I'll come to you soon. You wanted to come in?
I just want to say, apologize what I'm going to say first. We take a trend for empowering the women and giving them red carpet. They deserve it. But lately it's become slogan and trend. And like she said, it's become crowd. The empowerment and purpose, they start the United Nations to put the women in spot because they deserve it as they are in marketing, in mindset, in resilience, in wellness, and boosting other women to start up the business and giving them that initiative. The world starts with Adam, not with Eve. We have to be equal. I'm sorry, we have an equality, gender equality here. Yes, there is some areas which male dominant, which is normal because of health power, but the women is taking too much power on the men. I think we have enough empowered women. It's time to empower the gentlemen.
Are you saying that there's a cultural lens to gender equality? I mean, to say differs from culture to culture. That's the point you are trying to make?
Yes.
Do you agree to that, Claudia? You traverse two worlds.
2 minutes. I will use less than that.
I think...
So,
let Claudia.
So, you know, when we speak about women's and men's, so we just have to, and this country, it's unique and grateful and amazing on that. You just have to follow the leader. So the ruler of this country mentioned we must have to empower the women because they are not less than miracles. And when we empower women, we empower the whole community, men's and women's. This is not about gender. It is about inclusion. So men's are welcome, and when we mention empower women in Dubai, we mention empower the whole society, as mentioned Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Just follow the leader, and we are on the track. Thank you.
Let me share the Indian experience, because then I'm going to talk about the retreat of DI in countries where it was introduced and the sort of impact it will have in other countries, if it has. In India, the governments in India have followed the policies of educating women, mothers.
Yep.
You educate a mother, you ensure that the child gets educated. If you feed the mother properly, you ensure that the children are fed properly. So in terms of diverting your, or even Ladli Behna, you know, this is an election-related scheme, but, you know, when I was having a conversation with Mr. Bhandari yesterday, he actually shared a very fine point with me. It's like sometimes technology does not allow the benefits to trickle down immediately, but when you pass that benefit in one go, it helps the women, you know, it empowers it. But then diversity, equity, inclusivity is also about races. Gender is one component of it. So my question to you is, and you can answer that, do you think that DEI is becoming a casualty, since you have stayed and worked there in America, of politics of wokeism and the nativist streak which has emerged in the United States of America? Do you becoming it's becoming a casualty of that?
100%. You know, with what His Excellency and Claudia talked about, let me clarify something. If you are getting a
you
job,
can use the word Donald Trump, you know?
Yeah. So if you're going to get a job, if there are two engineers, a man and a woman, if you're going to get a job, it should be based on who is good at the job they're basically applying for. That is very critical. And there is where equity and intelligence, your emotional intelligence, your communication, your leadership, your vision, and your ability to execute comes into the picture. That is what makes you a qualified individual. Now, how do you empower the creator? A man is born out of a woman's womb. So woman, the word woman actually means a womb plus a man. That's not to woo a man, but to a womb plus a man. So that's the power. So you can't empower a creator. What you can do is you can respect allow the creator to foster and give them an opportunity. Therefore, I think the word feminism is woke, because most of the times it's advocating for something that doesn't have a desired result. And I'll bring in something that Shalini talked about. I'm an avid art collector, and I love the paintings by Madhavi Parekh. But guess what? Madhavi's painting gets less valued compared to a Porish Maiti, right? Why? Because she's a woman. Because other women like us don't buy. If we really have to build equality, women should have our own cohesive community to drive each other, to uplift each other, to ensure that if we get an opportunity to advocate for another person as an individual based on their skills, we give preference to the community. And it is woke, because I lived in US, let me tell you, it's the most racist country in this world. UAE is the most diverse, equity-friendly, opportunity-friendly country in this world. I have been living here for 5 years. I moved from New York because guess what? In New York, sometimes I was called Spanish, go back to your country, even though I went to MIT and Howard, right? This country, you know what it has done to me? I have investors from this country. I've been asked to go IPO in this country. The government opens its doors, and even India doesn't do that. Says, come, tell me what we can do to help you. I have never seen a country this forward, which they have built in 25 years. US is nowhere close to that. US is going backwards, UAE is going forward. This U is more powerful than that.
Let's talk business. So let me get the component of business.
Can I add something? I think lately we have to build entrepreneur leadership. We have to build the women who can go, work, handle, uplift, and we have a role model in UAE, yes. We have even the youth startup. We are a role model for financial freedom. But the diversity which you are talking about, we have to build the women entrepreneur and youth entrepreneur and start that from the school and take care of those marvel moms who educate them children and did not have chance to be leadership. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask this question. It's an open question to all of you. Because and I said this when I started, that diversity, inclusivity, equity works very well in businesses if you have it in right mix.
True.
Now, Indira Gandhi,
yeah.
Sheikh Hasina,
yeah.
Margaret Thatcher,
yeah.
Golda Meir,
yeah.
women leaders, Marie Curie, okay. Solid leaders, powerful leaders. Do you think that when women are at the lead role of leadership, whether in the cooperation of country, do they behave differently from men?
100%.
I think women are obviously much more, when they're given opportunity, they give their 110%.
Even as head of corporations, for example,
because
when Indra Nooyi was running,
for them, what has happened is
was she
now
behaving differently from any other
they
CEO?
want to prove.
Head of operations. So 8 months ago, the law, it comes a law from the government. All the companies, they must have to hire on the top of the companies, they need to have at least 2 women. And from September, they will go see who they really have at least 2 women on the top of the corporations. Otherwise, they will get fined. So it's a way of start.
Charlie, you can conclude your point.
Yes, women, of course, also they bring sensitivity. They take their job extremely seriously because they feel that, they have got this opportunity and they need to prove themselves. So also they are probably more honest and they're more compassionate with their work and they bring a different understanding to the whole job. That's what my...
Do you agree with that?
I think the way you talk about it makes me, look at it from 3 different spectrums. I'm going to talk about it. The diversity, inclusivity, and equity from a political standpoint is just advocacy unless it has execution. From a business standpoint, it is about skills. Like I'm a woman founder, I'm a solo founder. I have a bunch of men that are in my board, right? And I say this, behind every successful woman, there are many men if you get the right people to support you.
How many women do you have in your board?
I have only 1 woman in my board.
And men?
And there are 6 men. But the 2 women, the founder and the board member, are enough. Okay. Sometimes it is not the number that matters. The value is about what they contribute. I have 67% women in my warehouse. Guess what? People used to think somebody working in a warehouse is a man's job, right? To pick, pack, handle orders and ship it. I have women doing it. They do it more efficiently. And like Shalini said, the emotional intelligence in us is comparatively higher. You know why? because of two X chromosomes. Men have X and Y. The XX, which gives you the power to create, makes you a natural nurturer.
So is DAI about thought process or just representation of people of color or people of race or gender?
It is thoughts. It starts with you believing in something, only then it's real.
process?
Yes. 100%.
Process.
I think
Thought process?
It's a
100%.
thought process which translates into action. You know, it cannot just remain with
Women
you.
can be as patriarchal as men.
I am very biased, in fact, to women. I have 90% women workforce. I'm actually the other way. I'm very like...
90%?
My son says that you don't like men. I said, yeah.
Karthikeyan, think
So
about this.
it's actually the other way around
The
for
east
me.
of India, right, is a matriarchal society. The east of India, right? The seven sisters. Guess what happens there? The man comes to... Actually, the girl will not leave the mom's house to go to the man's house to marry. It's the other way around. It's a very matriarchal society, right? So a woman is taken to be the leader of the family, and it's extremely matriarchal. It's there in UAE as well. If you see the grandmoms and all, very matriarchal. It starts with a thought, because unless you have something you believe in, if you're executing without the right intent, it is hollow. It will not last for long. If you just pretend, oh, I'm going to support women, I'm going to stand by you, but the execution is not there, then it's pretty much...
That's why we move from women empowerment to women power, women in business circle. The reason why, today, enough those macho picture coming at the front, together, but what is the action taken? What is the benefit? What is the values, core value you put? And here also, I come back to the government of UAE. They are building the leaders and entrepreneur leadership and women in entrepreneurial. The Congress of Women, the last one we done about the women, it's not only figures, it's numbers. They are offering also a license with 1,070. You can start up from your home. I mean, the startup on women's leadership, it's not minimizing, it's making women as great leader, do her statistic, build her business, think about her financial freedom, and think about diversity, because they're doing a lot of exhibition. And one of the role model, Pinto, she's doing the same.
Then how do you, let me be the devil's advocate here, let me take a contrarian point of view. Then how do you balance excellence or expertise with representation?
So
it's just a position I have taken to elucidate a response.
So I'm a founder of the Empowering Women Middle East. It's a platform where we combine philanthropy with social entrepreneurship. And here we go for the ones they have companies, for the ones they want to achieve and be entrepreneurs. One of the most important, in my opinion, it's how you guide your people. How you guide the ones sit on the table and tell, I have this business, let me know how I have to scale this business. So I have to be prepared and know the KPIs of the country. I have to know the roadmap of the government to advise in the right way. So it's a really big responsibility when we tell we are entrepreneurs or we have a community A, B, C. We have to be aligned with the government. We have to be aligned with the right KPIs. Otherwise, we bring people, they can commit mistakes. They can fail easily, and they will not stay on their country. They will be frustrated. Doesn't matter if they are men's or women's. They look for the same. How I can succeed with my business. How I can implement my vision and mission into the dream of Dubai. And Dubai, yes, is a land where you drop your seeds and the seeds, they blow as we can feel in another place. So it's the right place if you want to be entrepreneur. It's the right place if you want have a dream. If you have a dream of have a company, build a community, but be very careful, pay attention with who is your advisor, who are there to advise you how to do. And I do believe this is the real point. We have all to understand, accept, and men's or women's, they will succeed when they follow the strategy of the environment where are merged in. So I do believe this is one of the most important points.
Okay, Shalini, let me let me take you home. Huh? Let me take you home. Is our entertainment industry diverse and inclusive enough?
Can I say something else? Just a very simple example. You know, when we are in school and college, the women, our girls are doing better than the boys. School and college, they are topping. Very simple example. A friend's daughter said, I can't marry this boy because I'm from Harvard and he's from UCLA. Mom, how can I marry him? This is the state of our country. What happens to these brilliant women who are in school and college, doing better than the boys, getting into the best universities, doing all the best programs, excelling, and when they come back, and by the time, after 15 years, they have not climbed the corporate ladder. Where do these girls go?
So where does the barrier come?
That is what the barrier comes in the real world. In school and colleges, we are giving them the same teachers, same opportunities, same education. They fill the same form, they go to colleges, they excel internationally, they come back, and within 2, 3, 5, 10 years, all the awards are going to men, everything. It's a handful, it's just a handful of women who actually remain there at the cost of sacrificing for everything. So that is the truth.
I do agree with that. And I'll tell you, because there is something called as the vision versus the reality. And that spectrum is still pretty broad. And I had to make certain decisions in life, right? For example, if you are going to you're going to get married, you're going to have a kid, and then you're going to take a break, you come back to the corporate life, things change. A mother is still the nurturer and is expected to do certain responsibilities, and that's because you took us back home, so I'm going to talk about back home. In US, it's pretty common to have a house husband. Indra Nooyi has a husband who takes care of the kids. He's never worked. Indra Nooyi used to work, and her husband used to take care of the kids, and he's been open about it. But in our social construct, it's still not something that is acceptable. So if you see, there's a huge dropout. And I'll give you the statistics. At 23, you join an organization after an MBA. And at 27, 28, once you get married, you have your kid, there's a big dropout there that happens. That's where the challenge comes in when the corporate ladders get filled in by the next in line. And the next in line happens to be the man, right? That's pretty much it, right? So what Shalini is talking about is extremely common. And it's there in US as well, but you'll see a lot of the Indians going to US, that's the construct. Because they go as a dependent on H-1B, they don't end up getting a job and things change significantly. But there are a lot of changes that is happening. I have a lot of my colleagues and seniors who are here from Harvard who came in today. Their daughters and their kids have changed that construct. They're now taking the ownership. No, I'm going to take over from my father, run the business, or start something, and I'm not going to stop, right? If I will build, I'll get a co-founder who can support me when I'm going into my maternity leave. So I think a few things needs to be seen differently. Being a mother is a power. It is not a curse. Having children is responsibility of both. There has to be equity in the household, only then there can be equity in the corporate ladder.
I think there's equity in conversation is also required. For example, if you interview a woman candidate or if you have a man, you'll never ask the man, are you going to be father next year?
No, but women do get asked.
Or are you recently married? Are you going to start a family? But those questions can be put to a woman. So it's part of a conversation. I'm really sorry, I've run short of time, and Shalini has given me third warning, so I have to heed to Shalini because she's the boss there. So on this note, okay, Your Excellency, a minute to you.
I think men or women, we are equal. We're born equal. And each one has a role in this society. There is no society without men or without women. I think no matter which title, which we are going to reach to the moon, we remain a women and gentlemen. My father is gentleman, my son gentleman, my husband gentleman. The one who's hosting this is gentleman. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Actually, to you.
I think everybody has gotten habituated to the drill now. So can we have the beautiful hampers on stage? Also, since we spoke about women, how can we not have Mrs. Devleena Majumdar, our CHRO TV9 network on stage? Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us here for the panel discussion. What an enlightening conversation. And since I know a lot of you have already heard a lot of panels here, and thank you so much. And you are also interested about some questions, you have some answers to yourselves as well. So I would like to hand over the mic to my colleague Nabila Jamal, present here, to now interact with the audiences as well. Let's hear in what's their favorite panel and what are the opinions that they have in their mind. Over to you, Nabila.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to get on stage. I want to do this a lot more impromptu because I have women seated here as audience. And I think to get to these real women, to understand how it works at home for them is what I want to capture here today. Let me go straight to three of the women who are seated very quietly, who observed this entire panel. We had many serious, in-depth conversations that we had with the women there where they spoke about how it's not a fight for equality, it's a fight for merit. Do you agree? What's the toughest part for you at home to wade through family and work, if you are?
Good afternoon to everyone. I think like other issues that we always women speak about this, it's not related to another special culture or special places. It's related to our family, how grows up our mothers and actually brought up and actually trained us about how to finish your work. Men or women, not difference. The talent is not related to the sexuality, I think. And this cliche about women can do this or we never should actually prove that. Because we are women, we can do this or we can't do this. It's related to personality, I think.
Each one's talent matters. It's not about equality, it's about merit. Anything you want to say? Who's your biggest motivator? Is it a woman? Yes, no? You can say it in your language. Ma'am, who's your biggest motivator?
Yes, okay. Hello, good evening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Fayruza Sayed, and the biggest motivator is the best man who had been on earth. He is like our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. No, he isn't God. He was a human being on earth, and he was a person who guided humanity. In real life, honestly speaking, it is my way of life, which is through Islam. Well, my husband, he's my supporter, mashallah. Yeah, because I don't have another woman in the family. I just have one son, but I can give all the credit to my husband because, yes, I also believe that both men and women have to support each other.
Finally, husband came second after God. I'm glad. Okay, let me ask Devleena, who is with us at TV9 Network. Devleena, who's your biggest motivator? Women here, eloquent, spoke about how it's not the fight for equality here, it's fight for merit. You should know best. You interview so many women.
So I have a point here. This was a very, very informative and amazing session. I wish this could go on.
But unfortunately, DEI is still about men and women. DEI is also beyond. It's time we look beyond men, women, equality, ratio, etc., and embrace DEI as a holistic purpose. Secondly, coming to my inspiration, my grandfather was my role model. I did not have my father, he raised me, and I don't feel that there needs to be this constant striving to beat a man or to be better than a man. Like somebody mentioned in the panel, there are gentlemen here in our family too, and DEI should be beyond. That's all I can say. Also, very interesting concept on this and discussion on equity, because equity is the most important aspect of DEI rather, and I think it came up beautifully in this panel. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Okay, I'd like to ask Claudia, I know you said what you said on stage. Would you want to say who's the biggest motivator, your biggest strength? Is it a woman or is it a man?
It's a man. My father, yes. Yes. So, and my mother, she's amazing as well, but my father is the one I grow with how to connect philanthropy with social entrepreneurship, so how you can create social profit on the financial way, or through the financial way you can create social profit. So it's my father, my inspiration. Yes, my everything.
Everything. So nice to hear. You know, one thing about women is women juggle so much. There's, Shalini, I'll come to you too. Women juggle so much as all the women want to thrive, want to become successful. At the same time, they keep a family and a home going. You know, and that's what's amazing about a woman, because women are inherent nurturers. I would want to ask you, how do you juggle? How do you juggle with ease? Are you okay doing it, or do you want to break sometimes?
Well, all the women want to break, as they're beautiful, and you're queen, each one queen in her circle, and each one have to break something. But I don't want to break the humanity touch. I want that strength. Each woman have strength, have her beauty. No woman is not beautiful. She has something special, that's why she get a husband. But she need to break ceiling always. Thank you.
Shalini, but I'll take you on your own answer. But before that, Shalini, women today, if you do, you're damned. If you don't, it's all right. If you do, it's all right. They say that, well, she's a career woman, good for her. But if you don't, also it's okay, you know. They're like, yeah, that's what women are expected to be. Do you believe a pro or a con?
Honestly, you have one life, whether you're a man or a woman, or you have to live it. And for me, I honestly believe that if you've been given a human birth, and if you're not, you have to live to your fullest, you have to do your duties, like we say, you have to do your karma. You're born in a certain place, in a certain country, and you have to do what you have to do. What I left out on the panel was, I wanted to say that a lot of countries, they say we are an aging population, they don't have children, because they are not giving initiatives for women to have children. So women are like, sorry, I have no respect in society. I have nothing to do. When my children are older, I am neglected. So they don't want to have children, and they are doing and they are becoming working women. And because there is no incentive, especially countries, I don't want to name the countries, they are an aging population. So those countries especially need to look into this issue.
Okay, make the environment more conducive for women to have a family and have a career. That's possibly going to be the best. Finally, lovely women here, would you want to give us your take on being a career woman? Who's the biggest motivator for you, a woman or a man?
Definitely a woman. A woman, absolutely.
Tell me a little more about your bond with other women. First of all, there's this conception that women never encourage other women. Is that changing today?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I think women are the biggest motivators for all women out there, especially when it comes to startup brands and that, especially with the inception of social media taking over where we are. I think there's no better motivation for women than, you know, your own friends, your sisters, your cousins. I think the biggest hype squad we have are women today. Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Right, more power to you women. Thank you very much, all of you. You all should pat yourself on the back for nurturing your family, pursuing your career, being the homemaker if at all, but just being a rock star on your own. Thank you. Thank you, Sakshi.
Thank you so much, Nabila. And now it's time for a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. So I would request you all to take a breather. It's time for the tea break. So you all can go out, catch something to eat, re-energize yourself. I'll see you on the other end with another enlightening panel.
UAE has been much well prepared with the kind of framework that's already in place now with almost 27 countries, I believe.
Comprehensive economic partnership.
And you can kind of imagine, I was just thinking of statistics. So UAE with a population of around 13, 14 million, and India with about close to 1.4 billion. And UAE is still within the top 2 or 3 trading partners of India, which is quite a significant achievement, I think.
Okay. Mr. Dasgupta, we'll talk about the implication of this American unilateralism on the UAE's economy, but what happens to WTO now? Is it going to be like League of Nations 10 years from now?
I think the trends were very clear much before President Trump really came to power in his first stint, because the US had been moving away from the WTO in a sense. Of course, now at the current juncture, they have also stopped their contribution to the WTO pending a review. But in the Obama period, the US prevented new members from getting elevated to the appellate body. And by 2019, President Trump continued that during his first stint from 2016 to 20. So by 2019, December, the appellate body had been, it came to us complete, vacuum. There was no member left. And mind you, in the appellate body, there are 7 members, and 3 are required to hear an appeal. So the appellate body was finished off. The US since then has been saying that it will engage in reviving the appellate body and the WTO, subject to very deep-seated reforms. But it has not really, it is only paying lip service. It has not really shown its intent in earnest. So I think this is a period, this is a trough. Whether it will, come out of this trough and there will be another crest for multilateral trade, or it will go the same way as, let's say, to put it very bluntly, the UN.
Is multilateral the word or bilateral today?
Multilateralism is under threat.
I to you too.
The US current administration and the previous Democratic administration also, President Biden didn't do anything to revive the WTO, for that matter. And President Obama, for that, on that issue, he devoted his full attention to harvesting the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. So the US has been moving away from multilateral trade for quite some time, irrespective of whether a Democrat or a Republican was at the helm. So that is one thing. The US has pulled out of the WHO. UNICEF, I'm not very sure what is the current status, UNESCO. And, we all know that the UN itself has not really proved very effective. So multilateralism is under threat. Multilateral trade is under threat.
Okay, but Mr. Bindru, at the level of business, what should companies do? Earlier the word interdependence was very much celebrated. It was featured as a word, something to be emulated. Now it's all about doing everything at home. There is a paradigm shift in business that is happening, which is flowing from political ideologies. You can call it nativism or you can give it any other word. It's about being self-reliant. So is it changing the nature of trade globally? And how do companies cope with that? Because they have been brought up in a different value system. The value system is changing.
I was reminded of something which the DG WTO said. China's trade with the US has come down very sharply. Of course, it is going into the US through other countries. But the DG WTO mentioned that there is a very serious risk of decoupling of these two largest traders. And that will, divide the world into two groups, which will perhaps, start enclosing themselves into a cocoon and not having relations, which is bad for international trade and for the growth of the world.
Okay.
So that is a serious threat.
Very quickly, because I'll be winding up the show, Mr. Bindru, from the perspective of companies, operations.
For the perspective of operations, we are today, what you asked, earlier question before. We are today looking at the local trade, which the governments are pushing and enhancing the local production. For argument's sake, we are in the UAE today. In the last 10 years, we have now more than 6 or 7 industrial zones. I still remember when we used to see Kizad, which is an Abu Dhabi industrial zone. It used to be empty, and I've seen it from 4 or 5 companies, and today you don't have any space there. Today you don't have the space in Dubai industrial zone. Today, so UAE, we have been talking here all the last 30 years, whatever we have been here. Oh, it's a great shipping hub, it's a great logistic hub. And today it is becoming an industrial hub, because you have now, with this whole thing going on, you have got a lot of investors coming from all over the world, from China, from Vietnam, from Indonesia, to set up the factories here, because there's a convenience. You have the free trade agreements going on with, so let's say India, India and UAE trade is going to be hitting $100 billion. Okay? So it's a convenience. So they will come, invest here, and take an advantage of that. And it's more going bilateral now, and obviously the national, rather having those regions around what we had earlier in many parts of the world.
So Mr. Bhandari, the nature of the supply chains are going to change.
Yeah.
Completely.
Absolutely. So 3 things. One, WTO gave us great benefits to the world. No 2 things about it. A lot of it was, I keep on maintaining, because the US took hits on many different directions for many years. Why it did that is another matter. Second, now with this whole movement towards bilateral and what I call trade clubs, there's going to be a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility. Volatility always means opportunity. We confuse the 2 things. But volatility always is opportunity, but the opportunities would be short term. So imagine a world where you're going to keep on having all kinds of churns happening year on year, and that's where not just companies, even governments will need to become far more agile. And there was conversation on how Dubai is very agile. I think that's something that the Indian government can learn from. So that's the second thing. The third part is, how are the value chains going to differ? Well, we forget that the biggest loser has been China. It's got these massive capacities that now it has to find third countries to trade from. I think Mr. Xi has harmed China so much. I hope that he learns back and goes back and learns from Mr. Deng and reverses his policies. But having said that, Dubai is now a great place because of its agility, because of its geographic presence, because a lot of possibilities of trade now start to happen with India. And last, most important, but this can only work when both companies and governments become far more agile.
I really run short of time. I would have loved to entertain more questions, but I personally feel that, American economy is trying to do what the Chinese have done 20 years ago, which is manufacturing. I don't know where the American economy will be taken under the current dispensation, because their economy was in a high-end technology. And that's where China seems to be going. And the political leadership is primarily more invested in the Rust Belt politics, which is hard mortar and brick politics. So that's all on navigating tariffs. And I think the bottom line is that the crisis will definitely create more opportunities. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the larger issue is that when someone as powerful as President Trump announces policies on X and then says that he's taking back his policies on X, it can make exciting time for journalists, but I'm sure it's not an exciting time for the policymakers. And if you look at the average jump in the American tariff, it's 15.4% since 1938. So The question is, how do we navigate this new world order of tariffs? So, Mr. Dasgupta, I'll just start with you. Is it an opportunity? Is it a world of uncertainty? Or is it a world of uncertainty which will come with opportunity?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I must thank TV9 for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Coming to the question, I'm reminded of what President Trump said recently. He said, I may do it, I may not do it, I don't know what I'll do. So therein lies the problem, the conundrum, because the kind of tariffs that he has imposed, it's not sustainable. And that the first example was his pulling back on China. Of course, the deal that has been struck with China in exchange for China's lifting the curbs on rare earth, magnets, and minerals, the US version says that 55% tariffs would still be imposed on China. But the details have not come out at all. So it's not really known. The second aspect of this issue is it can be an opportunity for India, provided there is certainty about the tariffs remaining in place for the other countries.
But Mr. Dasgupta, you can certainly debate tariffs. You can have a position on tariffs. But how do you navigate the moodiness built into the declaration on tariffs when it comes to Trump? This much and that much. The moodiness, the uncertainty.
The problem is that, you are actually playing on a field where the goalposts are shifting continuously. And President Trump doesn't know what he will do next. So the only certainty is that if the other tariffs against the other countries, especially China and countries which produce competitively on goods which may give an opportunity to India, then India will get an opportunity to increase its exports. But if those tariffs keep changing, and there is always a threat looming against India of getting slapped with tariffs, especially higher tariffs, especially if there is no conclusion to this bilateral trade agreement first tranche, and the 9th of July, India gets slapped with 26% tariffs, or they stay on. And in October, by October, there is no deal. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there are a lot of ifs attached to this question.
Mr. Bhandari, what are the give and takes you think can happen between the United States of America and India? What are the sectors we are strong, and what are the sectors we may need to give in, because July is the date where we need to really come to terms with the new world order of tariffs?
Yeah. So I'll take a slightly different view, though I completely agree. It's going.
So you're going to be the devil's advocate here?
Sorry?
Are you going to be the devil's advocate?
I will be the devil's advocate. Because I think we are dealing with a maverick, and Mr. Trump loves to play the maverick. And that's where he gets his power from. Here you have a lot of very smart and very shrewd and cunning leaders across the globe who have many levers of strength, China being obviously one major one. How do you deal with it? The best solution is to have a maverick on the other side. And I think he's playing that role to the perfect. Right. Now, I think we should not underplay the fact that there is a difference between form and what he does. So he plays this game that, I'm going to go back, I don't know whether I'm going to go back or not, etc. But if you look at all of his actions, they've been fairly practical. So I would just place that on board till now.
Are you saying there is method to the madness?
There is a method to the madness. And actions and the effect, eventually the actions taken have been very practical. Negotiating with China was very practical. Extending the deadline was very practical. And of course, he goes in with like a gorilla initially, and then he plays the practical card. That's the right way of negotiating. I mean, we all know that. So I think I will grant him more than what we have.
But there's a broad issue,
But let me go back to your point in this. Now, I completely agree that there is going to be a situation where the tariffs are going to keep on going up and down. We should also remember that barring the few months that Mr. Trump has been in Trump 2, the tariff rates in the United States for Indian and other global products was actually fairly low, right? So an FTA with the United States compared to that period doesn't really give us that much. What it does give is the openness of Indian markets to the United States. So the immediate impact of an FTA, of a potential US-India FTA, is going to be greater openness in India. Now, as an economist, I would say that would be phenomenal for India, because India had, in a sense, reversed its policies of the 2010s and was getting more and more protectionist. So this will essentially be an opportunity for India to reverse its protectionist stance, be more open, and which will obviously require it to be more flexible.
You know, before I go into the details of, in this eroding cultural or eroding global order in which supply chains are frayed, is this a result of economic nationalism of Trump, or rise of nativist politics, or, as you said, you're the devil's advocate, the world was having good fun at the expense of America?
So yes, obviously, the world was having a great time at the expense of the United States. Almost all countries were. A large number of countries, yes, a large number of countries had large terms of trade advantages against the United States. China, of course, is heralded as an example. India, Europe, a lot of developing countries had trade surpluses with the United States. And what were we doing? I'll just take the example of India. Our automobile sector, highly protected. The United States could never export to India. Why? Not because of any other reason. We protected our automobile sector. Now, so this is also a pushback. It is much more than Trump, because even Mr. Biden was moving towards similar policies. So we should recognize that this is a larger force. Trump or no Trump, the United States will get far more one-on-one engagements. And the FTA is like that. You're moving away from a multilateral engagement to a one-on-one engagement because the multilateral was not working for the United States.
So, Mr. Bindru, are we looking at more India-UAE type of partnerships, more bilaterals, more one-to-one associations?
I will take it to a little different, side of the conversation. It is not just the tariffs. Let's see where the world has moved in last 6 months to a year. We used to see disruption in startups. When a startup era came in and we saw the disruption, and you have to have something different where...
But they are good disruptions, they are bad disruptions.
No, good disruptions, okay? So what we are seeing in the last 1 year, I've been in international trade for over 30 years. I've been running the global businesses for a long time. I think what has happened in the last 1 year is not just the tariff wars. It's the geopolitical war which is right now we are in, and then the tariff became a part of it. We have 2 countries, which $37 trillion economy is US, and then you have the China, which is $18 trillion. And then, India is coming up and others are coming up. So the war is between the large 2 economies, okay? And the shift is taking, because Mr. Trump said, we'll put 100% on China. So, what my colleague said, or panelist said, he's throwing something in the air and see what happens next, okay? So I think it's all about today how India is gonna progress with the US and what kind of deal we are gonna come out with, and how India is gonna take, obviously, the advantage over that, because China and US is not gonna remain same what it used to be, and US is pushing more nationalistic agenda. I think that is happening now, made in US.
I'd just like to, I completely agree with you. I just want to one clarification I want to make. There is the Chinese bulldozer in manufacturing. There was only one way India thought it could handle it, given the fact that it was misusing the WTO provisions for sure, right? So we thought we will become more and more protectionist. But in the process, we also did not create opportunities for America. And so did other countries. But this pushback is actually natural.
Will India's manufacturing pick up now in this imbalance or the uncertainty that has been created?
Absolutely, because see, it is not just the US. We are seeing this whole nationalistic approach in every, sort of region in the world.
I would say protectionist, this protectionist approach.
Correct. Okay, so we call it a protectionist, but then we never knew that America is going to push the manufacturing back. So I have set up many years back a factory across in Mexico. That time, US was pushing the cost. And now it is no more cost because the NAFTA, which is the American Mexico and
The basic problem is that America itself is dismantling the rule-based order which it created for everyone to follow. Mr. Vaidyanathan, I would just like to contextualize this conversation in the perspective of India and UAE. I think it's a very good, pairing. It's a very good example. Solid trade. There's a strategic relationship. There's a leadership investment between both countries. It has grown over a period of time. There is great trust, both at strategic level, the business level, and the political level, which really matter the most. So in this context, do you think that the India-UAE business relationship is the way forward in today's troubled times of tariffs?
Yeah, to answer your first question, is it a crisis or an opportunity? I think it's an opportunity for those who are well prepared. I mean, nobody expected this to happen, but I think UAE and India have been quite well prepared with the agreements, and there is a template in place which can convert this into a great opportunity for the future. And also kind of reminded of the situation when COVID was there, when the origins became more protective. People kind of stocked more than what is required, which resulted in a big disruption of supplies into the markets, which were depending on some of these origins. Plus, complicate that with the supply chain issues as well, right? So now the situation is different in the sense that there is a significant impact commercially on the landed cost of products at the markets, and also the need for the markets to look for other sources. So then you have the agreements like SEPA come into play, where I believe UAE has been much well prepared with the kind of framework that's already in place now with almost 27 countries, I believe.
Comprehensive economic partnership.
Yeah. So and you can kind of imagine, I was just thinking of statistics. So UAE with a population of around 13-14 million, and India with about close to 1.4 billion. And UAE is still within the top 2 or 3 trading partners of India, which is quite a significant achievement, I think.
Okay. Mr. Dasgupta, we'll talk about the implication of this American unilateralism on the UAE's economy, but what happens to WTO now? Is it going to be like League of Nations 10 years from now?
I think the trends were very clear much before President Trump really came to power in his first stint, because the US had been moving away from the WTO in a sense. Of course, now at the current juncture, they have also stopped their contribution to the WTO pending a review. But in the Obama period, the US prevented new members from getting elevated to the appellate body. And by 2019, President Trump continued that during his first stint from 2016 to 20. So by 2019, December, the appellate body had been, it came to us complete, vacuum. There was no member left. And mind you, in the appellate body, there are 7 members, and 3 are required to hear an appeal. So the appellate body was finished off. The US since then has been saying that it will engage in reviving the appellate body and the WTO, subject to very deep-seated reforms. But it has not really, it is only paying lip service. It has not really shown its intent in earnest. So I think this is a period, this is a trough. Whether it will, come out of this trough and there will be another crest for multilateral trade, or it will go the same way as, let's say, to put it very bluntly, the UN.
Is multilateral the word or bilateral today?
Multilateralism is, under threat.
I to you too?
The US current administration and the previous Democratic administration also, President Biden didn't do anything to revive the WTO, for that matter. And President Obama, for that, on that issue, he devoted his full attention to harvesting the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. So the US has been moving away from multilateral trade for quite some time, irrespective of whether a Democrat or a Republican was at the helm. So that is one thing. The US has pulled out of the WHO. UNICEF, I'm not very sure what is the current status, UNESCO. And,
The refueling has happened. So welcome back, of course. Let's move on to our next session. In a hyper-connected world where personal identity intersects with professional influence, our next panel discussion unpacks the art and also science of building personal brands online and, of course, offline. Beyond vanity metrics, we explore authentic self-expression, monetary value creation, and influence across social media platforms. So how exactly can you transform passion into purpose, voice into value, and, of course, presence into impact, whether in the boardroom, online space, or global market? Our next session is going to be about that. So for that, let me invite our guests, Denitsa Mihalova Al-Shanfari, founder, News9 Global Justice; Salem Kamas, influencer and chairman, Celebrity Real Estate; Neelam A. Verma, CEO and co-founder, Wealth Link Solutions. And of course, to moderate this session, I have a very interesting person coming up here on stage. I request the very affable, sometimes sarcastic, but always funny, Cyrus Broecha, to join us here on stage, ladies and gentlemen.
I think the music's too much, guys. It's not that great a show. Calm down, calm down. All right, I know people are tiring, and what we call in the theater a quality, not a quantity audience. So you can come forward and sit. My venereal disease has ended. There's no worry here by touch or anything like that. So please come forward, don't worry. Economy class, come forward and sit now. We've got 3 eminent personalities who are not taking money to be here. And I frankly think they should, but that's another story. Yeah, come. Take your time. Do it the Indian way. 15 minutes to get to the front seat. No problem. Sorry? Yes. I've been told by Denitsa that we have to start from that side, and she's politically connected, so big. No, listen, I'm from India. You just have to use your influence. We accept. Done. So we're going to, the conversation, I've even forgotten the topic, so let me just check. It's brand me, right? Okay, it's brand me, not brand me too, which is a whole failed brand. I won't get into that. Sorry, there'll be a lot of that rubbish tonight. But brand me, I have no idea why I have to moderate this. I'm very good on the subject of cricket, dogs, and second marriages. But they didn't want to do that for some reason. So we're going to do brand me. Now, brand me is all about people inventing themselves, becoming the brand. One of the great examples I have is Dr. Vijay Mallya, who's not actually a doctor, but he's got the title. In India, we do that sometimes. You can just put the title there. He was the brand. Whether you like it or not, he was the brand. He was the king of good times. That was the slogan, and he was very much that. And so he's one of the originals before Instagram, etc., etc., etc. But Neelam, we'll start with you, because you told me offline that there were like 2 worlds. For some of us who've grown up a little earlier, there was one world and one avatar. And then, of course, there's this new world and this new avatar, which you have to embrace to become this out there brand of yourself. So in less than 20 seconds, Neelam. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Well, this is an interesting one. That's what I discussed. The past me, or the brand me, was exuberant, ambitious, trying to prove to the world that, yeah, I am here, trying to make yourself visible. So that was the past me. Today, I think I am more at harmony. I'm more at ease. I'm trying to make a difference by not saying what I do, but why I do it. So there's a huge amount of difference. I would say if I have to compare myself to a brand, I would say I was a Michael Kors that time. Today, I'm more like a Hermes. I'm more quieter, more exclusive, more,
And obviously far more
bespoke.
wealthy. I mean, that's a huge leap. Wow.
So it becomes more exclusive. I think being a strategic thinker, that is how I would think. So that's the difference. I think 20 seconds it was.
Yeah. That's what my wife said. All right. Calm down, calm down. It's not that kind of show. It's a serious show. We're having serious conversation. But in between with my ADHD, I might talk about anything else. So ignore it. But that's a very interesting point here where basically, how do we become a brand? Is it a very like a sort of a choice that you make in a very conscious way where you plan and market yourself? Or do you just be yourself and hope for the best?
Well, coming into the financial industry, I don't think you can be loud enough. So it has to be extremely quiet. I would say it has to be strategic. So if I have to brand myself, I'll say I'm a strategic architect, driven by a value system, driven by principles, long-term values. That is what we propagate in the financial markets. So it's a completely different take compared to the real brand which you see in the market. So if I have to make sure that I am visible, I have to do it quietly through meaningful relationships, partnerships, associations, and the success that I bring to the table. That is how people will remember me. People will not remember what I said. People will remember where their money is, how it has been grown or it has degrown. So the objective is to be as sincere as possible by creating a brand which is subtle yet very effective, exclusive, bespoke, and extremely quiet.
Okay, there's a gentleman in the back who's on the phone watching adult erotica, and he's asked a question, how much is Neelam worth?
Priceless.
Brand Neelam.
Priceless.
Well answered. If this was a Miss India finalist, you'd have won. All right. Okay, well done, Neelam. Let's go up to Salem. We had the pleasure of talking to him, and he's got a lot of interesting philosophy. I think he's going to repeat that to this audience as well. About the fleeting fame that we seem to have today. Lots of 17-year-olds become famous overnight and then disappear in a few minutes, literally. Their millions of views all just disappear. He's going to give us some examples as well. So, Salam, please take over.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Salam Khammas. I think few of you know my presence in the TV, but I mean, from the background and the experience that I have in very much diversified businesses, in manufacturing, in real estate, in construction, and shopping centers, and so on. Looking into what's happening now in the reality is something like it's very vague, and it's honestly for the young generation and from my father and grandfather to accept what's happening today in the new trending market. It's very hard to digest. Because once you see someone wakes up in the morning at the age of 15 and becoming so famous, becoming that rich without having an experience, without having a knowledge, which for us was very difficult to understand and to adapt. And then when you come to the reality, you see the same person who became famous in a split of a second, and then they vanish with, similar to pandemic crisis that happened, and then you don't see them anymore. But for those who have been there, done that, and went through the process step by step, and they felt the mud, the hardcore of understanding the foundation of creating a business, those are remaining till date, regardless whatever pandemic happens, whatever chaos happens, right? They're always there doing their work in a very conventional way. Where we started and then where we ended, this is the most important. I mean, if you don't have a knowledge, you don't have an experience, you don't have a background, you can be on the screen, yes, nice, looking handsome, looking beautiful, having a filter in your face and giving that bling to the viewer. Oh, the six-pack, right? And having that, we call it plastic fantastic. And then, it doesn't last for long, right? But if you look into the families of the business like Nike, Adidas, these type of brands, they still exist, they still remain, right? Even though the founder he's not there anymore, but the brand remains, right? Not only that, you will see other brands in India, in UAE. I mean, let's say Al-Futtaim, I mean, God have mercy on his soul. He passed away, but his legacy still remains. It's still there, right? And this is what you're looking for. Not for I mean, a small trend. You get, you know, high views, and then the end of the year or the end of, you know, the end of the show, you don't see that person exist anymore. And that's what we have to honestly, like, educate our children, educate our future children to understand that, yes, you can do that, right? But you need to understand the foundation of creating a business is not that easy. You have to work hard for it. You have to put the effort. You have to put the knowledge and the experience. You have to pass the educational level to have that experience, to have that knowledge, right? The moment you remove the screen out of your face, you sit with that person for 5 minutes, and I've witnessed that, right? There is no knowledge. There is no conversation, a proper conversation, I mean, a solid conversation you can gain from that person other than having a filter on his face or you know, on a camera or a telephone on his face.
So just, that goes out to the gentleman Varun at the back who shot a picture with me in the urinal recently for Insta. You know, these things will last only for a few seconds, as will our relationship. So I think please pay attention to the erudite panel. Denitsa, don't worry, I am here for you. You don't have to worry about any questions. You can just say, I don't want to answer the question, buzz off, and it's all done. You'll get a clap from everybody. Just to point out, she's a diplomat. And so an influencer in her own right, but from a different perspective. And also has an inspiration to where she comes from, the people who believe in her, her values, her philosophies. So when we say brand me, it's not just about the Insta influencers and, you know, the young crowd with their style, but also not to say that you're not young, you're very young, Denitsa. But my God, somebody stop me before I get fired. I mean, that was horrible. What a setup. That's like Arnab Goswami. I'm back here. Coming back to you. Sorry, I keep talking. I'll talk too much, so just interrupt me whenever you want to. You tell us your version of brand me, which is not necessarily about yourself, but more what you sort of represent for everyone.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, News9, for having me. I would like to personally thank to Womanpreneur Middle East Media for supporting my cause. Today I stand before you not as a woman, a diplomat, a mother, but as a symbol of transformation. I come from the Gypsy establishment. Maybe you don't know, it's a small minority group. It's all around Europe. Originally, we come from India. And,
originally from India?
Yes.
Somebody who escaped India says they're from India. Very rare. They're clapping for you. You've got the audience now. You won this. You don't have to
Honestly, by heart, I feel myself Indian, even though I'm married to an Arab.
You've got to join the Ghar Wapasi program with the government. Basically, get your land back. That's what it is. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But basically, my brand is not built on trends. It's built on a true story. At the age of 23, I became the first Roma to serve as a diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. And by age of 27, I was already advisor of the Prime Minister on ethnical issues. But becoming this lady, all my life, I have been living between the diplomatic protocol and the gypsy pride. And I refused to choose none of them. And this is where my strength came from. Because your identity is your power. This is what makes your brand. As we know, brand has to build on a story, legacy behind you. And I have never been ashamed of my origin. I'm proudly says, yes, myself a gypsy, and there is nothing to be ashamed of.
So I think that's a very fair point, because you're pointing out that you represent a people, people which perhaps don't, sort of a minority in every country that we have gypsies population. So you are, the brand you is the fact that you represent this small group of people and punching above your weight. So let's give it a big hand.
They're not really small group. We're around 12 million in Europe and outside of Europe.
1 second. Madam Diplomat, please understand, you don't talk to someone who's stuck with 1,500 million people, about 12 million. It's a very small group for us where we come from. You have no idea what it's like to live in Mumbai. We have 22 million people in about 15 feet. It's a horrible existence. Hence, a lot of Desi community comes to Dubai and suddenly finds themselves with big houses, never to return again. But that was very enthralling. Please give her a big hand because this subject is a little difficult for us to understand. Let's go back to Neelam. Neelam, who's your favorite influencer? A person who's a brand me themselves. Is there someone that you look up to? Like, I like Rakhi Sawant and Dolly Chaiwala. Hey, come on, guys. You're clapping because you all follow, right? So stop that. This is like that India's got latent rubbish. Everybody saw it and then pretend, oh my God, what happened? Okay, sorry.
Well, growing up, I think we've been looking up to Mr. Ambani. I think everyone wants to be an Ambani today. But there's a new addition.
Which one? There are many.
Yeah, there's a new addition. I was about to say.
If you watch YouTube, there are many running around. So who exactly?
So Mukesh Ambani is definitely one. I think a lot of women would be envious of Shloka and Radhika because they took away the cream from India. The other influencer that I think, which is growing in fame, name, and wealth is Mr. Adani, with, of course, a lot of media coming out from
You don't
US.
have any poor friends.
I do have friends which have become poor, unfortunately. I know a few people.
Names, please, Neelam. Names de do.
No, so nahi, naam nahi le sakte, unfortunately.
Naam hi hai na, kamai to
But
gayi.
yeah, they are well known in the UAE. I wine and dine with them, and sometimes people are asking me questions. How did you get to that? It's just about keeping your conscience clear, helping the right kind of people, and giving the right solution. Sometimes honesty, sincerity comes and plays in the long run. So if I have to say, I'm friends with a lot of people, the Indian community in particular, having been here for over 20 years. But having said that, I think those friendships are not of my level, simply because they're too big for so my friends are my friends who I can hang out with, have a glass of wine, and speak absolutely anything like we spoke.
Okay, that's fair. Sanam, can we go to you as well in the same category? Did you have, growing up when you were very young, was there some different influences, whether sports people or somebody in the family or some famous celebrity? Was there anyone?
For every UAE citizen, for every Emirati, there is one role model, one influencer, who's Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Hayyan. I mean, this person has changed our life, changed our destiny, paved our roads, gave us education, gave us the momentum of not only for us as a citizen or as a local to live, but he also gave future houses for all over the world, people to survive, to live, to have a second chance to live in this country, to beloved country. The moment he always asked, he said, for anybody is welcome to come to UAE. This land belongs to God, the people belongs to God, and this country belongs to God too. So they are more than welcome to live over here. From that, we learned everything, to be kind, to be nice, to welcome everybody. There is no race, there is no differentiate between gender, culture, and everything. We are a human being. We have the right to live together. We have the right to respect each other. We have the right to give a chance to each other and to live in a happy atmosphere and to give that chance to every person who wants to have a second chance. This was Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Hayyan.
Fair enough. Denitza, your turn.
Actually, I share the same opinion. It's very well said. There is, after what he says, there is not much to be said, but I'm also very positively influenced. What is happening at the moment in the Middle East is something so amazing. We're really witnessing so special times when it comes to ladies' empowerment. And really, this is so good that they're giving chances to all these minorities to live in this kind of establishment and to live in peace and to give them...
a lot, honestly. I've seen people who lost hope from their countries. Lost hope completely. They came with nothing, zero. Started over here, made their life, made the fortune, brought their family, brought the whole entire family over here, and they're living happily ever after.
There you go. That's you guys. Don't look, that's what you've done. Well done, well done. Yeah, go ahead.
In addition, I would say that we are living in a very materialistic world, and for good or bad, everyone can be famous these days, doing something. But holding your values and what you are standing for, and your identity and your pride as something really that it will stay and it will last for the generations ahead.
Okay, let's change it a little bit now to coming back to brand me. Is also because the world is going so quickly, and every day something happens, and your brand gets affected by little things here and there, and then you have to do some damage control. For example, I did a little Happy Diwali last year with my wife, and which I shot for Insta. My manager's right there, and she refused to say Happy Diwali, which was fighting with me, and it appeared like she was not supporting the festival. So suddenly it goes on air. We got lots of hits, but everybody's abusing her and calling her names, etc., etc. So this kind of stuff happens all the time. I'm giving an Insta example, but going back to your world, in whatever example it is, how do you do the damage control to make sure the brand me is okay, survives the beating, and nothing much happens? So maybe Denisa will start with you.
Well, building a brand these days, I would say that it's easy and not in the same time, because there is a lot of competition around, especially in the Middle East market. But, you know, if you have money, it's easy to build brand. If you don't have them, it's the difficulty. Someone to believe in yourself, the story you present, what is the story behind your brand. It's very important too. And I would like to give a small example. I have here my beautiful friend Aisha, who is building at the moment her brand called Dipsa. And yes, and if I may pass the microphone to her,
Yes,
she may
please.
share something very valuable.
We may even have an extra microphone. Lots of money spent on this event. Can we pass a microphone to the first class seating where the rich and famous are? There you go. Run like P.T. Usha, the Paoli Express. Run fast. No respect for any of us on stage. Go ahead, sorry.
I think when it comes to building brands, being in the F&B business for the last 8 years, for me, I think building a brand is really easy. Where we are right now is about building community. And I think when it comes to building brand, the most important thing is to take your community along with you. We've come very far from the whole curated feed and the whole perfect lifestyle, because I think a lot of us, the reality of it is none of us live perfect lifestyle. Nothing is perfect anymore. So the most important thing today is to basically, and I think before anything else, is to stay authentic and true to yourself. You've got to understand, you've got to follow your passion, you've got to follow what resonates with you and what fuels you on a daily basis. For me, food and makeup are two things that constantly fuels me. So I've built 4 brands on that. And it's got to be, you got to be able to push through on the days where you don't feel like doing anything as well. And I think that's basically what it is ultimately.
All right. Don't worry, we'll give you time for questions as well. But let's get Salam Sir's version of this.
I mean, when you're talking about brands, one of the businesses that we have is a shopping center. So the shopping center is called Dubai Outlet Mall, where we have, for the first phase, 379 shops. And we started with the second phase of the mall as 490 shops. So our main aim is actually to attract the brands. I mean, attracting the brands is very important for any business entity. I mean, for a shopping center, let's say now Dubai Mall or Mall of Emirates, if they don't have a proper brand, there is no reputation and there is no continuity of that business to be established in such a shopping center. So for us to have a proper brand, we need to know the story behind that brand. If there is no story, the brand will never last. You can open a brand at any day, right? But if you don't have a story, you don't have a target market, you don't have a vision, then what's the use of that brand? You got my point? So this is very important for us before any shop opens in our shopping center. We need to understand the story behind it, and then for how long you're going to last in that shopping center. The trust is very important. If there is no trust, people will never come to you. So to build that trust, you need a story. After the story is the trust. People will trust the brand. The moment there is a trust, people will keep coming and going, right? So for us, that's the stability. If there is no stability, I understand that the person who is planning to open a shop in our shopping center will last for 1 year. That will harm our business. So it's very, very important to have a brand, a story behind it, a success story, and then you have a market for where is actually your vision and mission, and then the trust of your clientele. so that you can succeed.
Could you give us an example of one of these brand stories? Is there?
If you're talking about, let's say, I mean, one of the brand lately just started, it's called the Given Movement, right? It's an amazing brand, and they had amazing story. And also they had, I think, a token of a charity behind that brand, a percentage, some percentage of the sales they give away in a CSR, you know, corporate social responsibility of a charity, which added a value to their brand, right? And then that story also succeeded. And you will see now majority of the influencer using that brand everywhere, not only in UAE, but also it became international.
Neelam?
Well, he's talked about the Dubai story. I would talk about the brand me that a lot of people are scared of. I feel mistakes happen. A lot of people are very, very conscious about how they present themselves on the social media. And that kind of is a challenge. I think the truth stays out of, you know, the social media a lot of times. You see all the good things, not the bad things. So I'm very scared of the social media. Somebody was talking to me earlier this morning and said, you know what, do you have a profile? I said, I do have a LinkedIn profile. Do you have an Insta profile? I said, I do have, but it's only for the sake of having it, you know. So today, I don't have an Insta profile, not because it's my choice, but it is because I feel the kind of audience that I deal with doesn't want to look at the human side of me a lot of times. They would not appreciate me putting up a reel with my friends wherein I'm dancing away. So it really depends on the industry that you're in and how people perceive you. So it's a lot about perception rather than how you would want to portray. So in the industry that I am in, I think it has to be done in an extreme cautious way.
But having said that, we can't escape social media. And I mean, everybody here is involved in some way with social media as well, because that's the modern world. So what's your advice to young people starting out in terms of, which I think Sir mentioned in the beginning, which is, you know, to have a really tangible product? Because very often they're not able to understand, or we are not able to understand that the world is just, you know, coming and going in about 20 seconds, literally. So what is your advice to the younger generation, maybe following your footsteps, getting into brands and things like that, but at the same time, pushing the social media envelope? And by the way, I don't understand my own question, so please help me.
It's a tough rope to walk because it, again, depends on the target audience that you're catering to. So if you're talking about a young generation and a product which is meant for the young audience, I think social media platforms which are, you know, whether it is X or Instagram or so many others, Snapchat, you know, TikToks are the place that you can advertise. But for serious products or the financial industry where we actually talk about money, you want to be perceived as somebody who's very serious, who takes their job seriously. So it really depends on which area of work you are in and how you would want yourself to be perceived as. Because seriousness in a job comes only in a way you present whatever you're offering to the market.
All right. We've got to wrap it up here. Guys, anything else you want to say, sir?
I mean, I'm with and against. But to be honest with you, to catch up with, you have to cope up with what's happening in the market nowadays, right? I mean, we are in a, in which century we are now. Social media is the most strongest, powerful tool, right? I mean, either you use it or abuse it. Now, if you want to use it in a proper way, it gives you all the means, the fast, the easy way to sell your product. There are a lot of my intern, which I help them to establish their business. And, they always have that perception is like, we need to have an office, we need to have a shop, we need to have that stability to start the business. But then I go, you don't have to do all of that. Social media made it so easy for you to start any type of business while you're sitting at your home, while you're sitting with your kids, while you're doing your job and responsibility being with your family. And a lot of them, they're doing that while sitting at home, and they're doing amazing through the social media. Whether she's a chef, she's doing a cooking show, right? Whether in the agriculture, whether even though in the construction, we have a construction company. I never thought that one day that I can turn something which is very difficult for you to use, a tangible product into a social media. But once the pandemic happened, thanks to that, gave me an option to go to the social media and then sales market my business. Even though in construction, to show my clientele the progress level of the construction, where I have reached, what I have received, the quality of the product, right? And then I did my sales pitch, and thank God, it attracted a lot of people that I didn't even expect. And I have seen a lot of people, a lot of customers came to me because of the social media, right? Because they understood that I deliver quality of a product. You got my point? So I think social media is very important in our life nowadays. And if you don't grab it, and if you don't step today, I think you're losing a lot. Not only, I mean, forget about all these jokes and mimics that you see and mediocres that you see in the social media, but if you take it in a proper professional way and you guide, if you have that experience, you guide the people on the right path, definitely you will see a good result, right? I mean, yes, we've seen people who are joking, laughing, making fun, but the other side, you've seen a lot of good results from the social media.
Okay, sir, you put me under pressure now because I'm in that other camp that joking and laughing and I'm feeling very uncomfortable, plus the pant is too tight. But we've got to stop here unless Denisa, you want to say more? No, right? We're running out of time, but questions quickly for 2 minutes. Does anybody have a... yes, please. Can we have a mic? Where's Usain Bolt gone?
It's here.
Oh, there you go.
It was a very insightful what the speakers say, but just I want to add, we've seen a lot of social media who are bubbling, like you say, fake. They swap them credit card and they are million followers and no value. Today, the business as brand, building the brand and need the resilience first, that people has to believe on themselves what they're doing. And as a media people, which UAE now building the Arab media and global media here with the law, to brand anything, what the tip you can give to the people as you are one of pioneers on the building the brands. There is difference between brand as media and as companies, as an entity, and a brand as social media. Like I say, and you mention it, I don't want to say fake followers, but pretending to be brand. So how you can give us 3 tips for that? Thank you.
My God, ma'am, that was a very long question. But we have the answer. Sir?
You're utilizing me now. I mean, look, to be honest, sometimes we feel that it is our fault that we are not educating the people in the right path. But thanks to the Dubai government, they have opened all the means and they have opened all the channels. They have created a platform now for all the young people, the young generation, to go and learn and understand the right way. There is a new creation center where you can go and understand how to brand yourself, how to present yourself in a professional way, in a nice way, in a respectful way, not touching the race, not touching the religion, not touching the culture, not touching the political part of it, but to be very professional. If you're focusing on the product, focus on the product precisely, because a lot of people, they don't understand that the moment you enter the social media, you are open to everything, right? And the risk of it. So they think that the moment they see someone successful, they think that it's very easy to be in that peak, but they don't understand behind the successful, there is something behind the backstage, which is very terrifying and very scary. So you need to go, I mean, step by step, very professionally. You need to understand the manual, how to be in that center stage, how to be representable, how to be professional in the social media. Thanks to the Dubai government, they have given all of that means. Now you will see conferences, not only you will see exhibitions on the social media, about the social media, a huge platform, a huge summit, educating the young generation how to be a content creator. There are a lot of centers, there are a lot of business hubs where educates a lot of people. Before you start any type of business, you need to understand it's not that easy. Yes, you see it, you see the end of the result, but you need to understand the whole procedure, how to be on the top of that notch.
All right, can we take, yeah? Do we have time for one more? Quickly, anyone? One more question. Sir, you raised your hand to play with your nose. I don't know if that's a no, that's just a nose thing, okay. Just finally a gentleman in the back, typical Indian latecomer. ठीक है, भाई, time तो बहुत है. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to ask the diplomat a question. Being a Roma has never been easy for centuries out in Europe. How did you manage to break through that ceiling and come across to where you are now? Very well done. Thank you. But I would like to know.
Thank you so much for this question. Actually, It's not easy to answer for me because I've been through a lot. And breaking barriers and building bridges, it's not an easy, especially being a Roma woman. But this is what it is. Sometimes it's a destiny, it's given by God, and then you just go ahead, you follow your beliefs, and it's eventually the success is coming.
As a lawyer, I'd like to point out it'll be a very immodest answer to tell you how successful she is, where she comes from, etc. But your book will explain all 10 years from now when it comes out. Fair?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Doesn't matter.
Actually, I'm planning my book. I have here my friends who are suggesting the book. So
I'll do the
you can read it in the book soon, inshallah.
I'll do the pictures. Okay. Does somebody want to ask a question? No, right? We're done? Okay, we have to wrap it up. There are all kinds of vulgar signs coming from the back with fingers. I don't know what that means, but I'll just, translate it. Guys, a big hand. I'm a bit of an idiot. No, I'm an idiot. But these three wonderful people are not, and they're punching through ceilings in some cases and remodeling society in some cases and really making a change in aesthetics in some cases. So let's show some love and respect. And now I think we are offering 5 million dirhams each to each one for participating, and there'll be a felicitation. So, back to Nabila. Sorry? This is a typical Indian function where we don't know what's happening next. Don't worry. It's like a Punjabi wedding. The Sharmas will come soon. The sun will start. You'll then drink something. Yes, ma'am. There you go.
Thank you so much for a lot of laughs throughout the session, and of course, for the lovely comments that came in from the dignitaries. I would request the beautiful hampers to appear here on stage, and I would also like to invite Sanjeev Mulchandani, Executive Vice President and Business Head, Vikram K, COO South TV9, to be here at stage and present the beautiful hampers to our guests on the panel.
Chief guest, my apologies.
Thank you so much. It was a very interesting panel. I hope you all would agree with me on that. But Cyrus, I would request you to please stay there on alert and please be with us here on stage and give us a sneak peek into the new show that you will be hosting for News9, what exactly is brewing.
All right. First, just let our guests sit down. Big hand to all of them for participating. I'm a typical Indian male, very frustrated. You know what I mean? No, actually not in that way. Well, that way too. I want to discuss something which is not funny, but which is very serious, which I think nobody's paying attention to. Every day at airports, this is happening, and we're just looking the other way. I don't know if you agree with me. Let me come closer so I can put pressure on you. There's a type of person who walks out of their car and enters the airport perfectly fine, walking on two legs, and then calls for a wheelchair. Have you noticed that? And then the lady is all the way on the wheelchair while I'm walking with 7 bags behind. And then they help her first onto the flight. Then she sits there looking very pained. The moment the wheelchair is gone and the flight starts, she gets up and opens everything, springing up and down, and does the washing powder Nirma ad. She's perfectly fine. This is a crime against humanity, and I think someone has to take action. Too many of our desis are walking around with wheelchairs when they're perfectly fit. Is anybody here who's done that? Put your hand up, please. Sir, heart beach mein hai, please, that's very vulgar. I'm not comfortable. Just don't do that. Don't do that. It's not that kind of question. Sagrika, please sit down. We have a quality audience. Relax, relax. You're making me nervous. You're like my mother-in-law at the wedding. She just kept staring at me, thinking, why? Yeah. But, Hanji sir, aap bole.
Only on the one on the wheelchair, the one who accompanies also has the advantage.
That's right. And they get pushed first in line and they're all perfectly fine. My God, she's angry. Ladies and gentlemen, security ko bulao. Oh, okay, all right, that's done. Sorry, sir, I touched you. It was out of love. 40% lust, 60% love. Yeah. Kam se kam shave karke aana, dobara function ke liye. This lady is walking off. This is a typical Cyrus show. The females leave faster than you can say hello. All right, but thanks anyway. Sit in the cheaper seats. She's taking a phone. There must be something funny on the internet. All right. The other thing I really want to talk about is this can all the males here put their hands up because I don't want to question gender and all. Males, you're not sure, sir? You did like this? I mean, make up your mind. Male, right? All male? Okay, that's fine. Public urinals in our country, and now we brought it to Dubai, our bad habit, which I don't understand. You see, in any public urinal, there are 7, 8, 10 cubicles, right? So if I'm alone urinating, sorry girls, but that's what we do. If I'm alone there, and there are 9 empty cubicles, why do you come and stand next to me? It puts too much pressure on us in any case. So this is a request. Anyone who's done that, please put your hand up now, confess and get it over with. No, don't lie. Indians can't be alone. We have to come and pee together. No, don't do that, yaar. There are 9 cubicles. Go somewhere else. Don't stand there. And then, of course, after that, let's take selfie and all that, I understand. Sir, you want to... Okay.
They call it Samuhik Mutran.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then one last thing I want to talk about here, and this is for the ladies as well. In our culture, we have a lot of hand-holding amongst men, which is fine. We have no judgment. You hold whatever you want, whenever you want, not a problem. But then those same men, after holding hands, go and do eve teasing in the evening with girls. So that's a very confusing thing. So if you're holding hands with men, why are you teasing the girls? Make up your mind. You're this side or that side. It confuses even the moral police and people like us. All right? So let's just, all those here who do that, you guys are holding hands. You're holding hands right now. You have the exact same beards. Are you father and son? Huh? Did you meet at some symposium? Where did you come from? Which factory?
I come from India.
You come from India, and that's a factory for sure. All right, all right. Okay, folks, I won't waste your time anymore. As you can see, there's no respect anywhere. No one is even listening. Sagrika, I'm most upset. No. Yeah, can you believe it? Yeah, unbelievable the way we...
Always everywhere, so everyone listens to you. So it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not.
They're talking while we're complaining. All right. Okay, guys, don't worry. There's only one thing left to do. Apparently, Sanjay Leela Bhansali has made a film for TV9, and he wants to show us a preview of that. So let's take a look at this lovely movie. Well, this is it, apparently. Okay, it's called News Caustic. It's a new show which apparently we'll be doing. I've just found out about it, so I'll tell you more in detail later. This is just a preview, and it's hopefully going to be like spoofs and roasts and things like that, spinning news stories. A show similarly was done some time ago, but this is a rehash of that show. It'll be a little different as well. So please don't clap. Coming soon on TV9 is News Caustic. The title is given by Varunda himself, so please appreciate that, if nothing else. Varunda, are you here? He's not here at his own function. Who's going to pay the bills? All right, guys, thank you. There's lots more coming on. We'll go back to our regular anchors. The anchor doesn't know what's happening, no problem. We've got this lovely gentleman. Off you go.
Cyrus, thank you so much. I can't let you go. You've got to tell us about the show. Guys, this is a new show that Cyrus is doing on our channel, on News9. He can't just say it's a Sanjay Leela Bhansali film. It's a Cyrus Brocha film. We've got to hear at least a little bit from him on what this is about. Come on,
Well,
let's do it for Cyrus.
If you've heard of this very famous leading philosopher, Kunal Kamra, suddenly there's silence.
That's Cyrus Brocha for you. Let's hear it for Cyrus Brocha.
Well, it's not going to be like that, I can tell you, because we don't have enough security at TV9, so we can't afford all that. It's going to be a vegetarian, almost Jain-like version at the moment of a show which looks at the news from different angles and perspectives. But we're going to be very kind to governments, we're going to be very kind to opposition, we're going to be very kind to international people. So at the moment, our show is going to be, we're targeting 4 to 7-year-olds. But we'll see how it goes from here. But that's it at the beginning.
So Cyrus, I need to ask you, it's News Caustic, it's a news channel. You're not unfamiliar with news channels. You've done shows for them earlier. Who's going to be at the receiving end of most of your sarcastic news caustic jokes.
No, but luckily we live in a country and a world where there's enough stuff going on. But you don't even have to actually spin the news very often. You just have to show it the way it is. So not a big problem. Like apparently the other day in Uttar Pradesh, I don't know why it always happens in UP for some reason, there was a procession of 14 people with a dead body, and then as they put the body down, he got up and just walked off. This can only happen in India. So many questions. When did he exactly die? Why didn't anyone notice, etc., etc., etc. So we'll try and look at all kinds of different stories. Some of them relevant, some a little irreverent, and we'll see where it goes from there. But as of now, we're looking for actors. The payments are, we'll give you conveyance and one batata vada. But we'll work on contracts and negotiations later. So if you know anyone who's willing to work for free, and especially the other gender, because I've got too many men working with us, and that's the capacity is done. So any females who would like to be on TV9 and launch their career and become the next Priyanka Chopra or Anusha Sharma, or whoever the big star is today, this is your opportunity. Girls, anyone?
Come on, let's actually get this multicultural initiative going. Let's have participation from India, from UAE, and build this beautiful property together. Well, of course, Cyrus said that anybody who wants to work for free, welcome to the world of news television.
Tell them the truth, there will be equity given to you as well. TV9 will be owned by you people and 80% by females. This is your only chance. He's suddenly swallowing.
No stakes, no stakes. But yeah, I think I'll come back to the fact that he said work for free. Well, welcome to the world of news media.
You're kidding around, but we did the other show on the other channel, which rhymes with PNN IV key, and we used a lot of people without paying them. So pull that off for 16 years and 8 months. So I like that philosophy. People come and go, you just put them in for a few minutes and off you go. Exploitation in a way, but yeah.
So I want the audience to weigh in. I think for the pilot episode, when Cyrus launches it on our channel, who should the first story feature? Should it be Donald Trump? Show of hands. Only 2 people?
Yeah, I can't do Donald Trump because my sister's married to an American, so that's too dangerous. I don't want her coming back. She has to stay in Pittsburgh. So Donald Trump, no way. Center, I cannot touch because I have family in Gujarat, so cannot go there. Opposition, I'm related to Rahul Gandhi because he's quarter Parsi. Cannot go there. So we're going to start with this Ghat Cooper swimming championships. And we're going to end with the dead body that woke up in UP. And maybe we'll go to the Kumbh next time. That's 10 years away. So let's see.
All right, a trip to the moon. Okay, sure. Let's start with that and then figure out where the show goes from here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Cyrus Brocha.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry about that panel discussion. We started with the whole idea of, promoting self-awareness in this present international world, but it moved all over the place. But thankfully, I think you were on your phones, so it's all good. Okay.
All right, Cyrus, can't let you go. I'll request Sanjeev and Vikram to please come back on stage. We can't let Cyrus go without a beautiful hamper that we are giving him,
I'm very worried. The moment I came on, he's left.
They're back. They're back. And can we please have a gift hamper?
Thank you. A small token. Sounds like my Suhagrat. No. Just a message to all the conferences across the world to give us these big things and put us on a plane. It's very difficult to take it home. So can I pass it on graciously to somebody in the audience who lives here? Bolo kitna? Bolo. Indians, I tell you. Okay, I'll give you.
Thank you so much, Cyrus. Thanks, Vikram. Thank you, Sanjeev. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a little bit of a lights out break. I'll request you all to please be here. We need the chairs to come back here. Nitin, if I can request you to have backstage bring in the chairs, because up next is somebody very, very special. I'm sure you've seen the pictures outside. I'm sure you've seen the agenda and you know who I'm talking about. But I'd much rather make her introduction when she's with us, when she's in the room. We are expecting her to be with us in just a couple of minutes from now. Until then, stay around. Maybe get a selfie or 2 click with Cyrus. I'm sure that is something that you'll all want to cherish going forward. and we will be back with you very, very shortly. Until then, let's have the music, please. Check.
All know that the UN itself has not really proved very effective. So multilateralism is under threat. Multilateral trade is under threat.
Okay, but Mr. Bindru, this is at the level of business, what should companies do? Earlier the word interdependence was very much celebrated. It was feted as a word, something to be emulated. Now it's all about doing everything at home. There is a paradigm shift in business that is happening, which is flowing from political ideologies. You can call it nativism, or you can give it any other word. It's about being self-reliant. So is it changing the nature of trade globally? And how do companies cope with that? Because they have been brought up in a different value system. The value system is changing.
I was reminded of something which the DG WTO said. China's trade with the US has come down very sharply. Of course, it is going into the US through other countries. But
Time now to let the cat out of the bag and tell you a little bit about who our next speaker is, who's joining us right here on the News9 Global Summit UAE edition right here in Dubai. Well, up next we have somebody very special. She's an unconventional lady with a very unconventional journey in films. She's navigated fame, of course, and with fame always comes a little bit of criticism. A lot of personal discovery and the challenges of working across borders, which many say is also an opportunity. Well, she reflects on what it takes to stay grounded in an industry which is built on a lot of hype, a lot of fame, a lot of entertainment. We have her in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Nargis Fakhri is joining us here, the rock star, original rock star. Nargis, pleasure having you here with us. Let's take a quick look at an AV that we've made on Nargis. Let's hear it for Nargis Fakhri, ladies and gentlemen. Nargis, would you please join us on stage and let's really read through the diary of a rock star, the original rock star, ladies and gentlemen, on stage, on the other side, on that chair. You want to sit there? That's okay, that's a better profile. Well, she's ravishing anyway, so let's hear it for the gorgeous Nargis Fakhri. And joining her on stage for this conversation is my colleague, News 9's 9 p.m. primetime anchor, Nabila Jamal. Nabila, can we have you on stage? I don't see you here. Are you around, Nabila? Shalini, do we have Nabila?
Well, then I guess I'm by myself. I will talk to myself, which I usually do anyway, so
No,
that's fine.
let me have the conversation with you.
Yeah, sure, let's conversate.
So, to begin with, absolute pleasure. I think I was much younger when I watched Rockstar and absolutely fell in love with the movie. I just hated the end. It's so hard to see you die, Nargis. Why? Why was that script just so tragic in the end?
Everybody asked me that. They were so sad. And I was sad because I died, so I was very sad about
All
my
right,
death.
Nabila, take it away.
Okay, hi,
I went out to get you. You got here in before me, but thank you very much.
I was
You've been
sneaky,
stunning.
sneaked past you.
Stunning Nargis Fakhri. For those of you who know her, she came into Bollywood without a godfather, barely knew the language, had no Bollywood ambitions, I've heard, but still made it, got the entire industry to stand up and take note. And here she is, working across continents, not just in Mumbai, but in New York as well. She's achieved a Hollywood dream as well at this point. So we're very happy to have you right here at the News9 Global Summit, India-UAE partnership. We know that you've made Dubai your home as well. So this is extra special for you.
True.
Thank you very much for joining us, Nargis. Well, we've seen you now in Houseful 5, the very chirpy, charming Nargis. You're looking fabulous in
The
it.
very chirpy, charming Kanchi, if you've seen it. Have you seen it? Yeah.
I have. Tell me your experience. You've come back with a bang. Now we get to see you on the screen yet again.
Tell you my experience. I mean, there's so many words and so many feelings inside. My experience was amazing. It was so much fun. I don't know if you can imagine what it's like to work with so many talented, amazing actors. It was, every day was like, I can't even find the words. Every day was just so much fun. It was hysterical. You were always laughing. And you loved coming to work. That was the biggest thing. Like, you loved meeting all of these people. Everyone got along. Everyone was like one big family.
What's your favorite part about working with an industry that you have seen over the decade? How long have you been in Bollywood?
I think, well, my release was 2011. But not a lot of people know that they started in 2010. So it took like 2 years for Rockstar to be finished and to come out. And I guess I've been around for 10 plus years, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so for 10 plus years, for an outsider, don't mind if I'm using that word, but
I don't feel like an outsider anymore,
yeah,
so...
For the time that you got into
yes,
the
from
industry.
the very beginning, so many years ago.
My question was, for an outsider to have made it your home, what's been the journey like?
I mean, that's a question that has so much in it, but the journey has been, I would want to say, I don't know if tumultuous would be the right word.
Wow.
Is that a good word? Because like the up and down.
Tumultuous is inviting a lot many more questions from me.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm never rehearsed and I'm very authentic, but I realized I have to be careful what I say because the media always takes things and makes it into something that it's not. So when I say tumultuous, it's not only about the industry, it's about my own life, you know? And where is your mind at from the beginning, and where is my mind at now, right? The transformation and the growth, not only in the industry, but as a human being. So back then, I was such a different person with a different thought process. I was maybe more free-spirited. A lot of people would say that. I was authentic and didn't care too much about anything, to be honest, except for being happy, which I think that's what everyone should do. But as I grew and learned many different things and like experienced different things, you change as a person and you grow as a person. Whereas now, my mindset is very different and it's more focused, if that makes any sense.
What got you to explore Hollywood? I mean, I know it's every actor's dream, I suppose, but was there an intention to move past Bollywood?
No, I'm never moving past anything or anyone because I love Bollywood and I love the work that I've done and I am continuing to work, as you know, and I love it. But obviously, as an actor, you do want to experience different things and different roles. And I am American. I'm from the United States of America. So if an opportunity comes to me, I'm going to take it. I mean, listen, if an Arabic film comes to me, I'm going to take it. If Chinese film comes to me, I'm going to take it, right? I'm going to take it because for me, my journey and my life, I don't know how other people feel, but for me, it's about experiencing everything. Like, I don't want to leave any rock unturned because I got one life. When I die, I'm gone. That's it. So I got to, like, try everything.
Wow.
No? What do you think?
And so well, absolutely. In 2011, I think Bollywood was at its peak just at the time that you came in. With Rockstar, you catapulted to national fame, maybe international. And even till today, you're known as the Rockstar.
True, that is true. And I love that because that movie, I'm sure you saw it.
Of course, over and over again.
Yeah, it left such an indelible impression on my heart. So I'm sure, and I know, because fans come up to me all the time and they say what he said. Where did he go? He left. They say what he said, like, oh, why did you have to die? That was so heart-wrenching, which means that film left such a strong impression on people's emotions and their soul. So I'm so grateful that I got to be a part of something like that.
And we saw such a raw version of you.
Yes, you did.
Such an innocent version of
yes,
Nargis
you
Fakhri.
did.
Young, innocent Nargis Fakhri who left such an impact.
Yes, that character is very dear to me.
What doors did it open?
What doors did it open? Well, it actually opened a lot of doors. I continued on, then I decided to stay. I actually didn't think I was going to stay after that film. So not too many people know, one of the ADs on Rockstar, like, she convinced me, like, you should do this. Like, this is a big deal, and the people you're working with is a big deal. And I thought to myself, okay, fine, you know, it's a new challenge, a new experience. Let me just try it. I don't have to stay. I'll just leave after. But then I really loved working as an actor. And so I wanted to stay, and I got really lucky. I got more films. I got Madras Cafe. I got Me Tera Hero. I don't know what else did I did. Uzzer. Then I did something in Dishoom. So the roles kept coming, and I happily took them.
So if I could revisit my question from earlier, at that point you were an outsider, and there was a coterie I would still say there is a coterie today as well in Bollywood. A clique, just the core group within Bollywood that does not really appreciate outsiders. But I think things could be very well changing. Debate has been heated and the industry has evolved. But for you, at that point, to be an outsider, make it within the industry, what was the real challenge?
I think that, so here's the thing. When I look back, I realized that my mindset was different. My thought process was different. And I was entering a new space I had no idea about. Everything was so new for me. I didn't understand how to maneuver. And like you said earlier, I didn't have a godfather. I just fell. I was like an alien that just fell to this planet, this new planet. So I had to crawl and I had to do baby steps. So people actually were welcoming. I just didn't understand what to do and how to maneuver. And I didn't have the guidance. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then it was tough for me because of that. And like you said, now definitely, you know, there's more opportunities for so many different people because of the digital age.
Of OTT.
Yeah, OTT is like taken over. Obviously, I think because of COVID, everyone was at home and we just watched shows at home, which took off. But I think it's great because now so many people from all over, whether it's all over India or even from outside of India, are getting the opportunity to show off their talents.
Yeah. Are you exploring OTT?
Of course, I am exploring everything. Like I said earlier, I am a soul who has come to Earth to experience life and to learn the lessons of life and hopefully grow to be a wise, older soul. That looks 25 forever. Thank you very much.
You've spoken a lot about spirituality. I think you've grown. You are spiritual.
Yes, I am spiritual.
Tell me a little more about the Nargis Fakhri we don't really see on screen. We're seeing a glimpse of it today, and I promise you this is safe space.
Yeah, right. That's what they all say. Don't worry, it's a safe space. Okay, I'm trying my best not to worry.
You can have my word on that.
Oh my God, I just met her. She wants me to trust her. Okay. Yes, I am spiritual, and I enjoy learning about all religions. I enjoy learning about all forms of self-growth, whatever it is, anything. Like, I'm the kind of person at home, you'll hear the Gayatri mantra playing, which is so random, but I love it so much because I feel the energy and it makes me feel good. Or I'm the kind of person, I'll listen to like Christian music, you know, or I'm the person that's meditating and learning different types of meditation, or learning about sound healing and the chakras, you know, like, that's just me. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
If you have a word for me, I don't know what that is.
So you're not religious?
No, I'm spiritual. Yes.
And that's what guides you?
And that's what guides me. And I'm very intuitive. My intuition guides me as well.
Would you want to give us a lesson on spirituality? How do you handle, or just a few words of profound wisdom? Come on.
I came to this earth to experience. I'm not sure if I'm a teacher yet. So
hey, you've literally done films across industries. You've lived by yourself on your own terms, done what you liked. You know, okay, let me take this here. If not for films, since Bollywood wasn't your ambition at the start, if not for films, where would we see you today?
Today, if I decided I wasn't in films, I would probably be like a naturopath or some holistic
See, I was
healer.
on the right path.
Yeah, like alternative healing. Yeah.
Told you.
So I actually read a lot and watch a lot of podcasts about all of that in my free time.
Okay, so now coming back to the lesson. Come on, give us a little take on your daily routine.
I mean,
what
I've learned is that the mind is so powerful. And I was a very emotional person growing up. So I had to learn to control my emotions, because our emotions sometimes could get the best of us. So if you're feeling a certain way, we should wait and let that feeling calm down before we make any decisions. And the stronger, like they always say, oh, go to the gym and work out, but you also have to work out your mind as well, right? To find peace.
How?
And the discipline. Discipline is a big thing too. A lot of us are not disciplined. I wasn't disciplined. I was all over the place.
How do you work your mind out
Now
on a daily basis?
The meditation helps. The daily, I do daily gratitude. When I say something negative, I correct myself really fast now. I don't allow that to get a hold of me, which is really important, especially that negative self-talk that a lot of us do, I'm sure. So there's a lot of things you can do to help your mind. It's not easy, though. It's not easy.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice, and I think you're feeling at ease and at zen today. At least, yeah, you look it. You're looking lovely.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking lovely. If you like, I don't know. Do you feel the vibe? Like, what's the vibe?
100%.
Yeah. Is it good? Are you feeling good?
Absolutely,
Yeah, okay,
positive
good.
vibes.
So that's good. That's good. Then I'm doing my job to be a better person and to grow and become more evolved and more calm and positive.
So a bit of a gap, and then you've come back into playing Houseful 5. You've also played Houseful 3. So 3 to 5, what's your favorite between the two?
You guys asked the worst questions. How am I supposed to choose? Houseful 3 was amazing and Houseful 5 was amazing. The difference is, like I mentioned before, was the headspace. I was in a different headspace back then versus where I am now. So this time I feel like I really got into the film, you know what I mean? I really made sure that I was talking to everybody and like just being with everybody. And I really enjoyed it, and I really got to know everyone even more, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I allowed myself to be more authentic and not afraid to be myself.
Do you have better friends today in Bollywood?
You know, I think I had some really good friends before, but I might have some more friends now, which is great.
So you have more number of friends now, but better quality friends before. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I mean, and there's still there will be quality as well.
They will remain your friends.
Yes. I'm very picky also. So I'm very happy that everyone I worked with, their energy was so amazing and they were so supportive and we all got along and the vibe was great. So I'm very grateful for that because that's very important to me.
Sure. And since you've worked with Hollywood as well, what really draws you back to Bollywood every time? Now, let's get past the opportunity part of it. Does that feel warmer? Does Mumbai, does Bollywood feel warmer, more homely to you?
Yes, it actually does. Bombay or the like Bollywood, the people in it are so, I don't want to say so much warmer, but they are so much warmer and it's like a family. So that draws you back. You miss that. You're like, wow, I really missed all the people I was working with. And I think that's one of the biggest things I love about the film industry in India is that the warmth that people have and they bond like their family. So that's really nice.
Any great friends you want to mention here today?
Great friends? Well, I mean, I'm really happy to say that the girls in Houseful 5 all got along so well. We actually have a group chat, a girls group. And even though now we've moved on to our other jobs, we still keep in touch. So I'm very, very happy about that because I've heard that girls sometimes don't get along, but I was so blessed that we all got along.
Most times. I think
I don't know.
it takes a lot for women to be great friends. Once you're friends, then there's no looking back.
Yes.
But to get to that point, there's a lot of...
Yes, sometimes. And you know, I'm like a tomboy, and my whole life I had more guy friends than girls because I felt it a little difficult to be friends with girls.
Yeah.
And the girls that are my friends from long ago, they're all like tomboys as well.
Yeah.
So now having new girlfriends, I'm so happy. It makes me happy to have more women in my life.
Yeah, I could say that for myself as well. I've had more number of boys who have been my friends.
Yeah, you feel kind of boyish right now. I feel maybe that's why I'm vibing with you. Yeah.
Totally, all through my life. But now I find more quality women around me, and I'm enjoying them.
Yes, it's so nice. I'm happy for you because I'm happy for me too.
Same.
Yeah.
You know, in the age of social media, Nargis, you have a huge following, but you're never out of touch or you're never out of sight. How do you keep that buzzing? And since you've spoken about spirituality, social media can enhance your image, at the same time do crazy wonders to your mental peace.
Girl, that is true. I don't like to be on social media too much because of what you said, because it can interfere with your mental peace for sure. And there's so much data you're taking in.
Yeah.
And our brain is like a computer, right? How much data can we take in before we like explode? So I try to limit my usage, and that's all I really know what to do is just limit my usage.
So you're not someone who puts a post up on a daily basis to keep your account buzzing?
No, and I always get yelled at by my manager and the PR. They're like, you didn't post for like a month. I'm like, oh my God, I have a life. I don't know. And then like, what do you post? I'm like, what am I gonna post? Going to the toilet? Wait, should I show like, I'm going to the toilet now?
I know our editor international said people are gaining followers just by doing this.
Like
All you have to
doing
do
that?
is
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let's see if I
become a celebrity by doing this.
So obviously I don't come from that era. I lived in a time where we had flip phones. You know what I mean? We didn't have, that wasn't such a big deal. Even when Rockstar came out, we didn't have all of that going on. That came later. So I think...
but aren't you pressured? Don't you feel you're going to be left out if you're not posting?
I do feel left out.
Yeah.
I do feel left out, and I'm always thinking like, I'm thinking what to post, but I want it to be meaningful. I want it to have some depth. But then I'm seeing that it doesn't matter if you have depth. Or does it? I don't know.
If this can get you 1 million followers.
Can somebody give me 1 million followers? Look at me now. Oh, this too.
Yeah, this. Correct. That can get you 1 million followers.
Yeah, 1 million. I mean, listen, social media is an amazing tool. It connects us globally.
And
it's
it pays you today, right? So it's also...
It pays you great. It does if you're active.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
for someone like you who already has a ready-made following, I don't
Yes,
even think you need to be active to get paid.
Hello, I need a PR and a new marketing team, please. Call me, send me a DM. Yeah.
What is it that you like to post about yourself?
What do I say?
What is it that you like to post? What is it that you want the world to see of you?
So I don't actually post the things that the world, I don't know what the world wants to see, actually, to be honest.
I mean, I would assume since you're an actor,
Yeah.
you want the world to, you want to be in the spotlight. Is that not true?
I think my personality swings both ways. That I like my alone privacy time, and I actually like to be very present in everything that I'm doing. So I think that's the issue. The issue is I'm so present, whether it's me and you talking, like I don't even know anybody's here right now because I'm so into you.
Yeah.
Or whether I'm cooking and I'm into the recipe, or whether I'm listening to a podcast and I'm into the people on the show, that I actually forget that I should be posting. That's the problem.
So no compulsion.
There's no compulsion. I have to be reminded. You know what I need?
Because you do know that in today's day, we're looking at social media following being an asset.
Yes.
Where now you have film stars or actors or non-actors being cast.
Because of their following.
Just basis their following.
Yes, I heard that. Even some of my friends who still model said the same thing,
Yeah.
even for other jobs.
Sure. Does that not give you or pressurize you to be a front runner? Look, your looks and your persona does 80% of the job. You've just got to post the 20%.
Yes. Yes. But I do understand what you're saying, and it is important. It's an important tool now. And you know what? After I leave you today, I'm going to go cry a little bit and then think about what can I post.
I can't believe I'm advising
Should I post
you.
that I'm crying about it? Maybe I'll get a lot of views on that.
Let's begin with this interview here at News9.
Oh, yes. Okay, great. I'll do that.
Awesome. how do you spend your day? What's your best and most favorite part of the day?
When I'm
from wake
not
to
working?
End? Yeah, yeah.
My day is very boring because I think I'm surrounded by so many people and always traveling and always like interacting and doing something when I'm working that when I'm off, I'm slow. I am like a turtle, like slow. But I wake up very early. I wake up around 7. Then I slowly walk to my kitchen to make some masala tea.
Nice.
And I look at it boiling away. Like that's how I like, and then I'm like, I'll sit on the balcony and I'll just look outside and stare into space. Like that. That's how slow it is.
That's the perfect day you can have.
Yeah. Then, you know, maybe I'll read something. Maybe I'll watch a podcast, answer some emails that have been left behind for like a month that I didn't respond to. And just go slow. And then gym, walk, read. I don't know, those things.
And that's really a lovely life that you live. I envy you.
Do you?
I do.
Is yours so hectic?
Well, absolutely. And the one Sunday or one Saturday, you try to finish all your chores, and Sunday is the one day that you get. It goes by so quickly.
Yes, chores. So I actually find doing laundry and cooking
therapeutic.
Yes.
Wow.
I like ironing for some reason.
I find grocery shopping therapeutic.
I like grocery shopping also, yeah. So these are the things I also do on the day off, and I enjoy it. But obviously, yes, if you're rushed and you only have that one day, it's not nice.
Hey, you know what? I find you very privileged.
Me privileged in? I mean, I am. I'm privileged.
Yeah, so ask me why.
Why?
Because an actor who moves out of, or who's not doing films for a while, to come back to a blockbuster star cast. So
Girl.
with so much ease. Nargis Fakhri walks out, walks in, walks out, walks in. She has films in her kitty like that.
Because the universe is my friend.
How does that happen?
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. When I left, I had to leave.
Why?
Oh no, she made it a safe space. I'm scared.
I did not want to ask you, but now that you said it, come on, I promise you
I
this
was
is a safe
unwell.
space.
I was
Okay.
unwell, so I had to leave. So I left to get better. And when I wanted to come back, the pandemic hit. So that increased my gap of not coming back. So I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, you moved out for a while.
Yes,
and
to
then
get better. That was the main goal. And here we go. And people told me, oh my God, you can't leave. You'll lose your positioning. You'll lose everything you worked so hard for.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes, so imagine you have to make such a choice where it's almost, I don't want to say life or death, but it was basically that, where if I don't take care of myself now, I can have, like later in life, it was going to be really bad for me. But I worked so hard to get here. I had so many films coming out. I couldn't even make the promotions. What do? It was so scary. And you know what? I just trusted myself, and I said, no, like, you have to listen to your body. Like, your body is telling you something. You must take care of yourself. And so I had to do it. I had to go and I had to take care of myself. And I didn't think about what they told me. Like, oh, you're never going to make it back. You're going to lose everything. And I'm glad I didn't think about that, because then when I was ready to come back, I was like, oh, I'm going to come back. I'm just coming back, guys. I'm just going to come back. And I came back.
And look what happened. You have films back in your kitty yet
Yes.
again, and they lapped you up so quickly.
Yes, yes. So that makes me very happy, which means that I have a lot of fans and a lot of people do love me, and I'm so grateful for that. Like, every day I thank God that I have these blessings and opportunities. So maybe the gratefulness part helps. I don't know.
Since you said you were unwell, may I ask, are you okay? Is it
I'm okay
anything
now.
you want to talk about?
Yes. No, I'd rather not, because it would be if there's ever like some medical forum or health or wellness event, call me for that. Maybe I'll talk about it. But this, we won't talk about.
You're doing well.
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing amazing.
You're looking fabulous. I'll say
Thank
that
you.
again, over and over again.
Thank you. Thank you.
And when you did come back, was it so seamless? Whose doors did you have to go knocking? Or just as you sounded, Your arrival, did everyone come knocking at your door?
Okay, so I don't know if this happens to other people.
Yeah.
Like random things just happen to me.
You're privileged.
I don't think I'm privileged. I think everybody's
Teasing
privileged.
you, yeah.
Because remember I said I'm spiritual. So I believe that's something, there's God up there, there's a universe that's listening to you. So I believe that we actually can manifest. It might not happen right away, because obviously when I wanted to come back, the pandemic happened, right? So that made a huge gap. But I do believe that we have the power and that our mind is so strong. And I'm not saying that I didn't do anything and it just fell in my lap. Obviously, the steps we take in life are very important. And funny enough, I decided, I came to Bombay and someone had invited me to go see a movie. And when I went to see the movie at PVR in Juhu, I bumped into Sajid, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I said, oh my God, hey, I haven't seen you in so long. I really miss working. I want to work with you again. And he said, okay, message me in an elevator. I just said that.
And that's how you got house food?
Yes.
Oh my God. So you got back after a long hiatus?
Yeah, I went to see a movie.
And then went to watch a movie, bumped into Sajid Nadiadwala. And then he said, hey, come back.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's quite the story.
And yeah, it sounds, I don't know what to say. People might look at me and like, what is she talking about? But really random things happen to me. But I feel that it's because my heart is open. My heart is open. I'm always like, I'm not so closed. I'm open to what the universe, you know, offers me.
Yeah. You appear very sincere.
I hope so, because
yeah, you do.
I am.
Have you been lucky with relationships?
I am lucky with everything. That's all I'm going to say.
You've never made...
Listen, look, my life growing up was not easy. So I will say that. Don't think that it was a piece of cake. You know, sometimes it sounds like, oh, it's so easy for her. It's a piece of cake. But it's not. Like, I've gone through so many things, you know, and I'm just maybe more intuitive, or I can see the opportunities or the blessings and I don't block them. But I also get the shit that falls on me and on my head too. So
I'm sure. Who do you share a strong bond with?
In what way would you?
Relationships with family or friends?
Yeah, I mean,
what keeps you going?
What keeps me going? Myself.
Are you a family person?
Yes, my mom. Yeah, I have my mom. So she keeps me going, that's true. I think a lot of the things I've done in my life is a lot for her, just so I can take care of her and provide for her and give her a better life. Yeah. So
that's so lovely. You know, Nargis, I can't help but ask, with the kind of negativity around in every sphere, politically, communally, how do you keep yourself clutter-free?
Oh, God.
And I'm sure you may have come across.
Yeah, I mean...
Enough hate?
So that's a tough one, and that media...
Hey!
Media...
You're attacking us.
Oh, my God. Not attacking, fighting back. Defending myself from the attack.
Save space.
Obviously, anything that's negative, whether it's the news of what's going on or whatever is happening in your life or whatever is being amplified or publicly put out there, whether it's criticism or whatever, it's going to affect you.
Yeah.
And people used to always say, oh, you need to grow a thick skin.
Yeah.
And I used to get really sad because I'm like, I'm such a nice person. If I grow a thick skin, is that going to change who I am? That was my thought process before.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to be nice and be emotional, because when I'm emotional, that means I care very deeply.
You're living.
Yes, I'm living, I'm feeling. But that's, when I talk about the growth process, I realize that that's not always healthy for you. You have to find a way to have a thick skin. Maybe not thick skin, but like understanding and a discipline in your mind to know that life is like waves, you know? And don't hold on to anything so tightly, whether it's praise or criticism. You have to just let it go.
You know,
Yeah.
speaking of praise and conforming to a perfect body, a perfect shape. Well, again, you're looking very hot.
Thank you, thank
and
you.
very great. But your body changes as you grow older. You have women taking to every way of enhancing their beauty.
Yeah, spit it out, girl. She's like struggling. She's like, enhancing, you know, plastic surgery,
I did not want to say plastic surgery, but since you said it.
Enhancing. We are enhancing.
Enhancing your beauty. What do you think of that?
And the world is tough out there because everybody's pretty.
Yeah. And
I used to be pretty, but now everybody's pretty. What we gonna do? We can't just be pretty anymore. We cannot just be pretty anymore. Everybody's pretty.
And everywhere.
And everywhere. And someone said that the grandmothers of this time don't look like grandmothers anymore. They're looking like hot ladies.
Kim Kardashian's mother.
Oh my God, she looks amazing.
So snatched.
So snatched.
I mean, where's the age? And where's the aging?
Yeah. Where did it go? Good for her. Listen, I'm not a hater. I think women, we have it tough. You know, I do.
We do have it tough?
Yes, we do. And so what? You want to do something nice for yourself and feel good and look good. Why not?
You're absolutely okay with it.
Yeah. Maybe when I'm 65, I'm going to get a facelift too. I got to find out who her doctor is, though.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody needs to. Everybody wants to know. The internet
I'm so
was buzzing.
intrigued myself. I'm so intrigued myself.
I mean, I believe the best is obviously natural because your health is important. Your insides are important, right? You don't want to only worry about your outside because at some point, things are going to fall apart on the inside. So for me, the inside starts first. And doing the hard work is important. It trains you. It gives you discipline.
Correct. You know, and what I see here today is a beautifully groomed, evolved, and a stunning person inside out.
Thank you. I'm taking this compliment in. I love it.
Because you did not say no to one question that I asked you. You so pleasantly answered every one of it, and all heart.
Now I'm waiting to see what the articles are going to come out. She loves plastic surgery and wants a facelift at 65.
She is beautiful inside out. A big round of applause for Nargis Pakri.
I'm going to do face yoga first before. So face yoga first.
Yeah. I'm sure, you know, you were really one of the most stunning looking women with Rockstar when you came in. So you really set a lot of bars for the industry. So,
oh, thanks.
Yeah, congrats on that.
That's it. That's all you got for me. I can be here all day.
Thank you so much. I had such a lovely chat.
What a lovely conversation, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to break the party, Nargis. I've got so many requests from people in the audience. They don't want to let you go. Everybody wants to ask you questions. So you will have to sit for indulge us for another 5 minutes. Nabila, take a seat as well. May I request Sakshi to please do the honors for anybody who wants to ask questions
I
to
like
the
this
gorgeous
red on you. It
Nargis
looks
Fakri.
good. Sexy.
It's so lovely to see you in person,
take a
Nargis.
seat.
Last time I spoke to you, it was through a Zoom video call. And before I toss the mic to the audiences for the curious questions that they have in their mind, I have one big question because I happened to see that music video with Yo-Yo Honey Singh.
Yes.
He's playing his second innings and you are also in the phase of your comeback. So how was your experience shooting that music video with him?
It's so funny because in my entire career, I have never met him. Can you imagine? And he works like with everybody, I think, right? And I, of course, did not follow his career trajectory because whatever, I don't know why, but I didn't. So when he actually called me to be a part of it, I was like, oh, wow, finally. I felt left behind. And when he sent me the song, I thought, wow, what a beautiful song to be a part of, and how I felt I fit so well in that role for that song. And then when people have told me like, oh, this is his comeback as well, I was like, wow, the universe works in such crazy ways. Imagine a person you never met, but you knew of, never met them your whole career, and then you get to work with them at a time where they're coming back as well. And for a song that is so different, I think, from his usual genre. It was so beautiful. I was like, wow, I am the luckiest girl in the world. So I'm really happy that I was a part of that.
But apart from experiencing what's different coming in from Honey Singh, you happen to be in the music video for Lal Pari also. You are there in Houseful 5. So
Yes.
Lal Pari and then again the music video, two very contrasting music of Yo-Yo Honey Singh, you being part of it. How was the experience with Lal Pari?
I mean, that was part of the Houseful 5, song. So it was fun. It was different. It was the entire cast working together on that. So same, fun thing, but very different.
And you have shared your screen space with Bollywood's finest, if I can speak about Ranbir Kapoor, Varun Dhawan, Akshay Kumar very recently. Is there any particular, lesson that you have learned from the sets or any other actor who would have surprised you on set?
Yeah, I've worked, oh my gosh, the entire cast, like Nana sir, Sanjay sir, Jackie sir, so many legends and amazing actors. I got to watch them. So when you get to watch people in their element, you take something away from that and you learn something by observing. So I feel very blessed that I got to work with them. And with the other actors you mentioned, Akshay, oh my God, he is so disciplined, it's unbelievable. So that was a big surprise. His work ethic is impeccable. He's so intelligent and funny off and on screen. So that was a surprise. And if you want me to name other people, I mean, there's so many things I could say about everyone else. Ranbir, obviously, when we worked, we were much younger, but it was amazing to see his childlike wonder as well as his playfulness, but then his deep focus as an actor. Like when he gets into a role, oh my gosh, he gets into a role.
Your first film was with Ranbir.
Yes, yes.
You're great friends as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm friends with everyone. Look at me, I'm so sweet.
Of course.
And I'm funny.
I'm so sorry I've got greedy, Nabila, I'm
You're
so
greedy?
sorry.
You're a greedy girl.
Because I was supposed to toss the mic to the audiences, but I had so many curious questions. I also wanted to ask you about your recent OTT venture with Tatlu Baz. It's the first for you. So Tatlu Baz, if you would want to speak about that as well.
Yes, that was my first OTT series that I did, and I really enjoyed it. It was something very different. I played a girl from Varanasi, so I got to wear a lot of saris, and I spoke in a certain way. I don't know if anyone saw that, but I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was a big challenge, so I just took it. Whether or not I did good, I don't know, but I really enjoyed it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Karthik, over to you.
Oh, well, I thought it was over to the audience. Actually, you lied to us all this
All
while.
right, do we
Well,
have
you said
any
audience
questions?
wants to...
I told you I got greedy. I'm so sorry. Is there
That's a
anybody who
lot
would
of
like to
greed.
ask any question to Nargis?
As you get that, I would like to ask you anything that you want to sound out to directors to cast you in a certain role. What does Nargis Fakhri want to play?
You know what? I feel like I'm typecast, but that's okay. But my heart truly
can't
doesn't.
help it.
Yeah, that's true. But you can transform. I can transform. You can transform me. I really like. If there's a role I would love to play, it would be something similar to that movie Spy by Paul Feig, the Hollywood film.
Yeah.
Because I really want to get into some Bollywood action. I want to train hardcore, I want to be like Tiger Shroff and get muscled out, and I want to beat people up, and I want to shoot people and stuff like.
Action is what you
Yeah.
want. Awesome.
Action, hardcore.
I have one question for you, Nargis.
Sagrika, let this be the last one. Now we are all getting too greedy and we are running out of time.
I
Final
thought so.
question. So Nargis, I've understood the secret. Actually, I think all our audience members just wanted to see more of you. They just want you to just spend a lot more time on stage. I don't think anybody wants to ask you a question. Sagrika, final question to you.
Yes, absolutely. The final question won't take much of time, but yes, really would love to know what are the final ventures and things there in your pipeline for upcoming, because everyone is greedy about that.
So I have 2 other films, but I can't really say what they are. But I have 2, so hopefully one says they're going to come out at the end of the year.
Okay.
Let's see. And then one will start at the end of the year.
But we want more of you, so definitely we are.
Put it out there in the universe. You want to see me more.
Session.
We
Thank
wish
you,
you
Nargis.
all the very best for
Thank
your
you.
future endeavors, Nargis. I'm sure you have a long, glorious career ahead, and we're here to watch you. And
Yes, I'm going to pay here.
Hey, watch out for all the News9 articles on you, huh?
My God, guys. Right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for the lovely ladies on stage. Nargis Fakhri in conversation with Nabila Jamal and, of course, Sakshi. And, well, of course, the ritual. May I please request my mentor, senior colleague, Mr. Rakesh Khar, to kindly come on stage and do the honors. A small hamper, not so small, in fact, which Rakesh would a medium hamper, sure. I think I'm going to photobomb that one. Sakshi, come along. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for the gorgeous Nargis Fakhri. And let's move on now, should we? Well, the next one is about the streaming stars. Well, you've seen, of course, the beautiful Nargis Fakhri, the gorgeous star who was here on the stage right now. But now let's move on, and bound by history, energized by trade and strengthened by shared stories, there's a bond between India and the UAE that's a lot more than just a strategic trade partnership. And well, it's the enduring love story, if you may, of Hindi films and OTT content. So let's celebrate this eternal connect between the city of dreams, Mumbai, and the most beloved audience from UAE. Well, the next session, ladies and gentlemen, will trace the rich tapestry of connections that not just the Indian diaspora, but all of UAE shares with India. Its films, its music, its art, and its culture. Take a look. All right, ladies and gentlemen, streaming stars were screaming success. And well, let's invite on stage. I think there's somewhere in the backstage. Aman, if I can request you to get them in now. Let's please put our hands together for Taha Shah, Badoo Shah, an actor. Of course, we also have with us Vineet Kumar Singh. We also have Riddhi Dogra and Dr. Sana Sajan, Director, American Aesthetics. Sana, if I can please request you to come on stage. Sakshi is here to moderate this session. Sakshi, please come take a seat while our guests join us and take it away from here. And there you have it. You have the actors walking in, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them.
All right, till we get the mic fixed. All right, so it's already fixed. Riddhi will be joining us in a short while from now. But entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, that's my bastion, something that I'm very, very comfortable with. And I would love to talk about it all day long. And we have the beautiful faces, the repeated guests here with, their highlights their expertise. And of course, the topic is going to be about streaming stars. So we have the stars sitting alongside me. But before that, I would quickly want to ask our audiences, is there anybody who can claim that they have not watched a single film in their entire life, or have not heard any kind of music, have not been involved with arts at all? Is there anybody? Not at all. This is what exactly I'm speaking about. Entertainment, we thrive on it, right? That's something that we willingly do, apart from our jobs, of course. Yeah. So let's begin, Vineet. Let me first come to you. You know, from being an assistant director to being into the headlines, for somebody who very recently said कि उम्मीद करता हूँ कि अब कोई मुझसे नहीं पूछेगा कि मैं कौन हूँ. How has the journey of that persistence and growth been for you?
सबसे पहले थैंक यू सो मच मुझे यहाँ बुलाने के लिए. सवाल के उत्तर पे आने के पहले मैं ये बोलूँगा कि मैं कल आया था और दुबई घूम रहा हूँ और मैं अभी ताहा को बोल रहा था कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे जादू है कि रेत और समंदर पे जो किया है वो अद्भुत है और हम सबको सीखने जैसा है. तो बहुत कुछ उस स्पेस में जाके मैं फिगर आउट करूँगा कि ये कैसे हुआ, किसने किया, क्या जिद थी. आपने जो सवाल पूछा कि एक असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर से शुरू किया था, बिल्कुल शुरू हुआ था एज एन एक्टर, फिर चीज़ें समझ नहीं आ रही थी, फिर एज एन असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर काम करने का मौका मिला और फिर चीज़ें शुरू किया और एक एक कदम करके चलता आया. कब 2 दशक बीत गए मुझे पता नहीं चला. अभी भी ऐसा लगता है कि सीख रहा हूँ. 2025 मतलब ये मैंने प्लान नहीं किया था कि कहाँ एक वक्त ऐसा चल रहा है इस समय के थिएटर में फिल्में रिलीज़ करने के पहले लोग 4 बार सोचते हैं और 4 महीने में 4 फिल्में थिएट्रिकल रिलीज़ हुई. तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि आप अपना काम चुपचाप करिए, आपके हिस्से का बड़ा प्लान कोई है जो कर रहा है. इस भरोसे के साथ चलता गया और चीज़ें होती चली गईं.
कितनी खूबसूरती से आपने वो कहा है, and I can really say that 2025 has been your year. Like the biggest grosser is in your bag, the second biggest grosser is also in your bag. Very beautiful film, Superboys of Malegaon is also in your bag. But let me move on to the Shehzada of OTT. I've already called you that. You very well know that you've been coined with that term. You're trending all over Instagram with different kind of hashtags, Shehzada ji, if I can say Taha. But all right, we have very beautiful Riddhi also joining us here on stage. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right, let me continue with my question, Taha. So, you've been coined as the Shehzada of OTT, like I've already mentioned. But do you think that getting any kind of terminology may give you some sort of typecasting, or do you see it as a launch pad for greater versatility?
First of all, Assalamu alaikum, namaskar. Good evening to everybody who's here. Thank you, TV9, for having us and for having this panel discussion. I would have to say that I know Riddhi for so many years, always looking gorgeous, always so talented, doing incredible work. And Vineet bhai, I've seen him, and जब मैं auditions के लिए जाता था बहुत पहले, and I've seen him work so hard to reach where he is today. हम लोग अंदर बैठे थे, and he was saying that you're very lucky that you were born and brought up in UAE. And I never saw it in that sense, because you take things for granted when you're born in one place and you don't really look around. But when a person walks in and admires this city for what it is and how magical it can be, you just opened up a different perspective in my mind. And, so, you always get to see things from different perspectives, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Vineet bhai. And just like all his characters, everyone is different from each other. I don't know about being Shehzada of OTT or anything, but I do have to say that you can't be worried about being typecast, because that's not on you. What's on you is, जैसे विनीत भाई ने भी कहा है, it's about doing your work honestly, शिद्दत से, and not really thinking about what will happen because of this. if you take the right steps according to your beliefs and your standards and your ethics and your values, then someone out there is planning the larger game of life, and it will fall into place. And I am actually very, very particular in the kind of roles that I can now pick. To be very honest, हमारी industry में ऐसा होता है कि हम लोग most of the time, until we reach a certain stature, we're not able to choose our projects. The project chooses us, right? And we got to go with the flow and make hay when the sun shines, really, right? So, as of now, to be honest, after Hiramandi, I did this film called Paro. And Paro is a film that is based on bridal slavery. And it happened up north in India, and it's a very hard-hitting social subject that showed very recently at Cannes Film Festival and at the Oxford University in London. And when you see the audience's engagement and the audience's reaction once they're stepping out of the movie, and you see that their lives have changed. Someone asked me what was the best compliment that you got after Paro released. I said that jab bhi koi premiere hoti hai, and when we watch the film, as soon as the film ends, everybody's clapping, right? In my screening, everybody was dead silent because they were so hard, they were hit so hard that they just had to be silent in that moment. They didn't know whether they should clap for this movie, whether they should be like, you know, what they... So I think when you can incept such an emotion into the audience, you know, it's filmmaking to its best. And I think that's why I would like to do films, is to convey the right messages, convey the right morals, and hopefully if these social messages reach the right people, it can save lives, right? And if we can even save one woman's life through this campaign that we are doing, then I guess it's, you know, it's the biggest blessing for anybody.
Very well said. And speaking about changing lives, Dr. Sana, you are juggling multiple roles in your life yourself, be it healthcare, be it business, be it in arts. Is there any specific principle or leadership mantra that you strictly follow by to navigate all those endeavors?
First of all, I have to say I'm really surrounded by such good-looking people. It's making me nervous. Like, look at
me.
You
are good-looking yourself.
What about your husband? You live with your husband. What about him?
But yes, the question is really good and it connects with all of us. I live by the principle that कामयाबी की कोई हद नहीं होती है. And you need to enjoy the journey as it passes. Shahid Kapoor was saying the other day that he was going for a training for shooting, and the trainer gave him an air rifle first. And he was like, "Kyun air rifle kyun chahiye? You know, I want to do the big one." He's like, "Isko utha ke dekho." Then he picked it up and he was very confident that it's a simple thing, I'll just hit the target. And he kept looking at the target and really concentrating, but he kept missing it. And his trainer said, okay, so his trainer was actually one of a very big shooter and who's actually performed on big levels. He said, "Come here, hold the rifle," and he gave him some tips. He said, just focus on your breath and the right way to do it. Things will happen. And every time he focused on his breath, he hit the target. And that's where he explained that, you know, you need to follow the method and do the right thing in life. Everything else will fall in place. That's why you need to enjoy the journey. And that's what I like to do.
Amazing. And beautiful lady in purple over there. Riddhi, hi.
Hi, beautiful lady in red.
Thank you so much for calling me that, by the way. Let me also give a quick trivia about Riddhi, ladies and gentlemen. She's a dancer. She has been related to the news fraternity as well. She was a producer too. Then we all know that she ventured into the television industry, and now she's acing at the big screens and also on the OTT screens as well. Riddhi, which phase was the most challenging one for you, and what's next on your radar?
Firstly, I'm very happy to be here. News9 Global Summit UAE edition. I wish you guys all the very best. Congratulations for what you're doing. And I hear that you did it in Germany. I wonder why we're not there. But it's very nice to be here. So I think the challenge is not in the work, because as an artist, we are freewheeling it. You know, we want to do everything. We don't want to limit ourselves. And I think that becomes the challenge from outside, not really from inside, because you don't really have any set parameters or, you know, this is what I want to do, this, I want to do everything. So I think the challenge is to push other people, to probably find people who can see the same endlessness, you know, in you that you see for yourself. तो मुझे लगता है कि वो challenge है. Challenge मेरे काम में तो कोई नहीं है. मेरा काम तो is play.
And what's next on your radar?
So there are a lot of season 2, season 3, Asur season 3. There might be a Kul season 2, and the films. I'm not in the position to talk about them, but definitely a lot of OTT work, and I enjoy that. There's also some television work that I might do. There's a non-fiction show that I've just shot for. So, you know, that's what I like. I like that, you know, we get to do everything now. The time is really good to be an artist.
Scoop, I like. Vineet, let me come back to you. Gangs of Wasseypur. We celebrated Pankaj Tripathi, we celebrated Nawazuddin Siddiqui. Janab, आपको 10 साल और लग गए सुर्खियों में आने के लिए. Why do you think so?
कुछ चीज़ें पता होती हैं और कुछ चीज़ें नहीं पता होती हैं. खास तौर से जब आप जिंदगी में किसी ऐसे रास्ते पे चलते हैं जिस रास्ते के बारे में आपको ना पता हो, आपके परिवार में कोई ना हो, तो एक जैसे गांव में पगडंडियां होती हैं ना, जो खुद ब खुद बन जाती हैं कि गांव का कोई एक आदमी बाहर निकला, उसने नदी तक जाने के लिए रास्ता ढूंढा और उसके पीछे पीछे गांव के लोग आते गए और एक रास्ता बन गया. तो अक्सर पगडंडियां बनने में वक्त लग जाता है. तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि शायद किसी वजह से होता है कुछ भी. तो वो वजह मैंने जो बाद में डिकोड की, एक वक्त था जब भी गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर आई, तो गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर आज के ज़माने की शोले है. बिग बैंग थियरी गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर पे पूरी तरीके से लागू होती है. हर साल वो फिल्म बड़ी होती जा रही है और उसे सब देख रहे हैं, हर तरीके की ऑडियंस देख रही है. वासेपुर आने के बाद आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि लोगों ने जाना पहचाना. उसके पहले तो जद्दोजहद ये थी कि मैं डुप्लीकेट का भी रोल मैंने किया है, डेड बॉडी का भी रोल मैंने किया है. एक सीन करता था ये सोच के कि यहाँ दूसरे सीन की जगह बन जाएगी. तो ऐसे कर कर के एक एक ईंट अपने करियर का मकान बनाने के लिए रखता गया. जब वासेपुर आई तो मेरे साथ सभी के सभी अचानक से उनके साथ बहुत कुछ हो रहा था, मेरे साथ बहुत कुछ नहीं हो रहा था. फिर मैं बैठ के सोचने लगा कि ऐसा क्या है, क्या करूं, क्यों नहीं होता. उसकी वजह से जो मुझे फायदा हुआ वो ये हुआ कि मैंने कलम उठाई, कॉपी उठाई और उस पर एक फिल्म लिखी. वो थी मुक्काबाज. और वो लेके मैं बाहर निकला, लोगों से मिला. जिद ये थी कि अगर ये फिल्म बनेगी तो इसका प्रोटैगनिस्ट मैं हूँ और ये कंडीशन नॉन नेगोशिएबल है. उस फिल्म ने 5 साल और लिए मेरी ज़िंदगी के, लेकिन उसने जो दिया मुझे लगता है मेरी ज़िंदगी के 10 साल वापस कर दिए उस अकेली फिल्म ने. तो कई बार वक्त किसी वजह से लगता है, उस वजह को हम जितनी जल्दी समझ जाएं उतना अच्छा होता है. नेचर का ना अपना लॉ है. मैं ये मानता हूँ शायद मैं तैयार नहीं था. कुदरत अपने सिद्धांतों को नहीं बदलती. मैं ऐसे देखता हूँ, जैसे पानी पे अगर आप तैरते हो, एक छोटा बच्चा है, उसने कुछ भी गलत नहीं किया अपने लाइफ में, उसकी उम्र ही 2 साल है, लेकिन अगर वो तैरने का जो भी प्रिंसिपल है, अगर वो उस प्रिंसिपल को जान के या बाय डिफॉल्ट अगर फॉलो नहीं करेगा तो डूब जाएगा. पानी 0 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पे बर्फ बनता है, 100 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पे वही पानी भाप बन के उड़ जाता है. तो अगर पानी कहीं का लेके आओ, 0 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड तक अगर नहीं जाएगा तो बर्फ नहीं बनेगा. तो ये लॉ है नेचर का. इसके बारे में हमें पता है बिकॉज ये साइंस के थ्रू आप समझ पाते हो. फिलोसफिकली दे आर सो मेनी थिंग्स जिसके बारे में हमें पता नहीं होता. वहाँ इंट्यूशन काम करती है. तो इसलिए मैं मानता हूँ अपने इंट्यूशन के करीब रहो. इंट्यूशन आपको ऐसे ऐसे रास्ते बताती है जो किसी किताब में नहीं लिखे हैं. कई बार उन रास्तों को ढूंढने में वक्त लग जाता है. तो मुझे लगता है वासेपुर से मुक्काबाज वो वक्त इसलिए लगा, मैं तैयार नहीं था.
और अब तो छावा है, जाट है, सुपर बॉयज ऑफ मालेगांव
I think this answer deserves a clap, bro.
Thank you so much, Shahzade.
Definitely. Taha, now let me come to you. I've done my research very well, but still correct me if I'm wrong. You were born in Abu Dhabi. Your father is a doctor. Your mother is a biochemist. You wanted to venture out to the business, then real estate, finally ending in the world of acting. How did that happen, and what did the parents say when you told that, you know, Mapa, I have finally decided to become an actor?
I think I was going through a very tough phase at that time of my life. We were doing business, but when the financial crisis happened, it took a huge toll on me and my mind. And I think I was too young to understand business, to understand finance, to understand how to overcome such a big loss. I think I took it too personally. And at that age, jab hum 19-20 saal ke hote hain, then we think that every problem is like life ending. You know, our life is done. Whether it be a breakup, whether it be you lose money, whether your friends leave you, every problem just seems like it's the end of the world, right? And until we grow past it. So I believe at that point of time, jab sab kuch mere liye khatam ho chuka tha, tab I took a small trip to Canada to meet my brother. And I think that's when I mentioned to him कि क्योंकि मैं 2-3 साल में बीच में हर 6 महीने को मुझे मॉडलिंग का काम आता था तो मुझे बहुत खुशी होती थी रात के 2-3 बजे ना मुझे बुलाते थे मैं बहुत खुशी से जाता था वहाँ पे राइट बट देन वो हर 6 महीने होता था सो इट वाजंट अ रेगुलर थिंग और मुझे 300 दरम 400 दरम पर मैं बहुत खुश था राइट आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी डूइंग दैट वर्क बट when I went to Canada I finally decided to tell my brother that I want to pursue acting, even though I know that there is nobody that we know who is part of the industry or just part of anything to do with acting, really. UAE mein us waqt, there were no theaters, there were no theater plays, there was no acting course. There was only one, which was the New York Film Academy, which opened up in Abu Dhabi. And finally it happened so that my mom, when I came back and I shared my intention or my wish to my mom, without any question asked, she said, go ahead. Without any question asked, she never said that, what will you do later? How will you earn money? What? Nothing. No questions asked.
That's rare.
And, I mean, more than that. I mean, you know, in fact, when
I have to say this. He's been my neighbor for so long, many, many years ago. His mom is a rock. Like, she's a rock solid support who's stood by him, and we've seen it. Like, I've seen it, you know. So, yeah.
Beautiful. That's
anything
really
he'll
beautiful.
say will be underplaying the role she's played.
I agree. I agree completely. So it was basically my mom who, when I told her, I took a back step. In fact, I was like, नहीं भाई मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा मुझे पता ही नहीं क्या करना है तो मैं घर पे बैठ जाता हूँ तो मैं घर पे बैठ गया I remember my mom came upstairs. We were staying in Sharjah at that point, and she asked me what happened to your so-called acting. I said, "Nee, I'm being stupid. Forget it." And she said, "No." She grabbed me out of my bed. She took me downstairs, put me in the car. Sharjah se Abu Dhabi tak drive kiya. Went to New York Film Academy, registered me into the course, dropped me in the dorm where all the boys were staying. There was literally just a plastic on the bed. There was nothing else. She said, "You're going to sleep here tonight. I'm coming back tomorrow with your food and clothes, and you're going to start your acting." And I did. And I just never looked back. So again, like she rightly said, anything I say about my mom is really underplaying it because I am here only because of her today.
And from actor, you've become Shahzada also. I've already said this, probably the 4th time I'm mentioning that.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Sana, let me come back to you. As a philanthropist and somebody who is deeply enraged into, you know, arts, creative arts, if I can say, do you think that storytelling, be it through visual impact, be it, you know, through healthcare, is the vehicle to go forward, make a social impact, make a change?
I believe there is art in everything. And if it is not there, then it doesn't need to exist. Conversational art, सबसे खूबसूरत जो form होता है, आपको बात करने का जो अंदाज है, that in itself is my most loved form of art. It could be in terms of, you know, on the canvas or in music or in the film industry, which is a culmination of all forms of art, I would say. It's an expression of everything. So art in every form, it is to be celebrated. And I believe everything you do, you have to do it with all your heart and all your art and get the best out of it.
And what about healing? Do you think that through storytelling you can also heal people since you are into healthcare as well?
Healing. आपके loves, आपकी बातें आपको heal भी कर सकती हैं और आपको बहुत ज़्यादा ज़ख्मी भी कर सकती हैं और ये हमारे जो people with pen, they would know it the best. And for sure, जो आप मतलब आप चाहते क्या हैं करना? If you want to heal, you can find ways to heal people. But for me, I feel I am a very Behrupiya person. I have role plays. I'm with my husband. Well, let's not get into the depth of that. कि वहाँ कौन-कौन से role plays होते हैं? Well, I do have a lot of roles over there to play. Then I'm a mother. Then I'm a business person. Then I'm also an assistant in marketing for my father-in-law. और painting भी चलती रहती है. As a woman, I do play a lot of roles. I enjoy each and every role wherever I am in that moment. And I'm really looking forward to some things which will be coming soon on Netflix as well. So there is a lot brewing, and I believe I live by the essence of being a woman and living each role to the depth of its essence.
सना, मैंने आपकी एक पेंटिंग देखी थी कमल हसन सर के साथ. वो गोल्ड की पेंटिंग थी एंड जो डिस्क्रिप्शन था वो बड़ा कमाल का था. मेरी क्यूरियोसिटी वहाँ है कि उसका जो बैकग्राउंड है वाइट, वो क्या चीज़ थी, किस चीज़ पे थी, कैसे किया था, वो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ.
Wow, you really took me back on that painting. This is a surprise for me. And you're a dangerous man. You do your research. But thank you for bringing that to light. Uska jo background tha, it is made of POP, which is plaster of Paris, on canvas. लेकिन उसके ऊपर जो कि बिल्कुल बेसिक एक एलिमेंट होता है, लेकिन वो सफ़ेद मैंने इसलिए रखा क्योंकि वाइट हम सब जानते हैं कि प्योरिटी भी है और एक बेस ऑफ एवरीथिंग इज दैट प्योरिटी. उसके ऊपर हम क्या करते हैं वो हमारी कहानी और स्टोरी टेलिंग होती है. एंड ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट इट वाज गोल्ड लीफ एंड लिक्विड गोल्ड which was poured, which was in the form of the structures in UAE, which are the buildings, but it also was resonating with music, जो कि it's a form of art again. और हर चीज़ में, आपकी बात में, आपके अंदाज में जो octaves आप release करते हैं, मेरा belief है कि there is music in everything. So that one is a very special one, and you brought it here. Thank you.
Riddhi, now let me come to you. Sabarmati Report was a very controversial film, and you know, the cast members did answer each and every question which was mounted at the film with grace. The second controversy was with Abir Gulal, and it started way before the Pahalgam attack took place. And you know, several questions were asked from you, that why and what made you say yes to the film? How did you process the backlash that specifically came after Operation Sindoor towards you?
Firstly, it's very unfortunate what happened because it's beyond all of us. It's, I don't think art or entertainment is really in any position to comment on a disaster like that. I do feel like as an artist, exactly what she's saying, art is meant to make you feel, and I feel really blessed that I am a part of this industry where I can choose peace, harmony, and I can choose to be part of you know, anything that drives love. So my stand is the same. I want to collaborate. I want to do projects. I want to, you know, be able to tell stories that are maybe going to be difficult to tell, or be in positions which are probably difficult to be in, simply because we should not stop art from doing art's work. That's it. And the work of art is only to make you feel. So let's leave it to that. You know, let's not overcomplicate it and make it political, because of course we can, but that's not the point of art. And I feel people were right in their backlash. They were right in their trolling, because everybody was angry, everybody was grieving, everybody was in pain. And if trolling me gives them an opportunity to vent it out, I was absolutely okay with it. I didn't take anything personally because I'm as much a citizen of my country, and I was also feeling a lot of anger. Just some of us choose to walk with grace, and it's okay if, you know, they thought that they could tell me whatever they could. I was totally okay with it, but I do feel like as artists, we should not stand up for bully. That's my one thing which I feel like even when I take on trolls, which I do a lot, I don't take them on because I want limelight or I want to, you know, be in any headline or I want you to ask me this question. I take up trolls only because you don't get to shut me up, you know? Like, I'm trying to do something good. Don't give it, don't manipulate it and give it another meaning, because that's not true. So I'm going to say what I want to say. You can totally choose to not see it. That's fine.
But, you know, a lot of reactions came in from the Pakistani actors, and there was a relative quiet here as far as the Indian entertainment industry is concerned. I think hence the backlash was there. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, they were standing up for their country and I was standing up for mine. That's all.
Summed up really well in a single line. And last but not the least, I can't let the panel go without having Vineet Kumar Singh recreating the iconic Kavi Kalash line from Chava. I can't let you go. Can I have a big round of applause for our very own Kavi Kalash or Vineet Kumar Singh here, ladies and gentlemen?
You want to listen the poem?
Yes.
मन के जीते जीत है, मन के हारे हार। हार गए जो बिन लड़े, उन पर है धिक्कार। उन पर है धिक्कार जो देखे ना सपना। सपनों का अधिकार असल अधिकार है अपना। अपनों की खातिर करना है कुछ आज हमें। अजर अमर कर देना है स्वराज हमें। तू माटी का लाल है, कोई कंकड़ या धूल नहीं। तू समय बदल के रख देगा, इतिहास लिखेगा भूल नहीं। तू भोर का पहला तारा है, परिवर्तन का एक नारा है। ये अंधकार कुछ पल का है, फिर सब कुछ तुम्हारा है।
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, the entertainment panel here for you. Thank you so much for joining us for the conversation here. Karthik, over to you.
Lovely panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for these lovely stars who descended upon us right here in the city of Dubai this evening. May I please request you to kindly take your seat in the audience, because now we have a very, very special next act coming up. And that is something which is going to leave everybody enthralled here. But before that, I'll also request Mr. Barun Das to kindly come on stage. And may I also take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Sunil Shetty to kindly come on stage, and let's felicitate these lovely stars with a small hamper this evening. Can we have the hampers on the stage, please? Thank you so much. May I request you all to kindly take your seats. We will start the next act very, very shortly. Sir, if you can please take your seat. We will be starting very, very shortly. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all these lovely stars who are here with us this evening. They've all descended from India all the way to Dubai to be here with you, enthrall you with their lovely stories. fascinate you with their shared and lived experiences, and of course, give us this opportunity to see them in flesh and blood and really get inspired. Well, they have always done the job of entertaining us. It's a great pleasure that we also heard these inspiring conversations this evening. Well, it's been a fascinating day. We are coming to the end of this lovely News9 Global Summit UAE edition. It's been a fabulous day. We started the morning talking about policy, talking about economics, talking about business. We had thought leaders come join this platform and really share with us where the world is headed. And I think that's $1 million question given the VUCA world that we live in. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity is something which is driving us all today and driving conversations and driving this world. I think it was absolutely fantastic that we had so many stakeholders, leaders, domain experts come and help us understand and get some sort of a semblance of reality on where the world is headed from here. And well, of course, as the evening progressed, we had evangelists from the world of artificial intelligence. We had the risk takers from the lovely world of startups come and tell us where the next billion-dollar idea is coming from, where the next unicorns, those mythical creatures with wings and those billion-dollar babies are being born out of next. And well, we also heard a little bit about how to get rich. And I was corrected on stage when they said, well, it's not about getting rich, it's about getting wealthy. And there's that fine line that divides that. And then, of course, we had an evening with the gorgeous Nargis Fakhri, who was here just a few minutes ago, followed by the panel that you just heard our speakers talk on. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, is something very, very interesting that we're getting for you. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Well, you have seen Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network. In the morning, he delivered the welcome address. And of course, he has been the host of the award-winning popular OTT first sort of a conversational show which redefines cerebral quotient and really engages with change makers, thought leaders, and legends in their own right. Well, he happens to, among many hats that he dons, he also happens to don the hat of being the host of Duologue with Barun Das. And in addition to that, of course, there is a great deal of expansion that we are doing right here on News9 with that lovely property of Duologue with Barun Das with multiple new avatars. One of them happens to be Duologue Next, which features lovely women, fascinating women who are at the cusp of really making that transition and taking the big leap in their careers. And of course, we also have a new avatar of that, which we will be kickstarting today on stage, called Duologue on Stage. Well, I think it's time now to get on with that. It's the moment that you've all been waiting for. We have the star, the celebrity here with us. In fact, multiple of them here in this room. So let's get on now to the penultimate act. And this is all about action. It's about investment and it's about impact. Well, this man sitting right here in the front row, Sunil Shetty, has turned from blockbuster hits to kick-ass investment bets. So we will hear from the cinematic investor himself. And of course, the cinematic investor is going to be in conversation with the MD and CEO of TV9 Network, Mr. Barun Das. Mr. Shetty, we will have you on stage. But first up, let's quickly look at this AV. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 stars in the same frame coming up next. Let's hear it. And if I can use a little bit of a cliche, to our team in the back end, lights, cameras, let's move the camera. and action. Let's have Mr. Sunil Shetty and MD and CEO of TV9 Network, Mr. Barun Das, on stage for duologue on stage with the cinematic investor, Sunil Shetty. And after those cinematic shots, I'll hand it over now to the MD and CEO of TV9 Network, Mr. Barun Das.
Thank you, Karthik. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to you all. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you for having me, and a good evening to all of you out here. Wonderful to be here. Thank you. I think that was for the first person who said, woo. So it followed after that, so whoever it was, thank you. Thank you, love you too.
Right. On behalf of this lovely audience, TV9 Network, I start by saying in my bongish Hindi, "Hum tumhe bhool jayenge, ye to ho nahi sakta." At the end of the discussion, I would try and make sure that I will not let it happen that you forget us, the TV9 Network and the audience present here in Dubai.
You know, actually, विनीत के डायलॉग के बाद मैं थोड़ा डर ही गया हूँ डायलॉग मारने भी. इतनी लंबी लाइनें कैसे याद रखते हो यार आप? और इतनी खूबसूरती से मुझे लगा कि एक्टिंग चालू है, फिल्म ही चालू है. But awesome.
Maybe he has scripted that too. The way he says,
Yeah,
that I thought that he scripted it.
Yeah, and I got nervous because of that, Dada. Before I came in, I got nervous. I said, इनकी हिंदी और डायलॉग सुन के मैं क्या बोलूँगा?
कोई बात नहीं, आपको कुछ बोलने की जरूरत भी नहीं है. आप तो बोल चुके हो काफी सारे चीज. So, Anna, cinematic mindset of an investor. Is there any similarity? The way you selected a script and the way you decide to invest in a startup.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's all about reading. It's all about reading the script, reading the character, reading the attitude, reading the approach, reading the mindset. It's the same thing with when it comes to startups. You know, my team, I have a very strong team. I'm not an MBA or a CPA. It happened by chance. You know, कहते हैं ना कि ठोकरे खा के हम business सीखे. तो मेरे साथ ऐसे ही हुआ. But my team definitely reads the P&L. You know, it reads the product itself. It reads that Excel sheet to understand. But I probably, being an actor, read the attitude, the body language, the approach, the nature of the individual. You know, being an actor, you grasp characters, and that's what I watch, learn, understand, and believe ki there's got to be a difference between like and love. You know, when you like something, you see a rose, you pluck it. But when you love something, you nurture it, you start watering it. So I look for that in an entrepreneur, in a youngster. It could be anybody, it could be any business. I don't even know whether it's going to work tomorrow because I don't look for unicorns. You know, I look to see whether he is the kind of founder who will take me forward with him.
So the two things that I can hear from you, A, you still apply your right side of your brain while you choose to invest in a company, and you go by the person that you're investing in. Concept is definitely.
Absolutely.
Right, and that's how you chose your scripts too?
Yeah, very much. The producer matters, the director matters, the script matters. A director matters because if it's a great script, then a director, he's the one who's got to bring it onto celluloid. And when he brings it on celluloid, he creates that magic. After the product is done, it's a producer who takes it to the market. You know, I just did a film probably 3 weeks ago, which according to me was a brilliant film, got great numbers when it came to the OTT and the digital platform, but didn't do well at the box office at all. That's because it was distributed very, very badly. He was a first-time producer, didn't know how to exploit the film. So sometimes when you don't exploit a film properly is when you lose. So it's very important that you understand all those aspects.
Do do you really have found out a formula by which one can predict whether a script or a film could be a blockbuster or a hit? I think a lot of it happens by chance. Like, for instance, if I say, I mean, that's a very favorite example of mine, a small dialogue in Sholay, Kitne Aadmi The. Now, 25 years later, 30 years later, we had a complete film based on that theme, that one line, Atithi Kab Jaoge, I think Ajay Devgan's movie. So, is it a formula which can be applied? You know, when you invest in startup, mundane people like us, or when we take a business decision, there are certain parameters that we take into consideration. And more or less, it works with a kind of science in it. But when you, a blockbuster film, or the making of a blockbuster film, is there any science in it?
I don't think so. Of course, there's a science to it, but at the same time today, I don't think so, because or else people won't be relying on sequels. You know one thing from a formula perspective, I know Hera Fairy 3 is going to work. Not because of me, it's because of the franchise, it's because of the combination of the three actors who were there, the three characters. When you said Sholay, you know, the minute you remember the name of a character and not necessarily the actor of a film, you know it's a successful franchise. So I know Hera Fairy is a success. I know the Welcome to the Jungle is a success. But I don't know whether my next script is going to be a success, because it depends on a whole lot of factors. Today, it depends on too many things. So everybody is playing it safe. Everybody is going with the banner and not necessarily the script. And that's why great scripts sometimes get brushed under the carpet. But if it is a Yash Raj film, an actor will do it. If it's a Karan Johar film, an actor will do it. If it's a Sanjay Leela Bhansali, an actor will do it. Which means it's like, in the advertising world, it's like endorsing a brand that is already successful and saying, I'm a part of the success. So you're a part of a successful team. I think that's what the formula is today. You know, take it easy. Is Amazon got it? Has Netflix got it? Has Jio got it? Has Z got it? You know, who's taken the rights? So I think that determines success. And again, debatable, but even the market is determining whether your film is a success or a failure, because sometimes a film has failed, but the box office numbers show differently. So it's better to invest, put in your own money, make sure your stock prices rises. So there's a lot of things going on right now.
So is that one of the reasons that you said that people are not really going by the script? People are not really focusing on the concept. They're seeing what are the brands associated with this project, what's the banner, who are the star cast. So having seen that, having experienced that, do you see that currently Bollywood is on the rise, on the decline? Do you find everything is fine in Bollywood, or there are some things which are ailing Bollywood?
The other way is shaky right now. We don't know where we are. Every industry that brings films out today says they are bigger than Bollywood. I honestly believe that Hindi cinema will always be the BAP of cinema, because it's a language that is spoken across the country. Great films are being made across the country. So today, that's why I'd say Indian films, rather than, because we're competing with the world. And the problem here is Excel sheets are telling you what kind of scripts to make.
Yeah,
I
understand.
So if writers and creative people are not telling you what scripts to make, and Excel sheets are telling you what scripts to make, I think we are in times that are not very, very good.
Looks like, yes. So is film also slowly but steadily turning into an asset? Like you invest in various assets while you are an investor. Could film be an investment too?
Absolutely. I think the biggest have survived only because of the IPs that they hold and the balance that they have. I mean, today, if you talk about a Yash Raj, it's the kind of films that they have. It's the studio that they've built that talks about valuation and numbers, and that's what everybody looks at. So you have a good bank of films with you, those IPs make a big difference because of the various mediums that are available to exploit those cinemas.
So it looks like that you have put your bucks on startups more than the films, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean, see, to be honest, if Sunil Shetty would have sold like he did 5 years ago, I'd probably back myself with cinema too. But he doesn't sell like he does. There's a lot of love, but tickets don't sell. So I'm not somebody who'd back something that is not working. But at the same time, I know the world of startups is easier because there's so many opportunities for us. And being an actor, you behave right, you're a good soul, you're an honest individual, you're a passport to anybody's heart. And that's how the investors or the startups also look at it. They look at you as someone who could be a mentor. They come to me, Dayan, it's never just about investment. It's always about, will you mentor us? Will you help us? Will you help us with marketing? Is there an investment opportunity? If you're not interested in it, will someone from your group help invest? And that's the only thing that I look at and believe that, yeah, okay, we can make a difference. But very clearly, of course, wanting to be a part of something that I know I see growth. See, my father came from the old school. We believed that if you take care of Lakshmi, Lakshmi takes care of you. So for me, it's a positive that is very, very important. I don't believe in cash burn. Because at the end of the day, 2 years down the line, you've burnt your cash and you realize, क्या ये धंधा करने के लायक है कि नहीं? So it's not worth spending so much money to understand a business, whether it's going to work or not.
Yeah, you mentioned a few attributes which can be ascribed to you very easily. One of them is good soul. You know, when you invest in startup, typically the scenario is that some brilliant mind comes up with some idea where there's an opportunity in the market and then they build on that. But as in films, is it always that your gain would come at somebody's loss? It's more or less like a zero-sum game. What I've learned, whatever little I know about the film industry, that people who are at the top often also had to ensure that they remain at the top. And at times, they had not allowed some other people to rise. So being good soul is a disadvantage in being in film industry?
It's not, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that is there in every business. You know, you want to be the most successful. You want your stock right up there, and you would do anything sometimes to stay there. But the thing is, today it's about a proposal. It's a math. You know, if I take X, then it'll sell. If I take a Sunil Shetty, it might not sell. My digital will sell, my satellite will sell, so I'm safe. So it's a very safe game that is being played. And the deals are struck before, even before anything happens. Somebody's got great connect, so it's happening. Because somebody believes that X can deliver a good film. Not necessarily a great subject or a good director will do. So things have changed a lot. It's become very business-like. पहले के ज़माने में makers रहते थे. आज directors है. Maker फिल्में बनाते थे. जब आप सुभाष घाई की बात करते, he was a maker. He knew what he was doing, right from the background to the impact. और राज कपूर जी, तो ये फर्क में है ना, हम कहीं ना कहीं खो चुके हैं. We'll find our way. We'll definitely find our way.
Are you focusing on investing in films as much as you're investing in startups?
Yes, now I am. I have a son who's pursuing the career. He's doing a second film, Border, right now, and I see a lot of potential in him. And that's someone whom I'm going to back and going to make films, not just with him, with a whole lot of kids that I believe in. Content that is probably price right, you know, more than anything else. Once you're priced right, you can deliver because there's an OTT market. There's an Amir Khan today who's releasing it directly on YouTube. You know, so there are different mediums and they will keep coming.
Yeah, advent of OTT. Obviously, a lot of stars that I've seen, they've taken a temporary break, are making a comeback on the OTT screen. Dharavi Bang would be your OTT debut?
No, I think Dharavi Bank was, and season 2 is coming out. I finished Hunter 1, and I'm doing Hunter 2 is finished now, and they want to do the third sequel also. But for me, cinema is something that is very, very important. You need to be in the theater to be able to make a massive impact. I'm not taking away anything from the OTT platforms or the digital platforms. They're giving you talent that is unbelievable. I mean, if you see performances being enhanced, it's actors like Vineet and the others who are there who are killing it and giving us a run for our money. Nervous ho jata hu main.
It democratized films, possibly OTT. There are more options now for them. You know, they don't have to wait for a theatrical release, and you know, the intermediaries are to some extent cut off once you are talking about OTT. So the audience decides whether a film is worthwhile or not. Well, Anna, you have been, I mean, you actually have personified discipline. You've been very disciplined. So do you think that you apply discipline as much in your investment decisions as you did in your personal life? Is discipline at the core of everything?
Absolutely. I think consistency, discipline, is very, very important in anything that we do. I mean, even if you see the world of fitness, that's something that I'm very, very passionate about. It's not just discipline, it's also the consistency of doing something every single day. 6 days a week, मुझे 5:30 बजे उठना है, ये करना है, उसके बाद ये, फिर वापस घर आना है. So to be successful at what I do, successful in the sense happy at what I do. I may not be half as successful as a whole lot of my other colleagues, but I'm happy, and that's the zone that I love being in. For that, it's very, very important that, even the startups follow a certain kind of discipline. Like I said, there's no cash burn for me. The product is as important. The management team is very, very important. Otherwise, it's great investors, great ideas, but management is missing at times. Ki hum kar lenge. हम सब नहीं कर सकते. So not a fluffy management or a puffy one where they have big spends, big names, but somebody who knows to manage it right. Very important.
Again, as for the management is concerned, that's the most important thing. As you rightly said, the people build business. So people are very, very important. Now, Anna, action hero to business strategist. Obviously, there were many roles in between. One of the fabulous roles that you played is Hera Fairy, Kansham. So the whole transition that you had made and come to being a business strategist, which is possibly your primary identity now that you are an investor. How did that transition happen? You must be one of the first ones in film industry who had taken investment in startup in a very systematic way. I think there are more following that footstep. Internationally also, Robin Gosling is possibly one who's very active there. But how did this thought come to you? How did you go about making this transition?
I think for me, life came a full circle. First was business with Dad, then my own startup that I'd called Mischief, which was fashion, which was extremely popular brand. Then came cinema. Dad said, one life to live, give it your shot, give it your best shot. Treat your work like your own child, it'll give you back. I did that. Then came a low phase in my life. Then came Dad, who was unwell. I decided, you know what, instead of taking up crap, let's just say quits to it and spend time with him. Spent a good 4 or 5 years with him. That's when I got into understanding what other people were doing. Then came the pandemic, and then came the journey of startups and young entrepreneurs from home. And that opportunity when I said, you know what, जब हम फिल्में करते थे और पैसे invest करते थे, and used to run the business on your own, it didn't work because I didn't give my time to it. I didn't love it like I should, because that's what business also grows on. But then I saw young founders who were doing great stuff, and I said, let's back them. I saw success in some of my earlier ventures. It could be 5%, 10%, 15%, that doesn't matter. But I saw a plus in my balance sheet, and that's when I said, you know what, अच्छे लोगों के साथ चलो. तब पहले opportunities नहीं थी. अब opportunities है तो अच्छे लोगों के साथ चलो तो फायदा कहीं ना कहीं होगा ही.
Your celebrity status, is it an asset or liability for you?
It's an absolute asset. If you know that you want to do things right in your life. If there's a shortcut that you're taking, अगर मैं कुछ गलत कर रहा हूँ, then I'll have a fear in my mind. I won't be able to have that large heart and say, yes, I'm doing that business. But because I'm doing it right, I believe it's an asset because it reaches the people. You get the eyeballs. Of course, after that, it's the product that matters and the founders and the service that matters. So it does give you an opportunity, and having friends who are very keen that, "Arey yaar, aap agar invest kar rahe ho, to let us also invest." So that gives me, the risk is shared with a whole lot of people. At the same time, you can help the kids grow.
That's right. And there's another thing common in your investment decisions, which I often see: health and wellness. Brands that you invest in and you yourself, health and wellness is very critical for you, right?
Absolutely, because that's what's given me the action hero tag. That's what's kept me alive even today. Even when I do action today, the boys believe that I don't need a body double. And they come up and say, "Sir, आप तो कर लोगे." I said, "यार, तब 24 का था, अब 64 का हूँ, मुश्किल हो जाता है."
64 का हो?
Yeah, I complete 64 this year. So
it's not on those days, right, to get admission in a class that your age was increased by your dad. Not those days, right?
Yeah.
Well, now, when you talk about wellness, one thing comes to my mind that you were a very, very avid cricketer, and you put fielding as a core. Absolutely. You thought that a good fielder can be a good batsman or a good bowler.
Absolutely, and I think the proof. I mean, I couldn't be a cricketer, so one can't tell how good a cricketer I was. I was good then at a national level. You need the heart, to be able to go there and play there. But I think the living and live example is Virat Kohli. From being a fit boy to being a super fit human to having continued to play at the age of 35 and 36. I think it's the biggest loss to Test cricket that Virat's not playing, because I believe he's at his peak when it comes to fitness, and he should have been a part of it. So it's a living example of being a great fielder. Because he's very fit, he's a great fielder, and because he's a great fielder, when you save a few runs for your team, it adds to your bank balance when you come into
John
bat.
T. Rose showed that. He added 20, 30
Absolutely,
runs.
that's the man.
That brings me to KL. Fantastic cricketer. He's that breed of cricketer from Karnataka. The cricketers who came, Rahul Dravid, Venkatesh Prasad, they're all gentlemen. They played more, talked less. But Rahul's fielding, did you take it up with him?
Rahul is brilliant, but when you talk about your own child, it's better you keep quiet and let the world do the talking, and let his bat do the talking. He's someone who's obsessed with his sport. He believes as long as he's playing for the country, he wants to give it his all. And like all of us, he believes that country above everything else. And for him, if we discuss, we talk about numbers and aren't you uncomfortable at this number? All he says is, "Dad, I want to play for the country. As long as I'm wearing the flag on my chest, it doesn't matter for me. I want to play for the country." So, what more can you ask from a child who says, "My obsession, my country"? And I think somewhere down the line, that's the way I am. For me, my India has always been numero uno. Proudly Indian is the tag that I've always carried, even when I did mischief in the early 80s, or even before, probably. My tag didn't say made in India, it said proudly Indian. And that's the way I think even today.
No, my favorite cricketer too, one of my most favorite, all-time favorite cricketers is Rahul. You said that wearing Indianness on your sleeves. Cricket, while India plays very well, but unfortunately it's not in that sense, it's not a global game. Not many countries in the world play cricket. And India is particularly not doing that well in the arena of sports. In most of the games, if you save out maybe badminton, where Gopi Chand has really revolutionized badminton in India, and then chess. But one of the lowest hanging levers that India has, which I have always thought, and I've been speaking about it, is the soft power. India still can achieve much faster our ascendancy in the global head table. That ascendancy or that quest can be helped if our soft power can be leveraged. Like India Indian cinema can become global cinema. I don't think that's happening. I mean, we've seen what happened to another Asian country, Korean films, Korean drama. They've taken the world by storm. So India still has that one lever that it can leverage. So do you think that it's a realistic dream to see that one day Indian content will go global?
Oh, without a doubt. See, we also have to consider the fact, the kind of budgets we make our films in. If you compare it to the world budgets and the distribution network that English cinema has, it's phenomenal. So even if we can get close to that and consider India cinema as global cinema, then there are so many languages. There are 12 or 13, 14 languages that cinema is made in. I mean, you see Bengali films. Not today, even earlier. Content, pure content was there. You see Malayalam films. Today they are seeing commercial success. But even if you take cinema 30 years ago, that content worked. You know, when Doordarshan was available, I don't know whether half the kids even knew what were born when Doordarshan came in. But I saw cinema there. I saw regional cinema there and enjoyed it so much. I used to die to see that on weekends. You know, but right now, if we improve our distribution system and you know, cinema going is encouraged a lot more, I don't see any reason why not. But at the same time, I also believe that soft power can be used for anything and everything. Korean music grew, Korean cinema grew, Korean fashion grew, Korean products grew. Everything about Korea is selling. It's the flavor of the year. So I'm sure it's happening with India. Whether it's yoga, whether it's Ayurveda, whether it's our health, whether it's our culture, whether it's our shloks, everything is coming back. We're proud of who we are, and I don't see this not happening. As long as we make sure that our content is something that is novel to them. You get a Mahabharata, you get a Ramayana, you get the other scripts out, the way internationally these films are being made. And I don't see any reason why we can't.
Yeah, we need to, I think, people watch Korean drama not because they are in Korean language. They watch it because they love watching it. The drama happens to be in Korean language. So I think there's something that we can leverage for our country. Anna, you paid a lot of dividend to relationship, always. As you said, that you judge the people. Some of your employees are there with you for 30, 40 years. And they still stick around. What is this, your connect with Akshay Kumar, besides the fact that Ajay Devgan calls both of you the milkmen of the industry?
He calls us Doodhwalas, for your information, because we're up by 5:30, 4, 5 in the morning. So he says, Bombay mein sirf Akshay Kumar, Sunil Shetty aur doodh wale bahar nikalte. It's a great relationship. It's a great working relationship. It's a great partnership. We've been doing films together for over 30 years and done 18 to 20 films, and 80%, 90% have been successful. The rest have been averages, never a flop. So I think sometimes combinations work, and that's the combination that's worked. We respect each other. We give each other space. And though we've had our little powwows, you know, from a media perspective, but otherwise it's magical on stage. And to add to that, Paresh Rawal, when someone like he comes in, the magic of working with a good actor, you can see with someone like me on screen also. You know, when you have a great actor with you, things change.
Could you relate to any director the same way?
Come again?
Did you relate to any director in the same way?
Yeah, very much. JP Datta.
JP Datta.
Priyadarshan, Dharmesh Darshan. You know, people who taught me what acting was all about. They always said was, work from here, baki sab ho jayega. You know, because my Hindi was never very good. You know, being a South Indian, I spoke Tulu at home. Though I was in Mumbai, I had cleaner Marathi than I had Hindi. But I learned it along the way, and I'm okay now when lines are given to me.
You know, coming back to fitness again, MMA, you've been a great proponent and practitioner of MMA. And if I have read it right somewhere, that Vivian Richards has got something to do with it, that you're moving into.
No, I think I got into the Okinawa Goju-Ryu style of martial arts, which is the most traditional martial art that exists. But it was because when I met Sir Vivian Richards one day and I saw his forearm and He came and I went to shake hands with him, and when I went to shake hands with him, I felt I put my hands into a cricket field, because his hands were so large. And I said, sir, the forearms, your body, how come there's this myth that says if you have a big body, you're not flexible and you're not quick enough to be an athlete? He says, no, son, it's to hit harder. And he has the typical style of chewing gum and flicking it over anywhere he wants for a six at will. So that stuck with me. But I was really young and I couldn't go to the gym. They said, 18 के नीचे gym जाओगे तो ठिंगू रह जाओगे, बड़े नहीं होंगे, ये नहीं होगा, वो नहीं होगा. तो मैं भूल गया. I said, how do I make up for that? And I was also a big Bruce Lee fan. And that's when I joined martial arts. And, my journey with martial arts, then kickboxing, and then towards MMA. It was a natural transition. But what didn't work for my cricket worked for my movies. I got the tag of an action hero. My first film released, and they said he's wooden, lakda hai, wo acting nahi aati, uske Udupi restaurant mein jaake kaam karna chahiye. But it was my action that kept Sunil Shetty and gave him the tag of an action hero.
What would be your advice to today's Shetty coming from Karnataka or Mangalore, coming to the Bollywood? So you have any learning that you want to pass on to them?
Absolutely. Don't come in like Sunil Shetty did, without learning acting. Master your craft. Remember that a Friday is a very, very tough period. Film में मिलना बहुत आसान है. जब फिल्में नहीं चलती तो बहुत खराब लगता है. When you're walking by and somebody says, ये है. And he says, हाँ, last week उसकी picture आई थी, flop हुई थी ना? Flop actor. It hurts. So master your craft. Be prepared to move on in life if it doesn't work for you, or to struggle, to fight and make sure that you find yourself a niche in that space. It's a beautiful space. It's a beautiful space. So be patient. But once again, master your craft. Understand, learn the language. Wherever you are, whichever state you are in, I don't believe that वही भाषा बोलनी चाहिए और जाननी चाहिए. लेकिन अगर आप वहाँ, वो आपकी कर्म भूमि है, तो वो भाषा आपको जानना बहुत 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 ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि लोग आपको बहुत ही खुले आम से एक्सेप्ट करते हैं.
Almost the same advice that you give to the startup fellows who you invest in, right? Not much difference.
Absolutely. It's the same, actually. The thing is, because I come from that background of, having worked my way through everything. So I keep telling everybody, look at everything that you do with love and not with like. Don't go and pluck that flower. Water that bloody plant so that it grows and gives you a lot more.
Right. Anna, what would you expect that 20 years down the line, people would remember Anna as?
As a good human being. My first interview with Stardust always said that, कि जब निकलूंगा तो धर्म जी जैसे निकलना चाहूंगा, जहाँ लोग बोले कि बहुत अच्छा इंसान था. That you leave a nice warm feeling in people's heart. That's all. That he tried his best and survived. It's been it's been over 35 years for me, and that's a long time.
Right. It's a personal dilemma that I have. I want to bounce it off with you. Do you think there's a blurring line between being nice and being stupid?
Yes. And that's what got Sunil Shetty his downfall. I was nice. I believed in people. And that's the problem. You've got to stop believing. You've got to start searching. You've got to understand. You have to look. Once you've understood everything, start believing. Because otherwise, belief is a curse, is a poison. And that's the nice part of it that is difficult. I went with good people. I went with good people also, but not well equipped to create that magic, and I lost out. And I failed, but it didn't matter to me, but that's definitely the learning.
Well, I don't think that you failed. I don't think anybody present here feels that you failed. I don't think the millions of viewers who are watching TV9 network channels in India feel that you have failed.
No, Dada, I'm talking about from a career perspective. You know, you see failure, you see a lot of your co-actors, friends who are still so successful today, having done everything the right way. I'm not jealous. It's like an Akshay Kumar or Ajay Devgan. They inspire me to do better. Every film of theirs that works, I feel, nahi yaar, mehnat karo, sahi subject dhoondho, things will fall into place. And that's my only dream. The only dream is a Sunil Shetty starrer, successful at the box office, and I say goodbye. You know, I'm done with it and had a great innings. That's about it. So failure from that point of view, I'm extremely happy with what I do. I'm someone who honestly believes I am who I am, but my attitude depends on who you are. You treat me right, I treat you right. Failure doesn't matter to me. That way failure doesn't matter. When I walk into a room, it is me and it's my aura and my goodwill that has to work and not anything. Not my last Friday that worked or didn't work.
Right, Anna. Good human being, humility, graciousness. I think you personify all these qualities. We've seen you from far. Today I have the rare privilege to talk to you, and I feel really privileged. And I always believe that what goes around comes around. And I believe that you've been a fantastic human being. You've lived your life like that. And you've accrued a lot of goodwills from this universe. And all of them will be paid back to you for the rest of your life and the loved ones that you have, especially your granddaughter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's the icing. The granddaughter is the icing on the cake always.
Right. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the time is right to indulge in a few questions also with Anna, if I can borrow that phrase. I think he'll be happy to answer some questions.
Yes.
And can we have a great
yeah.
round of applause for the humility that,
yes, Anna,
that
I
this
think
man here
a lot of people would like to ask a lot of questions.
has not just spoken about, but has displayed as part of his culture, as part of his experience, as part of his upbringing. I think that's there for all of us to see. I think it really makes us all take a step back and realize that that greatness comes with humility, and we have an example
So
of
questions
that right here.
I need name and everything about you. I need to know everything about you.
So my name is Pankaj Radhananna. He's like an elder brother to me. For 20 years he's trying very hard for me to lose weight, but I promise you after this interview, next 1 year, you will see me a better, fitter person. But I have a very simple question for you, Anna. You have been great at films. I know you're great at sports, startup. You have been great at building some fantastic real estate. You have built into F&B business. You are into fashion business. You are a social entrepreneur. I know you have done a lot socially, which I think we missed out Barun this time because there's another side to him on his social entrepreneurship. He helps a lot of people. What gives you the most satisfaction?
Honestly, you know, because of the humble background my father comes from and what my mother-in-law has taught me, there's a line that is very close to my heart always, and that is, from what you get, you make a living, but from what you give, you make a life. So I think that joy of giving and making a difference in someone's life is what the high is. I also look at it even from a startup perspective, I look at it that way. I see good kid. That's why I say, I read people. I read their minds, I read their behavior, I read all that and then invest in people. Loss hua to loss hua, lekin acha hua to bahut acha ho jata hai. And I think good people bring about that vibe in me. So I think it's that. You know, a lot of times I've lost in life even earlier, but my mother always tells anybody who says, yeah, somebody will say, why does he do this? He's going to lose. He's not going to get it back. And she says, you know what? He was made for that. Let it be. So I think that I picked up probably from dad and from my mother and my late mother-in-law. For me, she was God to me. She's my godmother. And from up there also, she sees and blesses. And I've seen that in life.
Thank you, Anna. And my name is Pankaj.
There's one more gentleman there. Can we have the mic onto him? In fact, Anna, we also have the pleasure of the ambassador of India to UAE, Mr. Sanjay Sudhir, who's here in audience. So thank you so much for coming back. And it was lovely hearing you this morning and great to have you back with us. lady there. If you could please introduce yourself, ma'am, and ask your question.
Yeah. Hi, Sunil.
Hi.
It's so fascinating to see you in person. I'm really influenced and motivated by your lifestyle and your discipline, that you're an early riser. I try to, and it actually works. So my question to you is that you have done so well in life, and obviously you have great values. And I just wanted to ask that, because there's so much talk about spirituality, how it connects and leads you to the correct path, because the industry which you are in, it's a very glamorous and it's a very, materialistic, and you do get influenced by wealth. And how do you get grounded? How is it that, it's taking you?
See, I think, first of all, let's not separate the industry from what the virtual world is today. The virtual world is also an industry today. We are living in a world that's virtual. I was telling Pankaj and all that right now, कि जिंदगी में खुश रहना बहुत आसान है. आप दाल चावल खाओ, खाने में आप खुश हो. लेकिन जिंदगी में अपने आप को खुश दिखाना बहुत मुश्किल है. उसके लिए 5 डिश चाहिए. उसके लिए एक टेबल सजा हुआ होना चाहिए. डिश के कलर परफेक्ट होने चाहिए. उसका फोटो सही होना चाहिए. उसकी टैगलाइन बहुत अच्छी होनी चाहिए. अपलोड होना चाहिए. लाइक्स भी आने चाहिए. तो आप खाने के लिए जाओ तो बोलेंगे नहीं एक बार मैं अपलोड कर लूं. और फिर जब खाने में जाओ तो खाना ठंडा है. लेकिन लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया कि ये हमारी जिंदगी है. तो ये फिल्मों में ही नहीं है, ये वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में और आगे. हम ज्यादा कॉन्शियस है. We are very conscious. We are aware that the TV9 is watching us, and if we make any mess up, we'll be out there in the public and we'll be responsible. So the world is that way. So for us to connect spiritually is very, very important. For me, I connect spiritually by going back to my hometown. I come from a small town called Mulki, where Durga Ma's temple is the most powerful temple, and we live in the same area. I've got the House of Spirits. If you've seen Kantara, the House of Spirits in our very own home. We pray to the Nag Puja. So we do that regularly. And I go to my hometown at least 5-10 times a year. If you call me 25 times, I'll go 25 times. So that keeps me grounded. So when we go for our pujas, we've got a home that is ancestral home that has around 3 bedrooms. And when we go for our pujas, around 45-50 of us go. All of us stay home. All the brothers line up with gaddas lined up, and we all sleeping on the gaddas. That is spirituality to me. That is grounding. That is me spending time with my people. And like I said, Durga Ma's temple was built by a Muslim family. So so when you talk about unity and diversity, when you talk about religion and culture, that's the background we come from. That's how I've seen it. Even today, when Durga Ma comes out first, she first goes to their home. They do the pujas. From there she proceeds, she goes for a bath, she's bathed by every community that is there. Christians, the fisher folks, Hindus, Muslims, all go together taking Ma's Rath. She's bathed, she comes back, she comes to our home where her final and only puja is done, then she goes back home. So that is the connect. And you get the vibe, you get the vibe.
Before we get another question, just an observation, and I'd like Mr. Barundas also to weigh in on this, Mr. Shetty. Something that you said really is so relevant, that the taste of a dish today is as pretty as it looks. And I think Mr. Das will agree with me. There's something that we discuss in our boardroom meetings quite often, that this fascination with a device called a cell phone and the endless, mindless scrolling on social media is something which is perhaps leading to the gray cells being degenerated. So I'll let you answer, but I'd really love to hear what we hear very often, in fact, from Mr. Das in our boardrooms. And maybe let's hear him, and we'd love to have your reaction as well.
This is my own hypothesis. I think, I say that when you hear, there are 3 aspects of hearing. You hear from your ear, you hear from your eyes, and you hear from your mind. So what happens with the cell phone, that most of the times we're talking, our eyes and mind are somewhere else, so we are not focused in our conversation. So whatever we say, whatever we hear, we forget everything. And then the other thing, what goes wrong is the distraction. You know, when I asked for some figure, I said that, get me this figure. So immediately they go onto the laptop or go onto the phone. The moment they go onto the phone screen, there are millions of messages, millions of social media. So where's the mind is wandering? So therefore, I think this device is actually accelerating the waning of a mind, cognitive mind. So that's what is my take, Karthik. So I keep saying that don't come to the boardroom meetings with your cell phone.
No, and that's why
Let's
that's
hear
why it's
Mr.
called
Shetty.
that's why it's called a cell phone.
Yeah.
You're in a cell, you're in prison. You know, it's not a phone, it's a cell phone कि इनको जकड़ के रखो और इनको जेल में रख दो. और वही बात है, तो it's very, very important that we do away with it at the right time. Of course, it's great to have it, and in today's time one needs to, but that's why I believe it's called a cell phone.
Right. In fact, we have a couple of more questions. I think my colleague Sakshi wanted to ask a question. Sakshi, you wanted to ask a question of Mr. Shetty. If we can have a mic passed on to...
Save your questions for Ekta.
Oh, okay, just one sec.
Ekta is here, she's got a lot of answering to do.
Just two more questions and then we'll come to you.
Very quickly, Sunilji.
Sir, go ahead.
This is here. Hi, Sunilji.
Hi.
This is Nimish, chartered accountant, and I'm sure that all the audience sitting over here is going to cherish for lifelong this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just would like to understand your perspective from the mentor perspective, that in a life, everyone needs a mentor, or we always call it someone, or we follow someone.
So we call them, in Bharat, we call them Guru.
Guru, yes. So I just would like to understand from you that who is your Guru and whom you are following till today, and which way you manage to get through that wisdom and connect and to get the right Guru.
So my Guru has always been my father. At the age of 9, he came, he was cleaning tables. Like I always say, and I always say this, he always used to tell me it took me 4 rounds to clear a table, rectangle or a square or round, because my hands won't reach. So anything and everything I do, I connect to him. Ki 9 saal ke umar mein yaar, he was working. If Ahan had to work at 9, as a father, would I be able to see it? You know, and I always believe that you need to believe in someone. And it could be, today's time, it doesn't have to be a guru or a mentor. It could be somebody that is exciting enough here whom I follow and learn. But we've got to drop that ego and believe that we are going to follow. Because for me, a guru is like a dark highway. A dark highway, no lights. Highways have no lights anyway, sorry. And you've got a car. You switch on the lights and you know that I can see 200 meters ahead. And it's dark after that, so I don't know what the road is. But as and when you follow that light, it eventually takes you to that destination. And your guru will eventually take you to your destination. It may be someone you believe in, maybe Guru Ma that you believe in. It could be a religious belief and what they say. So those are the little things for me. For me, Rahul is my guru today. You know, the way he plays, the way he loves his country, the way he takes the highs and lows. My son, after a successful first film, 3 years, no film. You know, I see that kid at home and say, what happened? I mean, we know what happened. But he says, Dad, don't worry, I'll come back, I'll bounce back. It's a tough world out there. You know, now he's doing films, but there was a period. So for me, they are my gurus now. I learn from them, you know, and I think that's the way we have to look at it.
Can I just add to that? I'll just add to that. My own perspective, I think, I believe that everybody needs a mentor. May not be living your life, but if you want to pursue a career, you want to excel somewhere, everybody needs a mentor. And I would just borrow what Anna just said, that at times the mentor is like what Dronacharya was to Ekalavya. So he had Dronacharya in his mind and he's got inspired by him. He took all his learnings, but there are not many Ekalavyas in this world. So I think if you are looking at excelling in your career, a guru is like a coach on the cricket field. It can always accelerate your quest for excellence.
I think with that, let's bid adieu to this fabulous conversation we've just had on stage. I think it's been an absolute pleasure listening to both the gentlemen.
No, the other way we spoke about entrepreneurship and movies and production. Yeah, I need to mention this. Never got the opportunity, but here Ekta is here, right in front of me. She's up here next. The one person who encouraged me to produce was her father. Blindly. We failed them, whatever reasons. We put great films together, they didn't work, whatever happened. I mean, I'm to blame. But blindly, faith is when I used to call Jeetuji up and say, Jeetuji, we are doing this and this is the amount of money that is required. Before I could even complete, the money would hit the bank and the faith of the subject would be there.
Wow.
So I must mention, I've never said this to her. We've never spoken after that. There were the differences. But you know, there's always a stage in life and a stage where somebody else comes there. And that's something I've always appreciated. I've always been indebted to. And it's such a big learning in my life from a production perspective. It's not funny. You know, like I said, so many things come, so many people in between that the path goes elsewhere, but you've got to take the blame because that was the relationship. So my entrepreneurship journey with cinema started because of Ekta and her father and mom. So I owe that entrepreneur side of it in the entertainment space to them.
That's wonderful. I'm sure
Ekta
would like to respond. Can we have a mic for Ekta as well? I'm sure she would want to respond to that. Sakshi, if you can have the mic over.
Yeah. Come on.
Sir, you didn't fail. Maybe I was not able to, or Dad was not able to show you the light up ahead. Sorry, sir, we failed as gurus or mentors, but you are an entrepreneur worth, I mean, we all should join our hands and clap for this man. What a...
Come,
Ladies and gentlemen, what a memorable moment.
You can join
here.
me handing it over to Anna.
And may I also request Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir to kindly come on stage, sir, and do the honors.
So you take it from the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the News9 Global Summit is all about. It's really about these memorable moments and these confessions that make our summits so memorable. You have it right here on stage. And what a fascinating shot that is. Ekta Kapoor, Sunil Shetty, Mr. Varun Das, and Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir. And that's the moment to behold, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, a great, big, huge round of applause for Mr. Sunil Shetty. Mr. Das, if I can request you to come back. The show must go on, and that's exactly what I think Mr. Sunil Shetty, Ms. Ekta Kapoor, and Ms. Riddhi Dogra, at least in the audience, will agree with us here today. And now, of course, you just saw her, but on to someone who has redefined primetime television in India. And if we can take the liberty, especially for our Gen Z audience, to call her the OG. That's the original gangster, ladies and gentlemen, of primetime television in India. And she's here with us today, of course, the game changer, in conversation with the next duologue on stage. First up, let's look at this short clip that we have for you. ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ekta Kapoor in conversation with Mr. Barun Das. This is Duologue on stage with Ekta Kapoor, the original gangster of primetime television, ladies and gentlemen, the trendsetter, Ekta Kapoor, right here in person. Thank you so much, Ekta, for flying in all the way from India. Pleasure having you here with us this evening. Mr. Das, it's over to you.
Welcome to News9 Global Summit, Ekta. Great to see you again.
Lovely to be here.
I start off with this. 1981, there's a movie which was released, Kalia. 5 gentlemen wrote the script. Indira Rajanand, Tinu Anand, Santosh Shah, Shah Jahan, and Tahir. It's a great movie. I loved it those days. But one of the dialogues in that movie, said by Mr. Bachchan, it goes like this again, with apology, with my Bong accent. हम जहाँ खड़े होते हैं, line वहीं से शुरू होती है. Now, I wanted to be inspired by this line all through my life. In fact, in one of my communications to my team, I've said that this is how we set the trend. But if I have to think of one person who has lived this line all through her life, which would be Ekta Kapoor. And you can see...
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but that line is only for one person, and that is Shri Amitabh Bachchan.
Yeah, on big screen, yes, but beyond big screen in life, we have many other things, especially being a professional, being a woman professional. I think you've set all the trends. So
Thank you so much. Heart touched.
Therefore, you can safely say that मैं जहाँ खड़ी होती हूँ, line वहीं से शुरू होता है. Well, you have been a non-conformist all through your life. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If I start listing down what all you have done in your life, it'll take me the whole evening. You've always led the change. At 15, you started working, right? At 19, you turned an entrepreneur. And innumerable milestones, achievements. You've been the Emmys Directorate Award, and who all the names come along with your name. Spielberg, there's Oprah. There's nothing left, possibly.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, I'll tell you. Now I come to the questions. How do you take your guard? When you set out to do something like that at that tender age when you started as an entrepreneur, how do you look ahead? I often believe that you need to visualize the success. But what would be in your case? How do you start? Do you recall?
So I think it's all, I learned through the way, but if you ask me instinctively how I started or how I start a project, it all comes from the gut. You see, I actually believe in your inner voice that tells you this is the way forward. It could be something you just feel and you can't sleep without expressing it. But in years, as years have passed by, I have realized that you need to back it with some calculated risks. Because as we get older, we get more cynical. And we don't have that euphoric way to begin without taking into consideration all the other responsibilities that come. So what I would do when I had started would be just rely on gut. Today I take my gut, my experience, and back it with a certain amount of calculated risk-taking.
Right. So at 19, turning an entrepreneur at 19 and trying to do something completely new. It wasn't a very organized business those days. Who was the guiding force behind you, or you were driving it yourself?
So I think my dad started a company called Dolphin Telefilms, and he had a partner. And my dad told me, you should make content, you love television, and I'm going to give you 2 options. Either you start working or you get married. And I definitely didn't want to get married, so I started to work. I said, because sitting at home and doing nothing, I'm not going to pay your bills. You need to pay your own bills, which was shocking because my dad loves me. But it was his way of saying that I need you to work. And he started this company, and his partner turned around and told him, are you trying to set up your daughter? Because clearly you look like you want to give her a job. That's why you're starting this company. And that hit me hard. I was like, I told my dad, I said, you know, why are you doing this? You think I can do it? He said, see, I have to, invest in you. Either I put money behind you, either I put belief behind you, or either put something behind you. And now currently my partner doesn't want to put money, so my belief is there. And there is very little money. Can you do this? I was like, but this is, and we were not in a situation wherein we had money to splurge. He was going through his fag end of his career. And I realized that my father believed in me, and there's no bigger motivation than belief. And he told me, as long as you've tried, I'm okay if you fail. And I started making a show called Hum Panch. And I went to Siddhivinayak and kept that pilot in ZTV's office. And I said, I've put my best foot forward. The rest I leave to God. And I came back home. And in exactly 1 hour, I got a call. And that changed my life. And life took a huge turn.
So basically what you're saying, that you needed an inspiration, which is your dad. He believed in you. You decided that you would live up to his belief and confidence in you.
So, you know, it was so simple because the person who had put money in his company had decided to do 5 ideas and none of them worked. And I decided at the end that, Dad, your money is also stuck. Let us do one idea we believe in, and that turned it all around.
So a few ones before that didn't do that well, right? For 6 or 7 pilots that you had made, there was no takers.
So I guess that's journey, you know, like Sir was speaking about. You give one hit film and then suddenly for 3 years you're home. And I had those many years where people were like, okay, this is because of your dad. You had to constantly reproving yourself till people took you seriously.
Yeah, only you can say this amongst very few people. At the age of 25, listed your company. You know, a lot of us who passed out from premier institutes in our country, at 25, we're still figuring out which job shall we join. And you not only had set up a company, you went ahead and listed it.
So actually, at 19, when my first show that went on air became India's #1 show, I was like, I thought I had taken off. And then I sat at home for 3 years because nobody gave me a chance again to do drama. And then I went and made a South Indian show that worked very well. When I actually shared the ratings with Sameer Nair, he said, who is writing this show? It's a non-primetime show that is getting primetime ratings. I said, we are at Balaji in Bombay. We're writing a South Indian show because no one in Bombay thinks we can do drama.
Wow, that's a revelation, yes.
And that's when we got Kyonki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi.
Right, brilliant story. And you know, while if I start talking about your success milestones, as I said that we'll take the whole evening, let's branch out to a few other aspects of your life where you have really set trends. Controversies have never left you, right? Temperamental spat, FIRs against you, single motherhood, glorification of negativity, hyping of superstition. How did you deal with them?
Nonchalantly. I don't take anything seriously. But if you have to ask me to answer each one, I don't mind.
Yeah, why not some of them which you love to talk about?
So, like, I don't think what people call superstition is my belief. I believe that there is an unknown sign called astrology. And now many more people believe in it. So like I said, I don't judge anyone who doesn't believe in it. And I don't expect people to be judgmental of people who do. That's what an inclusive world is. Not to sit on a judgment chair for another person. As far as making content that is saying causes negativity, I think content is all spheres of humanity, and negativity is also a primal emotion. And unless you address it, you can't fight it. And therefore, you will have to have all kinds of emotions covered in your content. I think it's pretty myopic if people can only see the negativity.
Well, what you're pretty much saying that you had a good reason to do everything that you have done, and you thought that what you think of me is your problem, not my problem.
I run a company. I'm answerable to various employees and investors, and I have the ability to create content that makes a difference. And I wear all three hats simultaneously. Someone somewhere may not agree with me, but I do my job with what I believe is with full conviction and full effort. And that's all I can do.
Great learning for all of us, Ekta, in this. So let's move to adversities from there. That's another aspect of your life had always been. But what you've done, you've actually truly lived up to that saying, that life would always knock you down. How successful you are depends on how many times you get up and start running again. So you started the company at 19. After the first initial upswing, you had a lull for some time. Then you had a 21 hump punch. Then you started rising again. 2008, again, you had a downfall. So you stood up and fought every time. So where did the spirit come from, that indomitable spirit?
I think inspiration comes from I do nothing else to do. I mean, I don't know how to live my life. I couldn't create hobbies. I started working very young. I just want to be working because this is where I find solace and my individuality and my expression. So there is no other way but to start again because I have no other option. I never cultivated it. I never worked for only money. I worked because this is where I found my calling. So unfortunately or fortunately, I just can't fly away to Switzerland and do a ski trip. I find that holiday feeling at my office. So I just put my head down and keep working. And some years go good, some years go bad. I just hope that I have enough work for the coming year and I move forward.
Brilliant. Once again, very nice, very well said. And you have also made no effort to sort of conceal things which can be viewed as judgmental. Your anxiety issue, which you have been very vocal about, you expressed that and you have handled it.
Anger issues, you mean?
Yeah. Well, the two sides of the same coin, maybe.
Yes, true. Riddhi, would you want to say something to that? All my friends, all the people who know me, know that I'm extremely reactive. And I've tried my best in the years as I've gone older to fight it. And to a great deal I have. I think I'm no longer the person I was 5 years ago or 10 years ago. I feel that's where that's where my personal evolution is. And I keep aiming for it. 80% I've overcome it. 20% I still feel there is scope for improvement that I do and try every day. So this is like an ongoing fight with myself. But I think it's a flaw.
No, I think everyone is flawed that way. But I'm saying, so the inner re-engineering, you did it yourself. Who helped you realize that you need to change? You yourself?
As in, who make me realize
Who helped you to realize that you need to change? That's your own self?
So I think it's all the people who come into your life who are friends or family or your child or your peers or your colleagues who in different times say that this is something we can't tolerate in you. And if you want to maintain that relationship
So there are people who came up to you and gave you that feedback.
Yeah. And I'm eternally grateful to them.
Right.
Because without them, there would not be an updated version of me.
Wonderful. So you're living that, that principle that leaders doesn't need sycophants around. They rather need somebody who'd come and tell them that what's wrong in them.
I think you would agree that none of us would want to be the smartest people in the room, at least in our offices. We rather have people who are smarter than us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Find out people who are smarter than you and then let them work. I think one of the biggest adversities that you've faced, which is what I feel, maybe I'm completely wrong, that being a woman who's yet an achiever, was that not an adversity that came across you all through your life, all through your professional career? Being a woman and yet being successful.
Being a woman, I won't call it an adversity, and this was something somebody had once told me that in spite of being a woman, you're so successful. And I told them that because I'm a woman, I've done well for myself, because who knows better that women have a natural combative element in them. We fight for everything, from the way we look, to what we wear, to how people perceive us, to where we go, to if we'll get even space in the room to speak. So every day we become stronger. And I think that strength we don't even know. So when we had to multitask and we have to do 5 things at one time, it comes naturally. My mom, I'd like to say this because it's something very few people know, is probably the best person in production in India. Like her, there are only 2 other production heads who match up. One is Vikramaditya Motwani's mother, who is probably one of the best in production. And one is, I think, Mohit Suri's aunt. I don't remember their names, but I know the 3 of them. Because these women know production better than any male production head. And why is that? Because my mom, and I asked her, I said, why did you know production so well? When you didn't even get training in production, she said, every day I made the budget of my house. And when you learn to make a budget, you know where you can negotiate, where you can cut. This instinct she had developed. Therefore, I think women in making budgets or setting up production budgets, she got it naturally. So like these are combative elements in women. That's why I always say, I think most of my success is because I'm a woman.
Well, very well said. You know, while I agree with you, I have a slightly different take here, maybe a perspective. I definitely know that women have to really fight hard. That's because I believe that collectively they were not given their fair share. And my take on this is that, you know, we started with the Stone Age, where men used to go out and hunt and earn livelihood for the family. Women looked after the family. But those era was of brutal force. We had to go out and hunt. But the world has moved, and I've said that in many of my shows, and I keep saying that the world has moved from a physical strength-driven ruling to a mental strength-driven ruling. And there I feel that women definitely score higher than men, because the emotional quotient of women, whether they do maths or they do creative calls, naturally should be higher. And therefore men definitely want to have a higher upper hand, and therefore they make sure that the women don't get their fair share. So that I believe, and that's what I hold you with such huge respect, that what you've done in a male-dominated industry is something that will inspire not only women, that should inspire all the men as well. So that's my take on this. Now I come to another part, Ekta the enigma. Enigma. Well, what I mean by my own definition of enigma here in this context is that you swung both extreme, right? On one end, you're a fantastic creative person, you're the creative goddess. On the other extreme, you're a sharp strategist. So they are 2 completely opposite polarity. I would seldom find another person who would be equally adept and equally competent in both these aspects. So which one is Ekta? Is she the creative goddess or she's the sharp strategist? Which is your real self?
I honestly think I'm both. Once a friend of mine told me, I think above everything else, I'm very self-aware. I think that is my strength. It also sometimes puts me back, but that's where I think, so I don't believe creativity without the economics makes sense unless you work it out in a way. Because I was just telling a friend of mine yesterday that I think creativity for me means that there is it should set up a commerce, it should set up a gateway for a lot of other creators to create better content. It cannot be limiting, and it becomes limiting if there's no commerce and no commercial viability attached to it. And this is my belief. At the same time, if I believe in a piece of content and I believe that this will not work, I don't not make it. I make it with padding it with content which I believe will carry this maybe gem of a piece of, it may not be entertaining, it may be something I really want to say, but I will pad it with very, very commercial content. And that's what I did. So I remember there was this year when I made Udta Punjab. People asked me, how did you finance Udta Punjab when a whole industry was not willing to pick up the film? I said, I never financed Udta Punjab. Ye hai Mohabbatein did. I said, when Ye hai Mohabbatein did well, channels were willing to buy content from me. And I said, okay, this is my chance to back an Udta Punjab.
Excellent. You know why it is unique? Once again, I think a creator, I believe that when somebody writes a song, somebody draws a picture, the creative art, it's not really doing, it's an expression of feelings. So for instance, if I ask a fantastic a poet to write a poetry which will be sellable, his creativity won't flow. So therefore, usually what's done is that somebody else has to be there who would make commerce out of creativity. The kind of role that I play in profession. But that's where you are unique. Like you have contributed the hum punch and in those days hum punch, right? Some 25, 30 years back.
30 years.
30 years back. So you had that creative zeal in you, you had that creative pulse, you know what works, what doesn't work, and at the same time you have that bent of mind where you're a strategist. I mean, you were just talking to me about 75 IPs, film IPs that you created. I can tell you for sure that very few people in this country had been thinking IPs. One of the drawbacks that our industry has, media and entertainment industry, that we haven't created IPs.
So, you know, we're in a business, like I was telling you, sir, earlier, that we need to incubate the employees that work in Balaji and the investors that invest in Balaji from the changing technologies that change the type of content that is consumed every few years. That's why we work in a very portfolio setup kind of model, wherein we have some B2B businesses, some B2C businesses, some businesses, as in some part of Balaji works on volume production, wherein we just work on getting our 20% margin, and some part of it works on building IPs with high impact content, because there we will find value creation. So we work because we know that some years we might have to face, and that's why we have a very, very clear portfolio model. Without putting all our eggs in one basket, we try to incubate the company from all the different changing mediums and see that we can always be in the running. So we have a digital arm, we have a digital arm that produces for outside companies, we have an app, we have a television production arm, and we have a film IP creation arm or a film production company. We sometimes work like a studio, we sometimes work like a producer, and that's how we keep alive, one, the brand Balaji, two, we keep our employees incubated, because this is my biggest responsibility.
Excellent. That's, again, you distributed your risk all across, much like the private equity model, where you really do not know what's going to work, what's not going to work. So you play on the 80-20, even 20% gives you return, you're running away to the bank. You know, you talked about creating content. Did you ever face that dilemma while you were working on content? That's a dilemma that I keep facing, that what's right and what will work. You know, in terms of content creators, willy-nilly, we would have some sense of responsibility, you know, be it in the news industry, be it in the content industry. A responsible citizen would always think the kind of effect that content can make. So did you ever face that dilemma?
Of course, it's something that with us, it stays with you all the time. So do I make content that is not something my conscience allows? No, I don't. Balaji has made family content, it's been called regressive. Alt has made sexual content that has been called overtly damaging to the society. But when very few people know this, that when I was running Alt, and I was running it for a very short time, till we had 500 cases on me, we saw to it that we had 8 to 10 women who had the content. And I had put these young girls on the job. I said, you know what? Legal will check the legal part. You check the ethical part. And I still remember there was something that Netflix had put up, a beautiful show. And we decided to do something similar and we got panned for it. And these girls were like, you know, I think there's a problem here because we're creating it. We're Indian, we're women, we're not supposed to create content that's sexual. And at that time, I remember I told these girls, I said, you know, I might not be able to do this business for long because I can't take any more cases. But I'm really hoping in a few years, women and the country itself and people like you and me are able to differentiate between sex and sexual crime. We're so consumed with what is wrong. Sex is not the problem, sexual crime is. So if tomorrow I have a scene where Eve teasing is okay, that's a crime. And if I have two people consensually, adults, kiss, that is not a crime. Unfortunately, we are completely confused about these issues. And I am hoping in the next few years, we're able to see prohibition is not the way forward. Consent is.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I think we are rightly or wrongly oversensitive about it. We are a mature society, and especially when you pay for certain content that's not available free.
It's not even about right and wrong. It's about women being told that you can't do this, because I always feel that it's right and wrong. You're a bad girl because you don't fit in. This is the good girl problem. You're a good girl if you are not drinking, not smoking. I don't drink and smoke, but I will never think another girl is bad if she does. That imaging is a problem.
Yeah, in fact, that's a discussion, that is subject very close to my heart, which I don't want to do on stage. At some point in time, we'll take that up. But I understand the dilemma that you're facing and the restlessness that you have in your mind. At least there are two in this room, in this hall, would have the same feelings. Well, now coming back to content, do you see there's a tectonic shift in the way content is consumed and therefore the way content is produced because of this proliferation of OTT?
See, OTT is here to stay. I feel we are a very large population. The world is huge and we're not a one-size-fits-all. There is going to be different content that works for different people. TV is habit creation, and it works for people who want comfort in content. The OTT works for a lot of the urban masses, wherein more than comfort, they want excitement and they want exploration through content. Content is so many things for people. It's exploration, it's identification, it's sometimes escapism. And therefore, different mediums will provide you different forms of content. Somebody like me would not want to get attached to any one show for more than 8 episodes, while there's somebody like my mom who wants to see the same show for the last 5 years. So different mediums will provide content for different people. And I think while there is going to be overlapping, I don't think anything will eat each other's market.
Yes, so that's true. So what did you see the fate of box office with the advent of or the proliferation of OTT? Will it going to help box office?
Just in the last few years, while we've seen that OTT has changed the way box office is getting its numbers and is consumed, you haven't had 500 crore, 1,000 crore films before this. You have it now. And yet you don't have so many flops as you had earlier. That's because you need to create content that is for the theaters now. And it has to be something you will be willing to pay for. So that way, content in theaters has changed. But would people still watch the content that is intimate and sweet? Yes. But they now watch it in another medium. It gives content providers actually now a choice to decide where they want to put their content.
Absolutely. And I often say that as an example, I think the relation between the OTT and box office, they will continue to coexist. It's something like your home kitchen and restaurant outside. You go for exotic stuff, for experience to eat out, but every day you need your own preferred food at home. So that's
If you're talking about the OG restaurant business or anything, we should talk about Sunil sir here. If he thinks that we sort of mentored him, you have mentored me so much for the way you have grown as an entrepreneur. I keep following how you have built your businesses, sir. Big, big salute to you.
So she must be that Ekalavya. You haven't taught her.
Always your Ekalavya, sir.
She learned it from looking at you, being inspired by you. Well, when you talk about content creation, I would just have one more question in this. I always wanted to ask you that how do you approach creating of a content? When you think about launching a new show, or when you think about launching a new or producing a new film, you know, in business, it's very easy. I mean, you are a businesswoman too. But when somebody wants to start a new business, we say that there are two things, either one or both you can leverage. Either you can leverage your competence, or you leverage an opportunity which the market offers. It's very cut and dried, possibly easier. So when you think of a content, what goes on in your mind while you decide on a choice of a content?
See, I think the economics follow, but if you ask me when I start, how do I start? Then either I leverage my own competence or I leverage someone else's. So either I'm allying with a creator who I believe in, or I create the content if I feel I'm the right person to create this, and this is my core competency. Business will follow. You cannot start knowing the business because that is
no,
the wrong way
I
to
say it in the business context. So I wanted to ask, like, for instance, you have a theme in your mind and you want to build a content or you create a content on that?
So if I have a theme in my mind and I feel that it is a great TV theme and this is what I know how to do best, then I create it. But if I feel this is a great theme, but I don't think I'm the right person to make it, then I wear the hat of a studio. Like I thought when I was trying to do this collab with Guneet, I told her, I said, you know, I want to make something like this. And then Puglet was her idea. But I collaborated with her on that because I was like, I won't be able to make a Puglet. But you will. So I'll collaborate with you. And that's how we began the journey. So like I said, it has to be, if it's my core competency and that idea, I think I can make it, then I will. Or I will go to somebody. Like I have partnered with great creators too.
Right. So it's a concept which drives you first, that you incubate a concept, whether yourself or outside. Now, you spoke about OTT. Alt Balaji, Alt is possibly one of the very few Indian OTT platforms which are doing well, and you just shared with me that you've turned profitable also. So how did that happen? How did the journey happen? When did you? How did you think about getting into that? 2017, possibly Alt was launched?
2017 we started Alt, and in about, so I think we had really bad years in 2021, 2022, 2023, and then we've had a minor turnaround in the last few months. I think it's a lot of like understanding of how much you're earning vis-a-vis how much you're spending, and working towards seeing that you're buoyant and you stay above ground, because we lost a lot of money, and unfortunately it took us a lot of setbacks to realize how to turn it around, and now hopefully it's getting out of the red into the green, so fingers crossed.
Well, well done. But does it really, you had to compromise on the size, you know? If you take about Netflix worldwide, while we spoke in terms of valuation, there'd be, I think, 17th or 18th most valuable company in the world, but they started making profit only recently. They must have been in business for about 20 years. So they had the depth in their pocket. So they kept on investing. Because our group also has that Telugu app, OTT app called AHA. So obviously, for an Indian entrepreneur, we get a little jittery when you continue to make loss and your other businesses funding that losses. And therefore, we try to, in the quest for a quick break-even, so we compromise and we start cutting corners, so the size of the business diminishes. Did it happen to you? While you turned profitable, did your business size diminish?
Yes, because we've seen so many of these really big entrepreneurs who have led their company out of ego and not been able to downsize when you realize that the company is sinking. You have to understand that, okay, I can't be competing with the big boys in this business, because at this point, my runway of cash burn is only this much. At this point, I will be turning bankrupt. And I need to see that that doesn't happen, because I'm also taking in the investors' money and playing with it. If I don't understand that this is the point where I have to now downsize, this is the point where I have to now realign my expectations of the business with the spends, and then try to earn profits, and then put those profits back, and then make the company grow. And so this happens in every entrepreneur's life, and it must be because while we are operating on a global level, we still were promoters who were a mid-cap company, running a mid-cap company, and we did not have the financial leeway to build a value-based company in a company with the profitability of the television business. And we had to see that this business survives on its own. So there was a little bit of humbling and a little bit of eating a humble pie. And then it was putting your socks up, pulling your socks up, and going out there, doing the heavy lifting and turning the company around. And saying, okay, this is our pool, we play here, and we play with the same money that we earn, and we go green.
Right, with tough decision, but I feel watching it from outside as an industry watcher, I think collectively the OTT industry could have done better in terms of their pricing. I think at that price you're giving away, and therefore you're killing each other. While if the whole industry wakes up and takes a relook at the pricing, I'm sure that things will get much better. One pricing, and then you have this B2B subscription offers. So if people are losing trust in a subscription-driven model.
I agree with you, but till that happens, we would have to survive, and I hope good sense prevails.
Right, last but not the least, Ekta, what's next? What's keeping you running still? What are you trying to arrive at? What's your next target? What's your next big
I think it's
goal?
going to be movies, building IPs, and bringing back one of my OG shows, which I'm not officially allowed to speak about.
Okay.
But let's hope for that.
Right, so there's a lot up your sleeves yet. Well, Ekta, I think you created the original K drama in India. And now the world has another K phenomenon, which is a Korean drama. And India, we're still hoping that we would create another set of K phenomenon in the world arena. And if one person in the industry was capable to fulfill that dream, to my mind, it will be Ekta. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You want any questions from anyone? No? Fine.
Well, maybe just a few, if anybody's got a... Sakshi, not again. I'll have to give somebody else a chance first. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question of Ekta Kapoor or Barundas Sil? Please raise your hands. Otherwise, Sakshi, okay, let's go to you. Sure. Can we have a mic for Sakshi, please? Faster, faster, faster. Guys are hungry.
I'd also like to add, there's Riddhi here who has just done a superb show for us called Kul. Yes. And I was so happy to see her here in the...
Sakshi, go ahead.
Hi, Ekta. This is Sakshi. I know you have not spoken about some of your OGs coming back, but we did see the picture that you've posted with Mrs. Smriti Irani. And I have watched a lot of your shows.
Ooh, and especially the price tag that goes with it.
Back then, we used to see a lot of Gharelu women, the domestic women. Nowadays, we look at you venturing out to the OTT platform. We are looking at more of the modern and bold women. So the concept in your shows has slightly changed. So are we going to look at, Tulsi Virani, but the modern version?
And is Mihir going to live a little longer?
I just want to say that it's the modernity of a woman is not about how she wears her clothes. So Tulsi is going to be extremely modern, but she's still going to wear a sari because that's her favorite form of clothing. And I think she's as conservative, as modern as any of us are. She is a all-involving woman, and I don't know if ever I brought Kyonki back, I would definitely make Tulsi talk about the most essential thing about women today, and that is parenting in times where you multitasking like this. So I'm not saying that we'll ever get the show back, but if it ever did, Tulsi will change the way she looks at parenting.
All right. Thank you so much for answering that question.
Okay, we also have a question. We also have a question. Thanks, Sakshi.
सबसे पहले मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ. You are like a book. किसी को पहले आपके ऊपर एक किताब लिखनी चाहिए because it's full of inspiration. 18-19 साल की उम्र में जहाँ बच्चे ये सोचते हैं कि ज़िंदगी में करना क्या है, वहाँ आपने रास्ते तय कर दिए. तो बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है और समय के साथ इवॉल्व होते चले गए. हम लोगों ने देखा है. मेरा सवाल ये है कि ऐसा क्यों होता है कि जब हम कोई कहानियाँ लेके जाते हैं अपनी कंट्री में, IPs पूरी चली जाती है. It's very difficult to hold the IPs. Like, I'm trying to do something with my show, जिसे मैंने बनाया, हर तरीके से आगे लेके जाना चाहता हूँ. But stage 1, step 1, you have to sign on a paper, जहाँ 100% IP आपके पास, वहाँ 0.01% भी मेरा नहीं होता. क्या करूँ, कैसे करूँ, कैसे
मैं आपको ये तो एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. मैंने खुद अपने IPs अपने यूथ में छोड़ दिए बिकॉज उस वक्त मेरे पास कंपनी बनाने के लिए पैसे चाहिए थे और वो उस वक्त पे we needed the cash to run the business and make more shows. तो ये तो मुझे आज भी रिग्रेट मेरे जिंदगी में है कि मैंने ये किया. बट सर मैं आपको ऑनेस्ट बात करूं, बिगिनर्स स्पेशली इफ यू आर न्यू इन द बिजनेस, IP आप होल्ड करोगे और आपका शो ना बने से अच्छा है आप IP दे दो और बना लो. बिकॉज उसके बाद जब आपका कंटेंट लोग देखेंगे तो आगे की IPs आप रख पाओगे. और I know I would love to give you a better answer, but unfortunately सच्चाई यही है, जब हम यंग होते हैं तो थोड़ी बहुत एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ज़्यादा होती है.
So she's basically saying if you have a lot of money, hold back the IP. If you don't have, let IP make some money to start with and then you hold back your IP.
So I took my money from TV to build my IPs in films.
In films, yeah.
And that time I did give up a lot of gold IPs of mine, but then it helped me build these IPs in films.
Udta Punjab was brilliant example.
हाँ जी?
Udta Punjab was amazing example.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Ekta, I have one question for you, if you'll indulge me, and I really want to understand how disruptive is artificial intelligence and how much of that are you using in the new productions that you're
There's
undertaking?
my friend here called Chetan. He's now
Hi,
running
Chetan.
our AI department. We're now going to create AI stories. AI is going to make creators grow exponentially.
Grow exponentially or
Yes.
go exponentially?
Grow.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think
It's like
as long
saying
as
that having all the information on Google took away your brains. They didn't. It's going to be a calculator. It'll never be able to survive without the human mind, because empathy, sympathy, it's going to be trying to understand. You cannot be able to create that, but it will give you wings to fly as far as visualization goes.
All right, well, with that, I think let's call it a round of applause, at least to begin with for now. And thank you so much, Ekta. Thank you, Mr. Barun Das. May I please request Mr. Sunil Shetty to join us
And
on
Ambassador
stage
Ju.
for a photo op first. And thereafter, of course, we'll also have the felicitation. Let's do a quick photo op first with the two who have been on this duologue on stage. And after that,
I would also like to request the
of course,
ambassador.
we'll just request the ambassador also. Let's have a quick photo op, and of course, we'll now have the ambassador also join us on stage. And let's felicitate Ekta Kapoor, ma'am, if we can take the gift hamper. May I also request Mr. Anand Roomta, Managing Director of Famous Studios, to join us on stage for this momentous occasion. Thank you so much, Anand. It's a pleasure having you here with us this evening. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Ekta Kapoor, Sunil Shetty, Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir, Anand Roomta, for being here with us. And ladies and gentlemen, we are coming close to calling it a day at the summit, but of course not without a special address that's coming up next. And at a time when global polarization is growing, UAE stands out as a model for coexistence. Now, Pujya Brahmvihari Swamiji is a senior monk of the BAPS Sanstha and an advocate of global peace and harmony. Now, in a special message, Swamiji shares spiritual and cultural insights drawn from his decades of work in peace building and humanitarian service. He reflects on the principles that underline harmony and how individuals and nations can adopt similar values to foster global unity, compassion, and meaningful collaborations. I'll request my audience to kindly take a seat as we listen in to this message from Swamiji.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. With this ancient prayer for peace, I'd like to say my personal prayers for the organizers of this summit, News9 International Global Summit, especially in the UAE, for the partnership for progress and prosperity between UAE and India. My prayers are specially for Barun Das, who has been the backbone, and his entire team, and also Your Excellency, the Ambassador of India to UAE, Sanjay Sudhir, who is not just a personal friend, but someone whom I deeply value and cherish. But at the same time, all the policymakers, the futurists, the thinkers, the economists, and business leaders who are actually making a difference to this world of ours and who have so many dreams in their minds and hearts to take not just both nations, but the world to a different level. Though we have gathered for reasons that you know best, whether it's just out of mere interest, or for investment, or for trade, or for just ideas and ideology, I think there could not have been a better venue or a location where we are actually contemplating upon harmony and progress. The UAE itself has become a hub of harmony. Not just because of the things that you read about in the newspapers or the opinions that people form about it, but at a time when the world is polarizing, when countries are isolating, when religions are localizing, at a time where we are at loggerheads for the sound of a dime, even when trade and technology are so tense on the verge or cusp of creating new alignments, nothing in this world could be more important than our humanity to remain harmonious. Remember, we as a human race are powerful not because of our own abilities. Man is not the fastest. A cheetah is far faster. Man is not the strongest. A bull or an elephant is far stronger. And man is not the most fearless. A lion is really far more fearless than man. And yet, because we can exist and correlate as a human race, and we can share, and we can coexist peacefully, humanity has come to a place and a situation to where we are, where we have grown and progressed in leaps and bounds. So there is something in harmony, and that's what I wanted to explore today. UAE, an exemplar of harmony and peace. And why would I say that? Because almost every genuine religion, every culture that has coexisted with other cultures for hundreds and hundreds of years, and almost every country talks about the value of harmony and peace. But while we value and while we highlight, there is a different emphasis about the same value in the UAE. As a Hindu, and for every Hindu, is common knowledge that we have grown with unity in diversity. We have grown upon the ancient Vedic values of Yatra Bhavati Vishwam Ekanidam, where the whole world is one nest. Ano Bhadraha Kratavo Yantu Vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come to us from every side. And Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole world is one family. Ideals are something that we share and we propagate amongst ourselves individually. But find me one country on the face of this planet which has taken tolerance and harmony and coexistence so seriously that it has not just created conferences and events and meets on harmony and tolerance, it has actually created a ministry of tolerance to make sure that tolerance and harmony is given importance in every facet of life. Till now, people always told us as we progress in life that to set up a business or for any trade or business, financial capital is very important. Of course it is. But even if you had all the finances, if you didn't have the perfect manpower to fulfill the industry that you have dreamt of, finances alone cannot achieve everything. So human capital perhaps is equally important as financial capital. But even if you had the best of the best from high-class management institutes and technological institutes, managers and engineers, despite having a high level of human capital, if there was no harmony capital, you won't be able to do anything. So finances are important. Intelligence is important. But our ability to coexist and to work together, to progress together, is perhaps more important than the previous two. And that is what UAE has been able to establish by bringing in more than 200 nationalities, people of different faiths, different cultures, different countries, and creating an environment where everybody works together with equality and dignity to actually bring the values of humanity forward. Many people have asked me as I travel the world, that is harmony and tolerance in UAE just a facade, just a word, just an ideology? Well, I am perhaps the proof that harmony and tolerance in UAE is not just skin deep, it is perhaps the very soul. The founding father, His Highness Sheikh Zayed, often said that tolerance is not just beauty, tolerance is our duty. And all the 7 founding fathers of the UAE, of all the 7 emirates, have continued and nourished this ideology. I personally have experienced this feeling of harmony, not just in the palaces of Abu Dhabi, and not just in the offices of the leaders, but also in the streets and in the simplest tasks that we've had to do. I remember in the year 2018 when I went to Qasr al-Watan, and in the presence of India's most beloved Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, then the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, and in front of almost 2,000 important dignitaries in the palace, when I presented 2 plans to His Highness. One was a conventional, normal, contemporary building within which we were willing to do our daily worship for the Hindus. And the other plan was a traditional stone temple, hand-carved, full of filigree and design and figures. And when I asked His Highness that which type of a Hindu temple should we do, and just imagine his answer. He said, if it's a temple, it should look like a temple. With that generosity, he told me that I will come, my children will come, and my grandchildren will come. What more do you want than such a welcome from the heart of the ruler? And I've experienced that same love with His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, when more than many times, even during COVID, he continued to encourage us and often told me that we are more than brothers. His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan. Well, you just need to look into his eyes to understand the deeper meaning of tolerance, love, and harmony. How many times he has personally visited the temple and encouraged us at every stage, whether it was Diwali or whether it was placing the first brick or whether it was an event for the inauguration. But every officer, every person in the street carries the same feeling of harmony and love. And I can proudly say that the BAPS Hindu Mandir in Abu Dhabi, which was actually envisioned by His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj in 1997 in the sands of Sharjah with absolutely no one around. When he prayed that may there be a temple in Abu Dhabi and may it bring countries, cultures and religions closer together. At that moment we just laughed. Would it be possible? Could it be possible? And it was never in the wildest of our dreams that times will change, understandings will change, and a climate of such harmony will be generated that will become a model for the rest of the world. Not only just the temple, the way it was made. People from all communities, all cultures, all countries came together. Imagine a Muslim king donating land to a Hindu temple where our lead architect of the complex is a Christian Catholic, where our project manager is a Sikh, where our foundation designer is a Buddhist, where our construction company is Zoroastrian Parsis, where our chairman comes from a Jain tradition and our chief consultant was a man of no religion. This is the BAPS Hindu Mandir. Itself is the proof that cultures can coexist. Itself is the proof that religions can coexist and value one another. And I wanted to say that this is perhaps the signal to the rest of the world. UAE is not just a place where trade flourishes, not just a place where dreams flourish. It's not just a place where we can think together and invent together. It is a place where culture is shared, where we can create values that redefine humanity. I want to emphasize that while we keep searching for similarities, it has taught us we can preserve our dissimilarities and yet love one another. In a family, tell me, what is similar? The ages are different. The father, the grandfather, the child, the grandchild, all ages are different. Every face is different. All the dreams of everybody in one single family are different. Destinies are different. I want to say the likes and dislikes of every individual in a family are different. And yet, we can exist like a family because we have decided that we are a family. Similarly, if we decide that we are a single human family, we can actually grow beyond the differences and learn to appreciate them. A time has come where we should not just celebrate the similarities, but we should celebrate our dissimilarities. What is similar between a man and a dog? Nothing. One walks on two, the other on four. One barks, the other talks. By the way, there is nothing similar. Even the species, even the genetics are different. And yet a man loves a dog and a dog loves his master. Love has the power to rise beyond every difference that we can imagine. And this is the climate of love that generates harmony and peace. I would like to emphasize one fact, that at this time, as sane and thinking human beings, we just have two choices: either to flourish together or either to perish forever. We can only flourish together if we choose harmony, and we'll perish forever if we choose disharmony. The choice is ours. The writing on the wall is clear. May God help us all to pursue and continue this dream. Many people have told me that harmony and coexistence is just a dream. Well, I ask you, what's wrong in dreaming this dream? So was landing on the moon once just a dream, but because we held on to that dream, we did land on the moon. So is colonizing Mars just a dream, but if we hold on to that dream, we will progress, technology will grow, science will flourish, and humans will colonize Mars. So if we continue with the dream of harmony, of course, like all great dreams, we will mature, just as science has matured. In science, nobody asks who invented the vaccine. Was he a Christian, a Hindu, or a Muslim? As long as the vaccine works for me, we take the medicine without the differences. We have also matured in trade. Who trades with us? We don't ask. As long as it creates a better environment, we actually welcome that. Similarly, in values, we should not ask from which religion it comes from. If it's compassion, if it's love, if it's tolerance, if it's peace, if it's faith, if it's hard work, if it's sincerity, if it's truth, then may it come from any corner, any culture, any country. Welcome them, just as the Hindus always say, Ano Badraha Kratavo Yantu Vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come to us from every side. May you in this summit share your wonderful, beautiful ideas. Don't be selfish, share them. May you help one another grow. And may many more such summits across the world, whether in Europe, whether in England, whether in America, or whether in the Far East, and whether in UAE, may it continue to grow. Such are my prayers for the entire TV9 team, and at the same time for all the people who have helped in this conference. Thank you very much.